Rogue Room appreciates your recommendation. The Rogue Room appreciates your recommendation. The Rogue Room appreciates your recommendation.
allow me, if I may, to just express how much disdain I have for this fucking meme, and the logo's still fucked, god damn it. For this fucking meme that I keep seeing. Hello friends, welcome to the Rogue Room. I'm so tired of this meme. Why can't I get rid of this? Here we go. Let me fix up my little thing first. Hang on. I guess my logo didn't copy across properly because it's massive. I made my logo big. Anyway, I keep seeing this fucking meme and good lord! Like, I've seen it in streamer Discords, I've seen it on streamer Facebook, I've seen it on streamer Reddit, streamer Reddit, I've seen it on Twitter, and people keep posting the fucking meme, and like, we get it! No one who is a streamer has not seen this already! You're not original! Oh my fucking god, I'm sick of it! That aside, friends, my name is Abigail Beck. Welcome back to the Rogue Room. I have decided to do this. I mean, we don't have any raiders right now, but if anybody can think of it, when a raid hits, if he's remembered, !WR, if we get hit with a raid tonight, introduce people to the Rogue Room with a nice little message that says this is a place of acceptance, learning, and growth, and that's what it is. That's what the Rogue Room is. It's all about acceptance, learning, growth, and fucking awesome droopy cardigans. Look at my cardigan. It's gorgeous. By the way, Babesy and Noobnat, welcome in. How are yous doing? What's going on? Aren't there more streamers than there are viewers? I don't think that's the case. That'd be kind of... I mean, unless you can find a study that says so, but... I dare say there are a ton of people who've made Twitch accounts who have streamed like one time. No, thank you for gifting a sub to Jaeger. You absolute legend, you. Oh my goodness. And by the way, if anyone's interested, any sub money is going straight onto the boob fund, for the record. So that's what we're doing. All of my sub money, my bits and all that, straight on the boob fund. This number has gone up because of Patreon, I think. And... people keep giving me money while I'm not streaming for this thing. And funny story about this, right? I think I unblocked this person. Let me just show you something. I want to talk about this for just a moment. And then we've got a whole bunch of stuff we can discuss tonight. But this particular thing, where is it? I posted about how in a week, since Monday last week, we funded about just shy of 10%. Lola, how you going? Welcome in. We funded just shy of 10% of my dysphoria fund, basically. And I noticed there was a quote tweet today, and I'm like, who's quote tweeting it? That's weird. I mean, what would they have to say? Let's find out. It might be someone celebrating me. It might be a troll. It's this guy posting this meme over the fact that I'm excited that I've managed to raise $700.
Your gift to our patronage is most appreciated, friend.
Noobnat. Oh my goodness. Thank you so kindly for gifting a sub to Mary Jane, Small Disaster, Emigeddon, Left the Abyss, and Alexia, not Alexa. Oh my god, you entire legend. Let me turn my heater off because it's burning my face off. I don't need it that too hot. And what happened to Botwick? Might I ask you, what the heck happened to the singular message for multiple subs at once? What are you doing,
Another round
Botwick?
On you.
And thank you for the 200 bits. Oh my goodness. Holy Jesus. Hello, Niz. What's going on? But yeah, I don't get this. Like, what are they saying? What are they saying is an L? The fact that I didn't hit $8,000 in a week? I mean, 10% of that, or 9% of that. Yeah, how is that an L? How are you owning me? Like, somebody tried to insult me recently by comparing me to ContraPoints. That bitch is gorgeous. Thank you very much. Like, they don't know how to insult people. They have no idea how to deride someone. Who are these losers? Anyway, neither here nor there. Thank you so kindly for the subs and the bits, you absolute legends. Well, legend. It's only been Noobnat so far. The rest of you are legends, though. They are bitter. They are bitter. And yeah, Boob Fund is my main focus at the moment. I am planning on getting top surgery as soon as I can, but I'm hoping to raise enough funds by about, I think, 2 years on estrogen. I'll be coming up on 1 year in November. Show tits. They're there. Very barely.
Your gift to our
Oh
patronage
my
is
God.
most appreciated, friend.
Noob Nat, thank you for the subs. To Nancy, Behave, Toyota Mike, Freaky for Goo, and Haggard Grin. And here's the cat as a reward. Here him is. Here's cat. Booba Fund. My mind is still blown by the fact that my mind is still blown by the fact that, like, last week, who was it that gave like $200 to the fund, and then Bad Bunny stopped in, gave $100 to the fund, and I'm like, ah! All of these people are buying me breasts. Oh my goodness. It was a Roman numeral L. Obviously they were trying to give me $50, but they're not very good at life. I wish. Also, don't tell the company that has given me the, not the Puerto Rican rapper, no, the streamer. Don't tell that JV coffee company, but I'm not actually drinking their coffee at the moment. I'm drinking Moccona. To be fair, they're not paying me, so I'm like, I gave them their little, I signed a little contract thing. There was like the stipulation of I've got to promote their brand for getting a free sample. And to be fair, the coffee's nice. The JV coffee is nice. I'd get it again. Yeah, their coffee is good. It's really quite nice. I don't know how to describe it though. I'm not a coffee aficionado. I just like drinking it. So I wouldn't know what the specific flavor is. I think it's got Arabica in it at least. But I don't know the rest. It's brown liquid. Yo-yo. We can do some yo-yo. Once you have your new modem, considering literally doing Twitch concerts to fund your surgery stuff, it may well be a good idea. Wish I had the decaf in stock still. Decaf of Moccona or decaf of the JV stuff? I don't know if JV does decaf stuff or not. Hot caffeine. But yeah, I just felt like a regular Moccona tonight. Because the only issue I've got with the other thing is that you've got to measure it out on a spoon. And I'm like, it's another step in the process. I'm that lazy. Morning Brown, which often has the intended side effect or unintended side effect. By the way, I like how he's just sitting there. Look, he's just sitting. Look at that. On the side of my desk. Oh, he heard a noise. Did anyone notice him? Did anyone realize he was just staring? Cats are weird. They just sit there and they stare at you. For no good reason. Anyway. Yo-yo Cam. Yo-yo Cam. Move out of the way, chair. Nobody likes you. This is my stream. Thank you very much. Oos. This, by the way, this is, I don't know why I'm plugging this, but I love this thing so much. It's a
Another
cardigan
round
dress
on you.
with big floopy sleeves. This is from H&M, for the record. If anyone was curious, and they've got a bunch of other beige stuff on sale at the moment. They've got a whole collection, and I'm like, I need a beige outfit. I need more beige. It's so comfy, too. It's basically a long jumper, but you can wear it as a dress easily. Like, it comes down to my knees, like, there, see? Well, just over them, but yeah. You could get away with this as a dress easily. By the way, Noobnat, thank you so kindly for all the biddies for the titties. Yes, please. Hoping the TT... ironically... Oh, hang on. You were just shy of it, I think. If you'd tipped two more... If you'd cheered two more, sorry... And did it as one thing, it would have read text to speech. I got my TTS set to $1, so... Because I used to have trolls that would come in and just text to speech racial slurs when I had it set to like 5 bits. So I'd get 5 cents, and somebody would try to get me banned on the platform. And I'm like, no, I'm gonna give that a little bit more of a gatekeep. Set it a little bit higher. Oversized sweaters are the best. Amusingly, I don't have like a proper dysphoria hoodie, so to speak. Like, I know a lot of people have got the black dysphoria hoodie, which is like a quadruple XL and all of that. I do have this though. The cat is admiring the yo-yo. The cat is good. Look at him. I don't know what his deal is. Ooh, I like purple. I could go a purple hoodie, but you know what I like. Of my Dysphoria collection by Abigail Beck. Oh wow! I just went to open my Instagram and I'm immediately greeted with this. I follow buff girls. Oh shit! Wrong one. I tend to follow buff girls, so if you ever catch me scrolling Instagram and you just see women with like 8-packs and 24-inch pythons. Anyway. I like girls who lift. Where is it? This thing. This was my Dysphoria hoodie when I first came out. Right? The Cyberpunk 2077. It's not a hoodie, for the record, but I've called it my Dysphoria hoodie. It's a really cool jumper. Like, just on its own, design-wise, it's fucking sick. It's got the Samurai brand, like, logo down the side and some other script on this side. And then I think there's something on the back. I can't remember. It's packed away. I'll get it out later. I might show you. I've worn it on stream. And it's still really big on me and all that. And I love it. It's so comfy. I have no interest in playing Cyberpunk 2077, but just give me 1 second. See, the thing is my cousin, right? For some inexplicable reason, he managed to come into possession of 2 copies of Cyberpunk 2077, and now I have one. And I think I'm going to announce this right now. We're going to do a full playthrough of this in about... when is this set? In 2077. When the game is actually playable and finished. Hopefully. So we'll just wait till they get around to actually releasing the game based on the date that's on the cover, and hopefully they'll have patched it to the point where it's actually good. Until then, it's staying in a drawer. I should have had that sitting there ready to go for the bit, but anyway. I've heard it's not terrible, but it's nowhere near the level that they should have released it at. You have a high school wrestling hoodie that was way... I'm assuming you mean hoodie? That was way too big for you when you ordered it. The wrestling team made fun of you for the oversized hoodie. Oh, but like, oversized hoodies are cute. They're adorable. Everyone should have them. Guys, gals, and non-binary pals. Everyone needs an oversized hoodie. They're adorable. Laughs in PC 6 weeks from now. Congrats on getting the PC, by the way. That's awesome. Imagine waiting until actually 2077. I will be, nearly 90 at that point. Finally sitting down to play Cyberpunk 2077 at 90 years of age, if there's even any technology left that could run it. I don't even know. Oh my god, I just realized. Daily subs, total subs, like, we're way over it. Oh my goodness. I shouldn't draw attention to it. I should, like, prevent myself from drawing attention to that. Anyway. What are we doing? Oh, by the way, Ginger Perks, welcome to the Rogue Room. Sorry, I missed your follow right there. So let's get rid of Twitter. We don't need Twitter. What have you folks been up to today? Let's talk about that. What have you been up to today? I did an hour-long walk, okay? I needed some groceries, so I walked, like, 25, 30 minutes to the shops, and then walked all the way back with my groceries, which my arms are fucking tired and sore now, and my wrist hurts. So, off to a great start today, but that being said, work was pretty slow, but I got a few deliveries, and then what else? I've been trying to stay on top of maintaining a pretty reasonable calorie diet today, so I haven't been eating too much, thankfully. Been staying within my calories for a bit, but I was trying to track my entire daily calories before I ate them, right? And at some stage, my calories consumed, which I hadn't consumed yet, was 1312. So do with that information what you will. It eventually changed, but for a while there, I was planning on eating 1312 calories. Just saying. Every day is ACAB day. You're watching Lumi get exceptionally drunk and horny on stream. I'm so glad I don't get pissed drunk on stream, honestly. That's one that I've seen some, and I mean, I've done it once. For shame. Just came in from the supermarket and boy am I tired. Oh goodness. Working out insanely hard, getting into bodybuilding with a kidney infection. God, getting into bodybuilding with an existing kidney infection is not a good idea because bodybuilding generally relies on steroid use, which means even more kidney problems. Would not advise. Hello, Ristas, how you going? Fireworks give your auditory processing disorder a hell of a humdinger. Oh, actually, speaking of Bad Bunny, good point there about the fireworks, because I know I've seen this take a few times, right? What the hell's going on? Hang on. My cat's down under the desk scratching at something. Anyway, she posted this. If you set off fireworks, I hate you. And I agree, 100%. And she also goes on, I have PTSD and anxiety, and my elderly rabbit can die of a heart attack from sudden fright. So please, America, bomb, go boom, pretty much. I hate them too. I'm not a fan of them. And, you know, I've had dogs in the past that haven't liked them. I don't know if my cat does or not, but I think, I don't know, he doesn't act out or anything. But, you know, generally speaking, I've noticed quite a few people with this take on the fireworks thing, where their specific opinion is that it's only one day a year, so everybody who's got a problem with it can just get over it for that one day a year. And I'm like, they're completely dismissing the fact that some people, like Nicole, have got legitimate PTSD from the fact that, not just from fireworks, but like from guns, from bombs, from other things that have given them that visceral response to them, right? And as a result, when you're dismissing and you're saying, oh, why can't you just let us celebrate for one day? And yeah, like, it's never one day a year. People end up setting them off for a few days around the date. And more often than not, some people will just set off fireworks for the hell of it. Noobnat, Jesus Christ.
Friend.
Thank you for gifting subs to Niztastic, Cosmic Valkyrie, Nova Vavon. I think I pronounced that correctly. And Cora Loading. Oh my goodness. You are an absolute legend. You are a treat. You are a delight. Does anyone told you that lately? Hello, Alice Tacker. How's it going? You are a treat, dude, Nat. And it's never just one day a year. It's for weeks before and after. We have the same issue in November. And we get it over here around, like, Australia Day. Dan Shep, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Rogram. I can't remember. What did I used to say? I used to have a whole thing when someone followed. Welcome to the Rogram. Sit down, grab a drink, and chill out with us. That's it. I don't know why I said that. I don't know why I had that thing. That 11 gift subs was bugging your OCD. Now it'll be a nice round number. 11 out of 5. Or 15 out of 5. I can increase the sub goal now. Should I increase the sub goal? Got any whiskey? I wish I had. Well, actually, no. You know what? I'm going to try to get off the alcohol for a bit. Because alcohol, I expect me to talk about calories a lot if you're new here. I have an eating disorder. Anyway, I'm going to call it an eating disorder. I haven't been diagnosed with anything, but I stress out about my diet on a perpetual basis. So I like to think I have some form of eating disorder, whatever that is. I don't like to think that I have some sort of eating disorder, but people who obsess over their diet the way I do, it's not normal. Dreamy Kitten, welcome to the Rogram. And I want to talk about it and I want to be open about it.
Your gift to our patronage is most appreciated, friend.
Fucking Christ. Oh, Noobnat, thank you for gifting subs to Texas SJ. Texas? I can't remember. I don't know if they're in the room at the moment. Roosters, Magic Man, and Lady Blackstone. Least one to make it better. Thank you so kindly. And Dreamy Kitten, welcome to the Rogram, formally. Regarding sub goals, if you're wealthy, it's frowned upon. If it's survival or important, increase away. This is the problem, though. If I want to increase the sub goal, look at this. I have to go over to my scene, because this is a separate scene. Here's my overlay scene, right? It doesn't have I don't know why the logo is not in the overlay scene. I feel like the logo should be in the overlay scene, but for some dickhead reason... Look. I can increase it here, but over in this scene, it's a different size. I don't know why I've done it that way. I don't know what my... Oh. Go away. Let me just, like, paste the new one in and get rid of this one. Anyway, like, I don't know why I haven't put the logo in the overlay, but whatever. I should. And if you go over this, you can see like all these different elements are multiple different goals and things. And I could shift this over just a tad. And this over just a tad. And then I could change the sub goal thing. Since we've got 19, we might as well bump it up to another ludicrous amount. That'll update eventually. Anyway, you know what I'm gonna do. You know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take that now. Now that I've seen it, now that I know what I've done, I'm I'm going to put that in here. I can't think of a reason as to why it's not in there. So anyway, I'm going to get rid of it from these scenes, and now it's just automatically going to be in every scene that has the overlay scene overlaid into it. There we go. If I get rid of that, and then it's automatically there, and I don't have to worry about it. That's another little source. Like, if you look at this, if I show you this, right? Oh, freaky. You can see I've got my list of sources
Enjoy
here.
your membership.
And right, oh my goodness, Noobnat. Thank you for gifting a sub to Nushu. Now it's even. But yeah, like if we look over here, my list of sources, if I had the logo there, like the chat box is over this side, but the reason that the chat box was over there was because in this scene, for example, or yeah, well, like this is my gaming scene, so I wanted my chat box used to sit over on the left-hand side of the screen, but I've moved further over to this side as I moved my camera around, so I had to put the chat over there to even it out. So now the chat also sits in the same spot on every scene. So I don't know. Consistency is good, I suppose. Anyway, I'm rambling. I'm sorry that I'm rambling. I hope you're enjoying it. I am. It's fun. OBS is fun times. It's good. And, yeah. As soon as I get my Twitch payout, which, by the way, I'm just going to throw this out there, is going to be just a few days after my birthday. So I was going to say I might buy myself something nice, but I am going to put it all onto this. I don't know how much I'm going to get. Technically, I'm not allowed to tell you. I didn't realize this. I think at some point in the past, I probably have. Also, side note, the commands list has been updated. So yeah, I will be 32 in just under a week. And yeah, I was going to take my Twitch payout and go buy myself something sweet for my birthday, but I might just put it on that because, you know, big goal here, big saving goal. Yeah. And what was I going to say? Come on, get it in your head, Abigail. What is it? About the. Oh yeah, I'm not technically allowed to tell you how much I make on Twitch. Now, that being said, if there was someone in chat who had been paying enough attention over the course of like a month, they could figure it out more than likely. You know, you extrapolate how much someone gets from every single sub and then how many bits have been cheered. Like, you could probably reasonably figure it out, but I'm not allowed to tell you. It's in the terms of service that I'm not allowed to discuss with you, my audience, on Twitch or off Twitch, exactly how much I get paid. I'm not allowed to show it to anyone else. Like, it's a whole thing. Like, honestly, it's Amazon, of course. You know, you kind of expect this. I'm just straightening that up a little bit. You know, you can't be surprised by that kind of thing, is what I'm trying to say. It's weird BS. It's in the TOS. It's in the affiliate contract, I think. Hello, Lady Blackstone. How you doing? Enjoy that gift sub. Enjoy your emotes, folks, if you've got them. Hiding earnings is anti-worker. It is, yes. I was going to say that. I was going to lean in that direction with that discussion, but I never ended up. Like, that's ultimately what it is. How many of you have been in a... well, I think you could talk to a financial advisor. I think you can talk to that kind of person and have that discussion. But how many of you have been in a job that has made you sign a contract saying you can't talk about your salary or your income with your co-workers? Because I've heard that's a pretty common thing. I don't recall the last real job I had that had any kind of stipulation like that. Because the current job I'm in is very, 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 very casual. Very casual. My pronouns are she and her, Moits. How you doing? Yeah, it should be illegal. It shouldn't be legal to tell your employees that they can't discuss their income with their co-workers, because that's just a way to control. That's just a way to be able to manipulate the system so that certain workers can be underpaid and certain workers can be overpaid or what have you. None of the places you've worked at had a rule like that. Yeah, so I've heard of it happening. Sorry, my leg's itchy as fuck. Yeah, I've heard of it happening, but I don't think I've ever experienced it myself. Haven't had many jobs. Disability pension makes it a pain in the ass to even do casual work. I understand that completely, Scoville. Like, honestly, the way things are at the moment, It's hard to even find work amidst a pandemic where everything's closed up and no one's hiring. You know, where are you supposed to find a job in the first place, you know? No, I'm not supposed to talk about the junk mail you deliver, including the fucking anti-vax bullshit you have to circulate these days. Listen, Rakal, I was going to respond to you, but you've been banned now. Why would you come into somebody's stream, a place where they and their community are just chilling out, minding their own business and having fun, and be so unnecessarily rude? Do you have, like... Can someone unban him for a second so I can talk to him, see if he responds? I doubt it. He might have already closed the tab. But... like, a warning would have been appreciated there, honestly. Again, I always go by the method of warn, time out, then ban. But just this is I've been experiencing this a lot lately, and it's always baffling to me how these people go out of their way to lash out at someone else who's not doing anything to harm them. Right? I'm not hurting anyone by being here. I'm not hurting anyone by existing in this space right now. But they have made it their own personal effort to go out of their way to personally attack me and, by extension, you lot. You know, that was a man ban. That was a bit. Still, I prefer to keep it by that law of warning, timeout, ban. But yes,
man ban.
We do have a man ban. I do need to work out a graphic. We're going to do a graphic. Yeah, these, honestly, I'm going to get a little bit psychologist for a second, and I might actually change my major or my bachelor into psychology. Anyway, because I want to analyze this kind of stuff. I keep seeing these same behaviors, and my mother has read up a lot, particularly about child psychology, and that kind of behavior, whether that person is the minimum age of 13 or older or whatever it is, they might be breaking terms of service and they might be like 8 years old and being an asshole, I don't know. That behavior is of somebody who desperately wants attention and is not getting it. Okay, and every single time that we see that kind of person in chat, it's someone who is not getting attention somewhere else in their life. They are miserable because no one is giving them the attention they deserve. Or not deserve, the attention they want. So no one is comforting them, nobody is consoling them, nobody is giving them any sort of empathy or sympathy. And as a result, they are lashing out at people like me who are, we're minding our own business. Here in the Rogue Room, we're chilling out, we're having fun, right? We're enjoying ourselves. That person is not. So I want you all to sit here for a moment and just relish in the fact that we're doing alright. We're hanging out. We're having a fun time. And they're not. And they're a loser. Fuck them. Anyway. Masculinity as fragile as the tail end of a Prince Rupert's drop. Anyway, if that guy is still here, you dickhead, fuck off. Anyway, have access to people's salaries and you see discrepancies at the same level of job. It's like you had a bad agent that was really crappy at negotiating. Oh, that's scary. It's their fragile masculine ego and extremely thin-skinned. Usually the case. And like there's a clip, I want to try to find this really quickly, because there's a story I want to discuss that happened yesterday or today or whenever it was. Did I bookmark it? Please tell me I bookmarked it. I don't think I did. Oh, come on. Nope, I don't see it. Son of a bitch. Okay, so. Is there a video? I might have liked the tweet. I'm just looking for something. Not the Andy and Go tweet. Fucking hell. Let me see here. Where is it? I've liked... Oh, I can't find it. Okay, so. There was a bit... Let's have a look at this story first. I want to talk about this. So there was... This is a New York Post article, so do with that information what you will. But it gives us a bit of an insight into what's going on. There was some apparently violence in LA after viral video of complaint about trans woman disrobing in the spa, right? Okay, I need to get rid of my cat. Hang on. Smudge, you need to stop playing with shit. Out you go. Come on, off you get. On a more positive note, you might get vocal surgery. That's fucking awesome. Hell yes. Hell yes. Hello, Nikki. How you going? Okay, so, skipping all this stuff, apparently there's a viral video. This guy's apparently defending a trans customer to an irate woman responsible for I haven't seen the viral video of the person complaining, but what it seems like is that some kind of conflict broke out outside of a place called the Wi Spa, W-I, in Los Angeles. And it's all over this alleged transgender woman who went into the women's section and disrobed. And some people have turned this into something as though it was a sexual predator going in there, like a male sexual predator going into the women's spa area and exposing his penis or all that sort of stuff. Here's the thing about this entire thing, and we're going to get into the more grim side of this in a moment. There's no evidence a trans woman even exists in this scenario. There's no evidence of her existing. So there's these protests going on over a potentially hypothetical trans woman. As in, we have no reason to believe that this is true. So protests and violence have broken out. Police have gotten involved. Here are trans rights protesters coming out to support them and all this kind of stuff over a woman we're not even sure exists. Right? This is the thing. We have there's no details whatsoever. No details on the customer, and I guarantee you, if this was real, she would have been doxxed by now. This is what's scary, right? And the reason I say that is because some of the counter-protesters, some of the more aggressive, belligerent, transphobic ones, were getting violent with the trans rights protesters and the police, right? So, in particular, I recall seeing a video of a man taking his shirt off and barging into a crowd with chains wrapped around his wrists, and he was swinging them at people. Like, at some point in the video, he swings one of these chains at someone, and you hear the sound of metal impacting flesh, right? It's catastrophic out there, this kind of thing. And I can't find that fucking video now, because I could probably scroll back through my likes going back to yesterday, but but yeah, like, if this trans woman actually existed, and this wasn't just some, I don't know what you would call it. I'm going to go through my likes and I'm going to try to find it. I don't know what you would call this specifically, but wasn't chains, it was was it rosaries? Okay, that's a little bit easier that's a little bit more, speaking of the Jesus freak, that's a little bit less violent, thankfully, but as someone who has been assaulted with things that don't typically hurt, it still can be traumatic. But yeah, that guy in particular, and I'll try to find the video, was screaming abominations. Like, this guy was deranged and, indoctrinated to think that trans people and gay people and all of that are sick freaks that don't belong on the earth. And his immediate response is to jump to violence, and that is what is so terrifying about this particular debacle, right? Is this could happen anywhere else. And this is happening in what's supposed to be the greatest country on earth, right? The, what's the term? Like the, trying to think. I don't know. But yeah, this kind of thing is happening in a place where you expect this wouldn't happen. Well, I mean, we know that's not the case, but that's what worries me, and that's what worries a lot of other trans people, right? I think Jasmine posted a good tweet about this, or someone posted a good tweet about this, and Jasmine responded. Jasmine, ranting trans. In response to this whole thing, in response to this whole debacle about, there was a trans woman being naked in an area where it's mostly cis women, who was it? Was it Casey Explosion? I think it was Casey Explosion. Let me find it. They were talking about how a lot of trans women don't go into private, like, women's private spaces. Here we go. It's perfect. It's right there. Okay, so this is very heavily relevant. Every single trans person I know avoids going to gyms, swimming pools, anywhere there's locker rooms. We avoid changing rooms and clothing stores because we're all fucking terrified it'll spark a shitstorm of an incident if so much as one person takes issue with our being there. Now, here's the thing. I don't avoid the gym, obviously. I'm in lockdown at the moment, so I've got no choice. Haven't had a chance to go to a swimming pool. But by the same token, in the gym, I don't go to the locker rooms or the change rooms. I don't mind going into changing rooms in stores too much because generally speaking, they're unisex, so there's not a big thing there. However, I'm pretty okay with public toilets these days. If I'm wearing even just the slightest bit of mascara or something, or a bit of lip gloss, I'm totally fine to go into the women's toilets because I need to piss and I'm not going in the men's wearing a dress. However, if I'm feeling a little bit dysphoric, even the slightest bit, it's the disabled toilet. Which, and like, this is the problem, right? This is the issue, is that trans women already feel, especially trans women, let's note this right now, as much as I love our trans mask friends, we love our trans men here, they are not the center of the discussion around trans rights at the moment. And that's kind of its own problem, right? That's kind of its own issue, is that there are a lot of people out there who don't even realize trans men exist, right? If you mention transgender to someone who's not involved in the discussion, they'll immediately assume a man that became a woman. Oh, he became a girl, like that kind of thing, right? And then coming back to this for a moment, Jasmine posted this. My friends are great allies, but early in my transition, we went shopping for clothes, and they couldn't understand why I freaked out so hard when they tried to get me to use the female changing rooms. It's not a big deal, they said, thanks, but I don't want to become discourse. That's the key takeaway here, as to why trans women don't want to be in those private spaces in public areas, because, generally speaking, if one person takes an issue with it and they go to the news and they make it a big deal, all of a sudden, what is it, like Today Tonight is running a story on the creepy men invading women's spaces or something like that. It all of a sudden, just existing as a transgender person becomes an editorial sensational hit piece on all transgender people, and the opinion is swayed even further against us. So I can totally understand that there are, unless I'm generally okay by myself out in public spaces, but I'm a lot more comfortable if I've got one of my girlfriends with me to go into like the toilets or something like that. Hello, Sabercat. I did not see the Trump Florida speech. I will give it a look soon. People who think that the US is free makes me laugh. Oh, yeah, I know. Don't even get me started on how I, a disabled trans woman, how I can die for just simply existing. I know, right? Haven't set foot in a swimming pool since you came out 7 years ago. It sucks when summer hits hard. Yeah, I mean, I haven't been in a swimming pool in a while to begin with, or the beach, since coming out. Who knows how this summer will go. A current affair, that's a good one to use as a reference point, yeah. And this is the worrying thing. It's not so much like the protesters and the counter-protesters. Well, that is actually the worrying part about this whole We Spa incident. I'm trying to find an article that goes into it that is not New York Post. Here's our top two sources, New York Post and the Daily Mail. Is there another? TMZ. Fucking Christ. Is there any legitimate news source that's talking about this thing? Because it's so far, there's Newsweek, Los Angeles Times, I don't know how they lean, Fox News, look at this, look at the way Fox News has framed it. LGBTQ community appalled after transgender person exposes male genitalia in front of young girls at LA spa. Like, they just go straight to the Pedophilia Association, don't they? Again, we don't know if this person exists. They could be made up. We have no basis for if they're a real person or not. We've got no evidence they exist. There's no video footage.
Thank you for continuing your membership.
Noobnat, thank you for the 3 months.
I had to refresh my page.
Welcome back. I mean, you didn't go anywhere, but I couldn't think of anything to say. Shut up. Aside, also from what you've heard, the spa is 18 plus, so a kid wouldn't even be allowed in there. Yeah, like it's a naked spa room. Why would children be allowed there in the first place? All of these news, oh my god, it's all right-wing bullshit. Look at this. Violence in LA erupts after viral video of complaint about trans woman disrobing in spa. That's the most neutral source. That is the most neutral reading headline. Viral video of client complaining about trans woman in LA spa sparks protests. Protesters clash outside Koreatown spa over transgender rights. That's technically true, I suppose. Koreatown's We Spa at center of controversy after complaint about transgender customer, and then we get into the pedophilia accusations. Shocked woman argues in viral video as naked man enters LA Spa's women's section, quote unquote. The Blaze, protest, counter-protest reportedly planned at We Spa where naked man was allowed in female area. Again, just misgendering people. Misgendering a trans woman that doesn't exist. Again, until I see substantial evidence that this woman exists, I'm taking this whole thing and this complaint that this woman had and all of this discussion around this hypothetical trans woman with a grain of salt. Because it's honestly so absurd. I'm going to put a stream marker in this because this is a good discussion. It is so absurd to think that, and I posted about this earlier today, right? Trans-woman. Yes, trans-woman. I posted about this earlier today. By the way, thank you, Hecklin. I'm glad you like my my headband. It's no one needs a headband this gaudy for the record, but I do. anyways. Let me see. Not that one. I posted about this earlier today, which I'm ashamed only got 7 likes. Where are all my likes? Gender critical ideology is purely built on straw men. They catch even a whiff of something that could even marginally support their nonsense, and they construct entire fictions to prove themselves right and pat themselves on the back. And everyday people believe the fiction. See, this is what I've seen so many times, right? How many instances are there actually that have been demonstrably proven of a trans woman being a predator? I can only personally think of one. There might be more, but the only one that comes to mind is Jessica Yaniv. The only trans person I can think of that has been demonstrated to have had predatory tendencies is Jessica Yaniv. Now, I'm not saying there aren't other predators out there, but they continually go on and on and on about how women and girls' rights are being attacked, that being biological women and girls. And they never provide us any evidence of any of these accusations they keep throwing around. They never provide us with any proof of what they're going on about. They keep saying that women and girls are under threat because they're allowing transgenders, they're allowing the transgenders in the toilets. But there's no evidence of that. You don't see these predatory actions unfolding. And you see all these straw men, like there was a comic a little while back, which always stereotypically portrays like a mustachioed man with extremely hairy legs barging into the women's restrooms, pissing all over the place, masturbating and stealing children. It's like, where are you folks getting this from? Where is this coming from? All of this is nonsensical. They're just so afraid of the idea of transgender people that they refuse to educate themselves on these things. And they make up concepts to spread that fear even further, those concepts being based on nothing. Or being based on the Jessica Yaniv case, and that's it. It's ridiculous. I don't know why anyone takes them seriously. I don't know how they've managed to form a movement that is explicitly anti-feminist. Can we get that out of the way right now? This movement, the TERFs have latched onto the idea that being a TERF, like they've latched onto that label, they've taken it. So it's also very funny whenever you use the term TERF, right? When it insults them and degrades them, it's a slur. But when they're rallying behind it, all of a sudden they love the term TERF. That they chop and change whenever they fancy it, right? But explicitly, TERFism, gender critical ideology, anti-feminism, outright anti-feminism, because their ambition is to control someone else's gender and take away the rights that person of that gender has. So let's just say there is a perfect, like, putting aside passing discourse for a second, let's say there is a perfectly passing transgender woman, and there are laws enacted, which in some parts of the US there have been sort of laws around this whole bathroom thing that state, based on your sex biology when you were born, you have to use a certain restroom. So you're going to tell me that someone who looks like Samantha Lux, if she were to live in one of these states, right, this woman right here, let's just say, for example, they enacted some law that said, based on your sex biology, you have to use the men's or the women's toilets. Are you telling me you're going to send her, sorry, I'm pointing in the wrong direction, into the men's toilets because of the way she was born? Is that, look at her. Or the trans men in the women's bathroom, again, trans men are not centered in this discussion, and they should be. Because the moment you say trans women have to go into the men's bathrooms, that's bad enough. That puts them at tremendous risk. More so than sending a trans woman into the women's bathrooms. Trans men, I've never seen a trans man that doesn't pass as male. Never. unless they'd only just come out. I've never seen a trans man that doesn't pass as male. Any of those dudes could walk into the men's bathroom, if I was in the men's bathroom, which I don't go into, why would I? I wouldn't think twice. And that's the thing, right? They never consider the fact that if they enact these laws, which it's stupid to try to build laws around someone's sex biology in the first place. It's absolutely flagrantly absurd to build laws around someone's private parts, right? And that's what this is about. It's about people's private parts. Let's remember, this is legislation around people's private parts, their genitals. Okay. Where was I going with this? Hang on. Yeah, it's absurd to think, trans men will then have to be going into the women's toilets looking like full-ass men with beards and broad shoulders and heavier eyebrow ridges. Because, I don't know if you noticed, but testosterone tends to have a pretty heavy effect on the face. Like, you look at some dudes who've been juicing, and you can see the exaggerated facial features that they get. So, men on HRT, trans men on HRT, they don't get anywhere near that level of severity with it, unless they decide to go on steroids, I don't know. But, being that steroids and testosterone for hormone replacement therapy are generally in the same ballpark of medication, some of that facial reshaping that happens as a result of testosterone is pretty significant. Make all bathrooms individual and unisex, then no one is going into the wrong space. I mean, yeah, I'm still in the boat of there should be no gendered public toilets. There should be a bunch of individual stalls that have a toilet and a sink and a mirror and toilet paper dispenser and all that, and like a handrail for disabled people. There should just be a row of, like, you go down a hallway at the shopping center, right, to go to the toilets, and there should just be a row of like 20 individual rooms. I don't understand why this hasn't been done yet. I've never seen it anywhere. Yeah, universal toilets. Don't even know you were intersex till a little while back. The bathroom bills just look imbecilic to me. They are. They absolutely are. And that's the same thing with this LA protests erupt after viral video about a hypothetical trans woman thing. It's the same thing. They're freaking out over something that they're not even sure exists. We have no evidence that the trans woman exists. We have no evidence that they were being predatory in any way. All we have is this woman who's barged up to the front desk and has started complaining about someone who we have no evidence of who they are. And again, if this case were real, somebody would have found out their personal details right now. Transgender women are not safe. And if a transgender woman were to go to a spa like this and disrobe in the women's area, in the women's adults only spa area where there would be no children, in the nude spa area, I guarantee you her information would already be out there. Because these people are that deranged that they would go out of their way to find that information. These people are psychotic. What do you mean, am I always trans? It doesn't come off. What the fuck? Transness doesn't come... It's not like Abigail just stops existing once I turn the cameras off. Hey guys, I'm going back to being Trevor now. I don't know who the fuck Trevor is. Part-time trans person. Isn't that just like gender fluid, basically? Or like, you know who I like? You know who I really like? You know who I really like? We've brought her up before. Courtney Act, actually. Courtney Act, who is stunning, a drag queen. And it's bizarre because I'd always lived under this impression, this idea that, like, I get the suspicion that maybe Courtney Act is perhaps gender fluid in a way, because it seems as though, I mean, I get that, like, Courtney Act is Shane Jennick's stage name as a drag queen, right? But then, like, I look at some of these and I'm like, are we sure they're not, like, kind of gender fluid in a way? In some way? It seems like some of them enjoy just living as their drag queen persona in certain respects, but I don't know. I'm not a drag queen. I can't speak to that end. But I do love Courtney Act as much as I hate the association with drag queens as a trans woman. Sorry, I'm just checking to make sure I haven't scratched myself to the point where I bleed. Can someone explain to me what a demigirl is, Noobnat? I'm curious because I keep seeing demigirl, demiboy, etc., etc., etc. Like, I don't know. Magic. Fuck ya. You got lipstick on my finger, you asshole. How dare you? And thank you for giving a heck about the fact that you got lipstick on my finger, you asshole. Dissociation. What do you mean? What do you mean dissociation, swag mate? Dissociation what? That's a word. I know what it means. But beyond that, you can't. It's out of context. You're a gender abolitionist. Hand in your genders. Give me all your genders. You're not allowed to have them. One of these days, I should really vocal train. I was sitting in Mona Piper's stream earlier, and she was talking about vocal training, and I'm just like, I really should focus on gender training, on vocal training, so that I should focus on vocal training because I have a bit of dysphoria around my voice, but it's not too bad. A demigirl is a trans person who identifies as a girl like 95% of the time. Oh, I see. What was that tweet again? There's only one gender and it's mine. You can't have it. Under the gender fluid spectrum. There we go. Give me all your genders. And then buy a ring from... What's it called? From Outer Peace Gear. So you too can represent your gender fluidity or what have you. My gender doesn't exist. Please don't refer to me. Like, I'm reminded of that. I finally finished Tara Moss's book, by the way. So fucking good. I'm reminded of that point that she mentions in the book about how feminism is about, like... the quote was not by Tara Moss herself. The quote was by someone she was quoting. But the idea was like, do you have a vagina? And if so, do you want to be in control of it? And if yes, you're a feminist right now. And then she extrapolated to say she didn't agree with the whole if you have a vagina bit. But I think, you can... The problem is, that phrasing came from a time when being trans wasn't as broadly known and accepted in society. And I think there were certainly attitudes about feminism. And feminism being a dirty word is another discussion I would like to get into at some point. I'd like to discuss feminism in depth, but I haven't really prepared anything for it. But it's interesting to see how... I don't know. Hang on a second. Let me read chat and sort of try to regain my thoughts, because I had a thought that I was going to attach to that, but I've lost it. The most popular drag queen in the UK, Lily Savage, eventually after he had a heart attack, not a drag attack, dropped the personal and was in guy clothing for his evening TV show on primetime, but still is camp and saucy. Sounds pretty good. Mum said it's my turn with the gender. Still can't wrap your head around it, so it makes you wonder if that's how people feel about you're being gender flux. Maybe. More under the NB spectrum now that you mention it. I still can't even, like... I get that my NB friends exist. I get being non-binary. But at the same time, I don't. Like, I guess that's my own internalized transphobia in a way. I mean, not transphobia. I don't have any disdain towards NB people, but there's this concept in my head of, like, I'm not quite sure I grasp it, and I make little connections of, like, oh, well, being NB must mean this, or must mean that, or... But then I realize I don't have the lived experience of being an NB to really grasp it properly. This cream moment, don't make me call the police again on my looks. You love the headband? I like the headband. It's nice, isn't it? Never feel like you can wear them because you have a fat head. This one's nice and wide, so it fits nicely. But there's a few over there that I really like wearing that dig into the sides of my skull. It's fucking insane. I mean, I watched enough Jim Sterling to understand that being NB, like, at its base level, you just respect someone's gender identity. And if they're they, them, they're they, them. That's it. Or someone like Doe, for example, who goes by it pronouns. And I think Doe does not specifically identify as non-binary. I'm actually not sure what its I'm actually not sure what its gender technically is, if it even has one. That's an interesting thought I've got to ask it at some point. Need your sports headband. Your eyebrows are not big enough to keep the sweat on your eyes. Oh, goodness. I've been at that point where I've been so sweaty that it's actually dripping into my eyes. And I'm like, what is this bullshit? This is counteracting my performance. I can't handle it. There's a lot of identity stuff where you don't get it, but you take an angle of, I don't need to get it to respect it. Bingo. See, this is the thing. I don't understand why so many people take umbrage with the idea that someone has a different identity to what they're used to. Right? My pronoun is comrade. My pronoun is patriot. From now on, when we're referring to Festa, we have to refer to comrade by comrade. Specifically. And this is the thing, like, I think trans people are allowed to... This is the amusing part, right? How do we feel about trans allies making pronoun jokes? Because my best friend and I, we do tend to make a few pronoun jokes. I take the piss out of myself sometimes. But one of her favorite jokes is my pronouns are that cunt. Which, I love that joke. Yeah, I allow Jacinta. Jacinta's got the trans equivalent of an N-word pass. She's got a pronoun pass. Yeah, I think it depends on the context. Like, in that circumstance, she's not trying to make fun of trans people. As long as they're in good taste in the company of people who are okay with them, yeah. And on that subject, I wanted to raise this discussion on the subject of the N-word. I mentioned the N-word, right? And I had this thought earlier while I was on my walk because I didn't bring my headphones with me, so I was just listening to cars driving past. So I had time to just think out loud while I was walking along. Little twitch. Your bestie has a pass with me with all things trans. Freaking nice. That's what we like to hear. Your American ass is tired, Radio Jaeger. Have a good one. Have a good one. Just remember there's trans vampires and what we do in the shadows. I've heard good things about that. I'll have to check it out. But there's an interesting thought I had earlier, right? Because I'm a big proponent of social free speech. What I refer to... Yeah, that wasn't a good one. Hang on. How's that? Anyway. There's this... We talk about free speech, right? And I've discussed the concept of free speech before. So, legal free speech... protected speech, not protected speech, like the protected right of free speech is something that's intrinsically an American idea. I don't believe there are any other countries in the world that have a constitutional right to free speech. And like Australia doesn't. Technically speaking, Australia doesn't have a constitutional right to free speech. What it means in the context of America is that you can say anything you want about the government and the government cannot arrest you for it. The government cannot repress your views. You know, the government is not allowed to say to you, you can't say that, you cannot criticize your government. You know, that's the whole idea behind free speech, right? So a lot of people misinterpret that. However, hang on. I'm a little bit sniffly. I wanted to open up the discussion around the concept of social free speech, which is the idea, like, for example, where people like Destiny keep defending the idea that white people should be allowed to say the N-word. I don't know why they need so desperately to die on this hill, but there are a number of white people who desperately want the right to say the N-word. And my personal viewpoint on this, right, in the subject of social free speech, my viewpoint is, technically, yes, no matter your race, no matter your disability, no matter your gender, no matter what, you should be allowed to, technically, say whatever the hell you want, but by the same token, anyone else can say whatever they want back to you. That's the ideal free speech situation, but there's a lot of people out there who cannot handle the concept of someone disagreeing with them, right? I'm being cancelled. But to that end, if Oz had that constitutional right, then Friendly Geordie's situation would have had Baralara being dragged over the coals by now. Exactly. It's absolute governmental oppression. Always viewed it as free speech, but not speech that is free from consequences. Bingo, that's it. That's the nail in the head there. There are so many people out there who say, like, I've seen so many discussions where someone will be confronted on their ideas and they'll revert to, what happened to my free speech? Like, the amount of times I've seen someone get absolutely ratioed for a shit take on Twitter, and you'll look in the replies and they've said, oh, I've got freedom of speech, you can't stop me. And it's like, no one's stopping you is the thing. But there's 37,000 people telling you you're wrong, right? Is the difference here. If you have freedom of speech, so does everybody else in the discussion, right? And I do agree, hate speech should not be covered under free speech. And when I say hate speech, here's the thing. How far do we take the idea of hate speech? Is it just someone calling me a tranny? Because someone calling me a tranny is not that big of a deal to me personally, because it's just a word. If that's all they do and they move on with their lives, I'm not exactly at risk. If they start saying that trannies should all be strung up on ropes, then that's a bit different. That's an absolute measure of hateful speech. That's almost inciting action, expressing an opinion that a certain group should suffer violently is outright hate speech. Ruby Red, welcome to the Rogue Room. This is a very hefty discussion. Help, I'm suffering the very predictable consequences of my hateful actions. How are you, Ruby? I hope you're well. When it comes to legal stuff, you'll defend people's rights to say what they want. For example, the fact that Count Dankula was prosecuted over his pug responding to Sieg Heil and watching Hitler speeches video is frankly fucking ridiculous. Yeah, exactly. Saw my Facebook post. Oh, thank you for coming to support. Hate Twitter for the reason it acts like the Vatican v's Galileo. Sometimes popular opinion is massively wrong. Well, I mean, yes. And that's the thing. You are freely allowed to disagree with whatever the popular opinion is. And one of the major issues, like on the inverse of what we were just saying, right? So somebody says something absolutely stupid and dumb, and then a mass of people flock to that person and tell them they're wrong, right? Good situation. When someone says something like, here's a good example. Recently I saw a post that was like, I don't want to date any women who would make the first move. That's a masculine trait. I think I tweeted it with something like, fellas, is it gay to be straight? And in that circumstance where everyone would absolutely body the person, it'd be that kind of scenario where you're like, well, yeah, they kind of deserve that. On the inverse, though, there are some people who will spread hateful opinion, and the way they will do it is not they'll just post a tweet. Let's just keep it in the context of Twitter for now, but, you know, you can use that to extrapolate to society. Especially given that, you know, Twitter and other social media of the sort are a same breeding ground for social discourse, especially in a world where a lot of people aren't allowed to interact person to person. Anyway, what was I going to say? Fuck. On the other end of things, if you take that free speech thing, I posted my selfies recently, and I'm gonna check it now. I want to see, so, like, by the same token, right? By the same token of ratioing someone, it's such a meme on Twitter, right? The idea of ratioing somebody. I posted these pictures a little while back, a couple of days ago. Where are they? Blah 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 blah. And we discussed the guy. We discussed this guy, right? Remember this? I posted this thing, and this guy posted this thing. I've reported his Twitch account, by the way, because you don't get to death threat me. And then the actual post itself is still up, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, look at this. By the same idea of the ratio, look at odd. There's 161 comments there, but there were like 80 plus quote tweets, right? Which was all the same kind of trend. So like, this has been ratioed because I got I'll find the thing. Hang on. Lucky I don't post lewds. There's his name there. Gork2000 is his Twitch name. I've already reported him. A bunch of my friends and followers have reported him. Because you don't get to come into my replies and tell me you're going to kill me, right? But this is obviously supposed to be a flirty post, right? You go to bed and she's waiting for you, and it's supposed to be like, hi, I'm your Amazonian GF. Come to bed, sweetheart, so I can give you a cuddle in my big muscle arms. And then that guy posted that death threat. Outright death threat. And then I'm not going to scroll. Oh, there we go. 236 quote tweets. So it just kept going. I've turned notifications off. I haven't paid attention to it. By the same token, all of those people who are quote tweeting and replying and all that think that they're right because of the numbers of it. right? Because of how many responses they've got. They think they're in the right because of that. Even though I just posted a thirst trap. Like, thanks for the engagement, fuckwits, but I don't care what you have to say anymore. You make my Twitter account look nice. You know, look, this has got lots of numbers. And I think that particular post got brigaded by Kiwi Farms or something like that. Because they've latched onto my name now. They know who I am. So I fully expect more trolls. I like being hit on, but I don't like being hit on. Ambivalency to human contact is a bitch. Yeah, that cunt. Anyway, I've received word from Twitch. Not word from Twitch. I reported him, and they said we've received your report, but I haven't got any actual, any confirmation he's being banned. His account is still up. But yeah, I reported his Twitter. I reported his Twitch and I sent them a link to the tweet, which is still up. Because how anyone could look at that as anything but an outright explicit death threat is beyond me. Like I could have posted that and then posted it so it was only to my followers, right? But I don't want to do that because there are a number of cool people who my followers are following or interacting with. So the thing about Twitter is, like, if someone likes something or someone retweets something or whatever, their followers can see it. So the idea, of course, is that I want my followers to share my post, and thus it gets more interaction, because it'll be introduced to new faces. You're scrolling down, such and such liked this, and there's my thirst trap. And my ambition with posting that was, let's get a few fun replies in the comments. Let's just, have fun with this. I'm not trying to cause anyone any harm. I was never at any circumstance trying to insinuate that I was a home invader, right? But in my view, his response kicked off that entire thing where I got brigaded by just a bunch of transphobes posting the most obscene, heinous shit. I just got sick of blocking them, so I turned off the notifications and they can just go wild, whatever. Don't look at the post, save yourself the trouble. But on the inverse of it, if we want to talk about ratioing for a second, let's just talk. If they value being ratioed so much, right? If they value the idea of ratioing so much, let's do something really quickly. Actually, I want to do this, and then I'll try to focus on a particular topic. Let's talk about ratioing, hey? Shall we? Shall we talk about ratioing? I posted this on Twitter, and yeah, as you can see, 161 comments, most of those transphobic, 242 retweets, or more than likely quote tweets, most of those transphobic, but only 76 likes. However, if we go to my Reddit profile, and where I posted, I posted this one on Flex and Lesbians, but I also posted the same photo on R-Trans, and I have 3.2k upvotes. And 290 comments. All of those are positive. I've gone through them. I've combed through with a fine-tooth comb. Ratio that, you fucking cunts. Anyway. The whole concept of ratioing somebody. And yes, I'm a JoJo character, apparently. I've never watched the show. Anyway. If you want to try ratioing me, try harder, you fucking losers. Wonder why queer people tend to surround themselves with other queer people. Super weird, that, isn't it? That's strange how that happens. Anyways, let's talk some more news. Actually, I kind of want to go back to this story. I kind of want to see what the New York Post has to say about this. Okay, hang on a second. Excuse me while I cough my lungs up. But yeah, like, that's honestly a very good point, or Abby, what is it, Draco? Think your response is the proper way for a guy to respond. What is it? Oh, Hecklin, thank you for the clip. Ratio that, you fucking cunts. I'm going to download that later and turn it into a clip, and anytime somebody tries to ratio me, I'll just respond with that clip. Anyway, it's a good sound alert. Yeah, it is. We should do that. Hello, Amelia. How you doing? The same when you had your say on things online when people would use any pictures to belittle me. You just laughed at how pathetic they are. That's why you don't post pictures of yourself. Hang on. And still fully boy mode in public, too scared of the potential harassment to even want to attempt. I can understand that. I totally understand that. On the fun side of that, though, yeah, like, as Roosters is posted there, one of the idiots on Kiwi Farms took a photo of me, posted it, and did a whole bunch of misgendering and linked to like a bunch of other shit of mine, and all this, and it was a cute fucking photo. I wasn't wearing makeup, and I was just sort of chilling out casual in some I'm sitting at home doing nothing kind of apparel. I looked adorable. The dude was trying to trash on me and call me a man when I looked fucking adorable. And I kind of wish I could have responded with like, thank you for picking such a cute photo of me. Like, you can't insult me when I'm posting my own selfies and being proud of how I look. I'm happy with those photos. You can't deride me with them. Then this person's famous. So hang on, where were we? Have I missed something? Where were we? So then this person's fan base threatened to dox the bloke you were talking to. Family, anyone who followed me, unless I apologized for my whiteness and refused, and just deleted the account. That's why I think Twitter is a horrible place. Oh, I see. Hello, Kiara. How you doing? I always look adorable. I do. I'm gorgeous. Thanks for the inadvertent heads up. So anyways, what were we saying? Your response was give her head pats and tell her she's valid. Yes, indeed. That's a good one. Yeah, Kiwi Farms is a horrible, horrible place. It's truly reprehensible. Literally led to people killing themselves. Honestly, just a bunch of hateful internet sociopaths with way too much free time. Yeah. And that's the thing, right? This comes back to the psychology we were talking about earlier. These people have nothing going on. The people on Kiwi Farms are boring people. They are uninteresting people. Nobody would spend a moment with these people in real life. That's what you have to remind yourself. These people have got entirely too much free time that they spend harassing other people online for any perceived unusual trait or whatever, by their own definition. They are sick and miserable people whose only purpose is to cause others the harm they are already experiencing. They're not socially adjusted, right? Because they're insufferable cunts, basically, at the end of the day. To put it to you as bluntly as I possibly can, nobody wants to spend time with these people. Nobody wants to give them any attention. You know? So they notice that they always scurry away to some dark corner of the internet. And they only crawl out to big public spaces like Twitter infrequently in these big hate raids. Because they know that they're not an acceptable group of people. They're projecting. Their harassment led to a long-time SNES emulator. Yeah, I heard about this. I heard about the SNES emulator developer committing suicide, which is terribly unfortunate. And I read the story about them. I don't know if I have the link to the Twitlonger that someone posted about that person, but it's an awful, awful story. But since the new hate speech laws that are coming here in New Zealand should hopefully sort that shit out. This is the problem, right? Is the moment you start introducing laws that protect certain people from certain hate speech, right? Is the moment that a bunch of people start springing up this stupid notion of compelled speech. They'll say, oh, this is exactly like Nazi Germany. They're trying to control what we can and can't say. It's like, here's the point I want them to think about, those people who are so desperate to have their right to hate speech. Why is it that they so desperately want the right to spread hateful vitriol? You know? Why does it bother you so much that countries are introducing laws to prevent you from saying things that can outright kill people? You know? We're no longer living in a world where it's like, sticks and stones may break my bones, but words can never hurt me. That's never been true. That has never been true, because suicide has always existed, and suicide has always been a result of social constructions. Suicide has always existed as a result of social norms, and certain people being socially undesirable. Right? That's why people commit suicide, because they feel as though there is something about them that does not align with the rest of society. Pretty huge anti-trans campaign happening on Twitter at the moment. I am not surprised at all. I think I retweeted something earlier about this whole anti-trans thing. Where were we? Where is it? Where did I when did I post it? It was very, very recently. This thing. Like, this is just part of this whole thing that's going on at the moment. If we continue down the route of... so here's this thing. So Chester Women's Aid is we believe in the right of all women to live free from fear and abuse, supporting women and families in Chester and Ellesmere Port area. I think that's in the UK. I'm not certain. But they've just said... CWA wishes the Chester Women's March a safe and impactful event tonight. We have decided not to participate as there will be a specific declaration when reading out the list of women killed by men's violence that we recognize and include trans women in our protest. CWA is an inclusive organization and we believe there is no excuse for domestic abuse. While domestic abuse disproportionately affects straight women in heterosexual relationships, no one is immune regardless of gender, race, ability, ethnicity, sexual preference, educational background, or socioeconomic status. When we call for an end to violence against women, we mean all women. We are working hard to raise awareness of domestic abuse, support survivors of every stripe, and make Chester a domestic abuse-free city. And then, look at this, you need to change the name of your organization. Why? Nice extrapolation there. And then this person says, this is shameful. Men are not at risk no matter how they identify, which is fucking backwards, and here's why. Because, whether you like it or not, men definitely suffer abuse. Men absolutely suffer domestic abuse. It happens. Just trust me, it happens. Anyway, so dismissing and denying the abuse men face is reprehensibly ignorant, but again, this person, men are not at risk. She was calling trans women men. She was absolutely calling trans women men. It's an outright denial of reality. Idiots. Men are just supposed to suck it up and man up. That's absolutely the case. Twitter was directly linked to the suicide of August Ames as the purposeful misinterpretation of tweets. The online harassment led to her suicide. I forgot about the August Ames situation. I've forgotten like the details of it. I can't recall the details of the August Ames situation. I don't even know. Was August Ames the adult actress? I didn't want to say the other word because it felt a little bit unsavory. Sorry, I'm trying to get my slippers on. Went one step further. Instead of having TERFs highlighted in a different color, you just use a massive block list. That would be good, but let me bring this up as well. Let me bring this to the discussion as well. If I can find it really quickly. I posted this recently, which I didn't post this, but I posted this on Facebook. This thing, right? Let me just open this in a new tab so I'm not exposing myself. This tweet is exactly why I don't just go straight up block list. Okay, this is why I don't go straight up block list. Because harassment is wrong, Tim, and unlike you, I'm not willing to ignore men who harass women. Now, of course, MRAS there is just trying to point that out from the perspective of men harassing women, which happens a lot, duh. And also, there's my titty fund if you want to help contribute to the $8,000 I need for boobies. Because gender dysphoria. Anyway, like, in that specific circumstance, Feminist Next Door is referring to the fact that there is obviously a lot of harassment towards women. And in the same vein, I have somehow found myself in the position of being a transgender activist. And being that transgender people, like, when did this happen, by the way? Being that transgender people routinely face a ton of harassment, I find that I particularly want to speak out against these negative attitudes rather than just block them and ignore them and pretend they don't exist. Because people like that person I responded to are not just some troll on the internet. They're not just some bot that's being a TERF stereotype. That's a real person. But there are a lot of bots on there, and you can usually tell because they're low-effort posts, right? But there are a lot of people out there who legitimately believe gender-critical ideology to the point where they are actively in favor of legislation against transitioning people. And that's where my stance is like, I would like to block them and, you know, have the peace of mind of never having to interact with them. But if I do that, I'm doing everyone that follows me a disservice. I'm the one using Shinigami. I am using Shinigami Eyes. I'm the one person using Shinigami Eyes. Yeah. Which might have a built-in auto block function, but I won't do that. And on that note, like there's a lot of people out there who do use block lists for valid reasons. Like, again, if I was someone who just wanted to get on with my life and chill out and not have to worry about all the harassment online, I'd probably just go a block list. And then I could just post my selfies on Twitter and get on with my day. Because quite honestly, whenever I post a selfie on Twitter, it's one of my best performing posts. I don't know if Shinigami Eyes has a block function, but yeah, whenever I just realized I've scrolled past my sexy post several times, but luckily you can't really see anything in the little thumbnails. Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, I don't want to block people, generally speaking, unless they're just an annoying prick. Unless they're just an annoying 4chan Kiwi Farms troll that is just... And this is the thing, right? Like, somebody recently posted something to the effect of, trolling used to be, you just lost the game, or some, like, quirky little meme where, like, you know, once it used to be, like, Ligma. He's a ninja got diagnosed with Ligma. Ligma balls. Like, it's so... Trolling used to be silly and fun, and now... trolling has become just outright abuse and hate campaigns and encouraging people to kill themselves. And to be honest, I think that attitude's always been on the internet, especially going back to the days when there was significantly less moderation, like back in the early 2000s. But nowadays, it's much, much more prominent, it seems. Like these attitudes of, like, you've seen people coming in here telling me to kill myself all the fucking time. And I'm dead to it at this point. I don't acknowledge it. I don't even consider those things because I know they're just ignorant morons, you know. But it's honestly upsetting how I couldn't find a place that's about, you know, genuine, fun, quirky, haha, gotcha, practical joke kind of trolling. Trolling now is abuse, effectively. She was an adult star who basically wanted a very new to the business actress about doing a pan scene without condoms in south of the border, as the AIDS testing in Brazil isn't as accurate as Los Angeles, and this sensible advice was purposely misinterpreted that she was anti-LGBT. It was bullied by hundreds of people who were also attempting doxing and reported to the police with the dog pile, and she committed suicide. Yeah. I remember now. Yeah. Never been provocative or interesting enough to have a troll. That's kind of the thing, isn't it? Is the people who are trolling, generally speaking, are themselves not provocative or interesting enough. They go after people far more interesting than them. I have 56 viewers right now. These trolls have never had the attention of this many people in their life. I grew up on 4chan in the mid-2000s. Yeah, like, I know it was bad. I know there was definitely a bad period, but I distinctly remember, right, a time, and maybe this is just my own experience. But, by the way, Hofmeister, yes, my cock is absolutely a monster hog, way bigger than yours, for the record. As I was going to say, let me think for a second. Where were we? My sweater and headband combo, thank you. They're adorable, aren't they? I love this. This is great. I could just live in this headband, but I'm worried if I wear it too much, I'm going to end up breaking it, and then I'll just die. I love this headband so much. It's special. And look. Listen to that ASMR. Anyways. They're like little fake pearls or something. I don't know what they are, but they're pretty cute. It's a shame that when I zoom my camera in, it doesn't get any more detail because it's the Logitech C922 and the camera I want is like $1,000+ anyway. Can you make an observation? Yes, you can. You realized recently that the last few women you've met on dating apps were trans women. You don't know if you're more attractive to trans girls or if it's just pure coincidence. Could just be coincidence. There's that laugh. I'm glad you like it. It's the most unoriginal form of heckling. However, if people can actually break into a good insult bit, you don't mind to watch. Had a friend named Jay who could do that. Well, there you go. That's good. But yeah, I was going to say, I distinctly remember a point at which I was on, you know, some of the more prominent sites on the internet, and I'd never catch this kind of obscenely aggressive, outward, hateful, abusive trolling outside of their own echo chambers. Now it seems, especially in the last couple of years, I would estimate since the Trump administration began, there's been a lot of people just breaching the walls of those echo chambers and going all over the internet, spilling their bile everywhere. Like, there's just seemingly been these coordinated hate campaigns. I don't know. I can't say because I feel like my internet experience is vastly different to a lot of other people's. Don't so much mind trolling of the powerful, like Sacha Baron Cohen is basically a troll. Yeah, that's different. If you take, you know, the sort of stuff Sacha Baron Cohen does, that's punching up. That's comedy, right? That's a different thing, I guess. But it's hard to define what trolling is specifically, I suppose. Hello, Tim Jones. How you doing? They've been empowered politically, yeah. NB. There you go. Why is my hand so washed out? Anyway, thanks for the hydration. Also, we've been going for nearly 2 hours. I haven't run a single ad roll, and I don't know if I'm going to. I can't be bothered. Fuck it. Might even take the ad break button off my stream deck, because I'll run it during, like, the break segments. I think it's a thing to be attracted to non-cis people. It definitely is. Like, don't get me wrong. There's certainly, I'm attracted to trans people. I sort of vaguely consider myself... You weren't banned, you were timed out. But I'm confused by sometimes Daddy says no, but you are good. I'm confused by that one. But, you know, whatever that means. You lost your lipstick cross. Oh no! Somebody please gift a sub to Hecklin now. Instantly. Do it now. Somebody gift a sub to Hecklin, because Hecklin deserves it. Which I think I need to update my little lipstick cross to be a little bit more... relevant, because I'm losing the appeal of the pixel art thing. You might have noticed there's no more pixel art on this overlay, but like we've still got, say, this screen or this one. Like, this one still says Rogue BX over there. Like, I need to change my... Carolyn, thank you so kindly. You absolute legend. Enjoy that, Hecklin. Enjoy that sub. Like, I've got all these different pixel art scenes, and I'm like, I kind of don't care for them anymore. So I want to look into different art styles in, like, that I can do in GIMP or what have you. But yeah, like, this is what I kind of meant, right? By the fact that I think I'm pretty much pan, but I still just like the term lesbian. You know what I mean? Like, in terms of the fact that I am generally attracted to sapphic feminine types. You know, I consider myself a lesbian in the broadest sense, which generally doesn't just refer to cis women loving cis women. The term lesbian refers to sapphic people, right? So those who are feminine, who love feminine people. But some people have tried to misconstrue the term lesbian to just mean women love women, which it generally broadly is. And I consider myself a lesbian in that regard, in that 90% of the time I'm more than likely going to go for a woman, but that last 10% could be an NB or could be... This is the thing, I haven't met a man that meets the kind of standards that I would expect to date a man, so I don't particularly want to date men. Like, the remaining, let's say, like 90%, let's bump it up to 95% of the time I'm going to date a woman. And then, like, 4.5% of the time, I'd probably date an NB. Or even then, like, it's more like that I haven't met enough NBs to make a formal judgment in that regard, with regards to dating someone. And then, like, that tiny 0.5% of the time, maybe a dude, but it depends on very specific circumstances. Very, very specific circumstances regarding who they are as a person. So... chances are very unlikely I'd ever date a man, but fairly likely I might date an NB, or just someone who's gender non-conforming or anything like that, but more than likely going to be a woman if I ever end up in a relationship. The people I'm attracted to are chicks, you know. Homo-romantic pansexual, possibly. That might be a good way to phrase it. But again, I've mentioned this in the past, like, everyone can have all those extensive labels if they want. I just like the word lesbian. I don't give myself... I'm just a lesbian transgender woman. And generally speaking, I take the transgender part out of that. I am transgender, but I'm a lesbian woman. That's it. You know, those are the only labels I want to wear explicitly, you know, to everyone sort of thing. You feel like a girl, is that normal for a guy? Well, I mean, you said you have a beard and you're hairy. Let me show you something. If I can find it. Give me a second while I find this. Because... Actually, you know what? Twitter would probably be easier for this, but I'll scroll down anyway, and I'll find it. Let me show you something. While Twitter loads in. Hey, Bune, welcome to the Rogue Room. How are you doing, friend? What's going on? You said you were a bearded and hairy man. Well, according to you, you said you feel like a girl, but this is my my twin bro. Haven't seen him for about almost 11 months. He sort of went away, and this is me about 2 or 3 years ago. Honestly, I came out in about August of last year. Now I look like this. And goddamn, my abs look good there. I'm slowly starting to get that definition back, though, by the way. My weight's dropping, and I love it. I'm going to try to cut down to 67.5 kilos. 2 or 3 years. Yeah, that was when I was actually trying to look like this. Had the short, scruffy hair, the thick but trimmed beard, and big fucking arms, because, like, every day is arm day, you know. Yeah, my arms were... my arms are still massive. Like, not that big. But, nowadays, I mean, yeah, that's a, not the best angle to show off the size of my arms, but they are still pretty big. But yeah, like, it's honestly astounding to myself how much I've changed. You know, butch lesbian vibes. I should hope so. But, like, if you go back through my Instagram to the point where I started transitioning, you can see a definite change. But let me see. There's a point at which there's no more photos of me. Like, if you scroll back far enough on my Instagram, you'll notice there's no more photos of me, except there's, like, a photo of my legs. Here's a photo of my legs from prior to coming out. It's just a photo of legs. If we scroll back further and further and further and further, it's just a bunch of live posts, basically. There's my sister's cat, called Jasper. Isn't he adorable? This has nothing to do with anything. He's gorgeous. I love that cat. Here's a picture of my cousin's shirt that he made for me. You can tell I'm a lot bulkier there. We go back and back and back and back and back and back and back. Hairy legs. Here's a picture of me with a green shirt over my head. So I'm pulling a John Cena here. Here is more cat. Oh no. He's not with us anymore. That's Mickey. He's gone now. Sadly. I miss him. He was a good cat. Bit of a grumpy cunt, but he was a good cat. But then, yeah, we get back to, like, this point. You know? Pumping iron and all that sort of shit. Actually, like, this shot here, I feel like my arms are kind of comparable to how they are now. I feel like I haven't actually lost that much size. But generally speaking, yeah, like, I am proof you can go from one extreme to the other, I guess. Also, I don't have these pants anymore, and they are so comfy. Holy fuck, I got rid of those. I got rid of a ton of clothes when I came out and all that sort of stuff, and they're gone now. I hate it. Anyways, oh, what the fuck? Sorry. Hello, Surya. How you doing? New caretaker. What do you mean new caretaker? No, yeah, a new spiritual caretaker somewhere in another reality. We had to put him down. I can show you flexing, sort of, I think. Oh, I'm wearing a long sleeve t-shirt. Hang on. Let's see if I can pull this all the way up, because these sleeves are huge on this thing. But, like, actually, yeah, maybe I don't have anywhere near as much mass as I used to. Oh, goodness. Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, maybe I'm just delusional, but I've still got a bit of muscularity. Again, like, we could come back to that post I put up before. Now I've got to get this down. It's a very cozy top. Tim, welcome to the Rogue Room. Also, Suya, welcome to the Rogue Room. So not even a year on Ian, I've had a hell of a glow up. It helps when you look up to people like Samantha Lux and ContraPoints, and you're like, oh my god, they're gorgeous. I want to emulate how their makeup looks. So you start shifting what you're doing in that regard. But yeah, again, like, where is it? Excuse me. Sorry. No, not sorry. You're welcome. Enjoy that one. But yeah, again, coming back to this whole thing, you know, my arms are pretty nice. My body's pretty nice, I think. I like the way I look. And, like, yeah, I like to flex. I like to show off and all that sort of thing. But I think my physique looks a lot nicer nowadays. And I don't know how much of it, like, the way my body has changed as the HRT and how much of it is the weight loss. Because the pictures you just saw then were probably the best I've looked before I transitioned. I got rid of quite a few pictures towards the point where I did transition, where I had bulked up significantly and I was just bloated and ugly. Like I was dirty bulking towards the point where I finally came out. I was justifying eating big KFC meals to myself. I was saying, "Oh, I'm putting on mass. I'm lifting really heavy weights. It's okay. I can eat whatever I want." And I was getting really chunky. I had a double chin, and I look back at those photos of myself now, which I don't know if I have any from back in, like, say, last July-ish. But I hated the way I looked. And as soon as I came out, I immediately started losing weight. I immediately said to myself, I'm going to get thin and lean and get back to the body that I wanted in the first place. Instead of trying to count the go-mad. Not doing the go-mad. Oh, my God. Oh, gross. Is there a favorite clothing you have? Yeah, I can't believe go-mad's a real thing. Gallon of milk a day. Fucking hell. Bodybuilders are insane. Is there a favorite piece of clothing I have? Honestly, maybe not favorite. I was gonna get up and just get stuff out. I could, but the lighting doesn't really help with showing off certain clothes. So how about I scroll back up on my Instagram and we'll go through this, because I post a bunch of my outfits on here. Tamer, welcome to the Rogue Room. This coat, I haven't worn this on the stream yet, this outfit, but I'm gonna. Look at this outfit. This is, good lord. I mean, I like this look. Pair that with some nice goth makeup. Oh my god. Alucard vibes. Am I right? Alucard. Anyway, I particularly like this dress, this top, where it's like a just below the elbow sort of sleeve. I want more like that. They're really cozy and comfy to wear. This particular dress, if I can find the full photo of it, is one of my favorite dresses. This outfit I like. The pentagram dress. I love my makeup here. I don't know what I did here, but I love it. Obviously, I like my Cyberpunk jumper because I keep wearing the fucking thing and I've never played the game again. Once 2077 rolls around, we'll give it a crack. But until then, I'll keep waiting until I'm like 88 years of age. This thing, I love this outfit. This robe with the hood, with the droopy sleeves.
I see
Mona,
you
hello,
broadcasts.
you lovely person.
Welcome,
You. How are you doing?
friends.
Welcome to the Rogue Room, my friends. Somebody please type !WR in chat to welcome the raiders in. Hello, Sam with an F. Hello, Eddie Dingle. Hello, Mona. How did your stream go? How'd things wrap up for you? Welcome, Raiders, to the Rogue Room, hosted by yours truly, Abigail Beck. This is a place of acceptance, learning, and growth. Please be kind to yourselves and each other while you're here. That's the only reason I actually posted, the only reason I made that command is so I could rattle that off effortlessly. Anyway, let me put my raid lights on because, you know, we gotta do the raid lights thing. Pretty colors, because it's a gay stream for the gays. Oh, anyway. So you were doing some Mario the Lost levels. I was watching you before. Everyone should go follow Mona. Mona is fantastic. Can I just say that right now? Mona is fantastic. A lovely person through and through. An absolutely tremendous streamer. Very entertaining. Very engaging. Awesome hair color. Awesome emotes as well. Thank you, Weirdbeards. This is a very gay stream. I'm ashamed that I can't set my portal gun to cycle through pride colors. A gay stream for the gays? What? We were actually just talking about earlier, like with regards to the kind of abuse that trans people and gay people face, generally speaking. How weird it is that all the queer people tend to gravitate towards one another. How strange is that? that we tend to seek each other out in terms of companionship and company and community. Almost like we're standing together in solidarity against a world that doesn't like us or something. Oh, goodness. Gravity is gay, too. Yes, it is. What else is there? Oh, okay. I can't show that photo on stream. That's very, very lewd. Oh, my goodness. Like, it's not lewd, but it's not safe for Twitch. There is a particular outfit. I wonder if I can show it off. This dress. We were just going through my Instagram and showing off outfits. I love this dress. This is my black, sleek dress. It's such a powerful thing to wear. Jeed, hello, how you doing? Should give Surviving Mars as a game option as you can play, and because it's a god game, you don't need massive focus. Okay. A god game or a good game? The battle dress. Anyway, let me just make sure I'm not... Oh, and here's me and my two besties. There's me and my two besties. Love her. Oh, this outfit. I haven't worn this in a while, actually. This outfit. This is my tomboy shit. Like, Button Mashu. Welcome to the Rogue Room. Also, whoever I've missed, hang on, let me see if there's... Have we gotten any new followers? Eddie Dingle and Sam with an F. Okay, that's it. Okay. I'm just making sure I haven't missed anyone. Yeah, I love this outfit. This little... Whatever that little tartan top. Or whatever it's called. And these grey denim shorts. Just this look. If it was not so freezing cold at the moment, I'd be getting around in this. It looks so fucking cool. I feel like such a badass wearing that outfit. Anyway... I keep almost bumping my starting soon screen. Here's that outfit again. And honestly, I wish it was socially acceptable to get around with a replica sword strapped to your back, but sadly it's not. What else have we got? This denim look. This used to be, like, not this picture in particular, but... this outfit in particular, including, that is a denim headband, for the record. That's a torn denim headband. And this denim one piece thing. My ex said to me I want to find a pair of denim shoes to go with it, to fit to complete the fit. My ex said to me I think it was our son's birthday, to wear something masculine, or wear something at least a little bit more unisex, which is just masculine, let's face it. Because otherwise I'd make her dad uncomfortable. So I wore this. I thought denim and leather is pretty masculine, isn't it? So... I'm a cunt. Anyway, but this thing, I don't know if I can show this. I might not risk it. It's pretty close to lingerie almost. But it's such a beautiful outfit. It's so angelic, and Queen Grace, your name has inspired me. It's a very graceful look. But if you want to go scroll through my Instagram and just guess to yourself which one I'm thinking of. But yeah, I've got quite a few outfits that I'm very fond of. Oh, here's more of the purple dress. Not really the best look. I can't find a good photo of it. Because all of them, I stopped, I haven't taken any... earlier photos. I'm trying to find like the purple crosshatch dress. Anyway, love that outfit. Thank you. I love all my outfits. I put effort into how I look. I can't find it. Oh well. So those who know me, those who've been hanging out for a while, know the purple tartan dress that I've got, and I'll wear it tomorrow night if you want to see it. I don't want to go and change my outfit now, because that'd be awkward, but, you know. Snowfall, welcome to the Rogue Room. Having your first hair appointment since October of 2019 on the 30th. Ooh, exciting. What are you doing with your hair? I need to look up a hairstyle, because I want to get this done. I love my hair, I do, but I want to do something with it. And I don't know what I want to do with it yet, because, like, my hair's honestly quite long now and quite, not thick, but it looks a lot nicer than it used to. And I want to get it styled, but I don't know what to do with it. I like the idea of having a fringe, like the hair is like sort of combed over the forehead, but I don't know what I would have to do to get that sort of look. So maybe I can, so maybe I can talk to a hairdresser or something. But also, big exciting news. Ignoring the fact that I'm trying to fund my boobs getting done. As soon as As soon as everything's open again. Not bangs, not bangs. I want a fringe. Like kind of a... Some of you are going to hate me for this. Some of you are going to hate me for this. I know some of you are going to hate me for this. Look, I hate to simp, and I hate to be one of those kind of people, but Shoe on Head's hair is goals, okay? And just Shoe on Head's appearance in general. She's gorgeous. Anyway, I love her hair, is the point I'm making. She does have very pretty hair. I don't think... Her hair is obviously much, much, much thicker than mine, so I don't think I'd be able to pull that off. Dye it red. I was considering either maroon or purple, honestly. Yeah, Shoe on Head is unreasonably attractive, is the word. Not cute af. Unreasonably attractive is the word I'd use. And yes, she's basically political Boxy at this point. Who, by the way, I think Boxy is still around to some extent. My pronouns are she, her. Speaking of boobs, right after you started streaming earlier, I missed you getting stabbed in the nipple by a cow. Oh no. Oh no, that's awful. Oh gosh. Oh goodness. Now I'm wincing in pain and it hasn't even happened. I've nicked myself with the razor. Not today, recently. But I was like, when that happened, I was like, I know what I've just done. I don't want to look at it. There is a pronouns command, but it's exclamation mark Abby tells you my pronouns. Exclamation mark pronouns tells you about the pronouns extension. I should change that. But yeah, as soon as I can. Once I'm like hopefully eventually done with the face laser, I'm going to start doing chest. I can't do both at once, so I need to like be finished with one and then move on to the next. Anyway, and the thing is like I mostly want to just get my torso done, face done. I honestly don't care about getting laser on the rest of my body. I'm not that fussed. You know, I just want... And like, the idea of body hair being unacceptable is already rooted in misogyny in the first place. But I don't want to shave this area in particular.
Enjoy your
Or
membership.
this area. Evie, welcome to the Rogue Room and thank you for the Prime sub. You absolute legend, you. Oh. Oh my god, Niz. Holy shit. Welcome, Evie. How you doing? So yeah, my pronouns are she, her. You like upper surgery? That's not bad. That's not bad at all. I mean, I'm going to be completely open book with you folks about this. I'm going to get top surgery. Obviously, the goal at the moment is to get top surgery. So if you would like to contribute, exclamation mark goal, and also like any subs, bits, or whatever are going to the goal as well. But yeah, like I'm trying to raise $8,000 so I can apply to get top surgery done. That's the first trans surgery I'm going to be getting done is getting my top surgery done. And I've said to the surgeon, I want them big enough that anything I'm wearing, you can tell I've got boobs. Like, that's what I want, right? And then the next one is Orchi. I want to get Orchi, which is get the balls cut off. I don't have dysphoria around my enormous hog, my enormous 16-inch penis. Sorry, I'll stop. I don't have particular dysphoria around that, but I would like the option to tuck more effortlessly, which means get rid of these fucking marbles down here, please. I don't need them. I'm not producing testosterone. I'm blocking testosterone. I don't need the thing that makes testosterone, so get rid of it. Get rid of them. You know? But yeah, I don't have specific dysphoria around the penis. So I'm not fussed about getting full-on bottom surgery. But yeah, like after I get this done, my next big goal would be orchidectomy or orchiectomy. I don't know if it's orchiectomy or orchidectomy. I don't know. I don't hate my face. I love my face. I don't want to get FFS because I love the way my face looks. There's no specific dysphoria around how I look. Mostly because so many people all the time tell me I look pretty. And I'm just going to live with that. I'm going to roll with that. Oh, goodness. You want it all gone? That's totally understandable, though. Should look up Julie Newmar, Catwoman, for ideas, and Shoe on Head has alopecia, so it's not all her hair, as it was something the alt-right, especially Brittany Venter, used to mock her for no longer being alt-right. Oh, really? I didn't know that. There's a thing. Maybe she's leaned into wigs or something. I don't know. I mean, her hair is gorgeous, but it very well could be just a very well-styled wig. And her hair always does look the same, so it could be a bit of a Tucker Carlson situation. Rin Vixen, welcome to the Rogue Room. And they're absolutely right. Yes, they are. Yes, the fuck they are. I'm going to take Sir Caitlin's approach on this. That when, yeah, Rin Vixen, welcome to the Rogue Room. How you doing? I'm going to take Sir Caitlin's approach on this. If someone tells me I'm hot, fuck yeah, I am. Thank you. Yeah, I know. You know? There you go, Soul Reaper. So, you know, I'm never going to act like, oh, please don't. I'm not. No, I am. I'm fucking gorgeous. And I fully accept and acknowledge that shit. You know? And every single one of you lot should do the same. Mona, you're gorgeous. Scoville, you're gorgeous. You're all gorgeous. You're all lovely. You're all whatever particular complimentary word you like. Just unwinding. Nice, nice. Been up to much today? I'm hot AF, to be honest. Thank you so kindly. Little Twitch Witch. Enjoy that lurk. You're all stunning. And, yeah. Have you seen me? Yeah, exactly. That's the attitude we want to see. Right? Can I call you weird looking? You're as weird looking as you want to be, Hecklin. You're all attractive. And I understand, like, believe me, I do understand. I spent, like, 31 years looking in the mirror hating how I looked. Well, I probably didn't do it when I was a baby, but... Honestly, here's a few things that I've noted. Here's a few things from my childhood on that subject that I remember distinctly that are now, I realize are now dysphoric things. When I was a young kid, I had seen all the men in the family had hairy arms and, like, when they would wear a tank top, hairy chests and all that. I was deathly afraid of becoming hairy. I didn't want facial hair. I didn't want any of that. So that should have been a hint. I never wore, like, whenever it was time to go to the beach or the swimming pool or anything like that, I always had to be wearing a rash top. Always had to be wearing a shirt. I didn't like people seeing my upper half. What else was there? There were numerous points throughout my childhood and teen years and all that where I grew my hair out.
You are
specifically, too kind. Evie. Thank you for gifting a sub to Rin, you absolute legend, you. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. What does that put us at? I think that'll actually put us at... Either that was the 23 subs, or that will be 24, which puts us 20... Yeah, there we go, 24. That puts us one away from our daily sub goal, which was 5 originally, but then we got just subs thrown at us, and now we're at 24. Good lord. Excuse me. Thank you so kindly. Thank you so much. What else was there? So there was the fear about body hair as a kid, the wearing a shirt all the time. A few times distinctly I remember wearing, like, my parents' shirts or something like that as a sort of a dress, and I would, like, role play in certain little games we would play as kids as a girl character. Like, there was moments I remember with regards to, like, we were role playing Crash Bandicoot. I was playing Coco. Why was a little boy playing Coco Bandicoot, I wonder? And then as a teenager, I didn't like to have hair on my face, so I always shaved. Oh, no, actually, for a good long while there, I didn't shave my face. So I had that scraggly bum fluff shit going on. Disgusting. If you ever see a teenage boy and he's got that, like, pubic hair on his face, tell him to shave. For his own sake. Until it grows in properly. Save him the embarrassment. There's a photo of me when I was like 15-ish. Had never shaved in my life. I want to vomit every time I see it. But shortly after I did figure out how to shave, I started growing my hair long for a good while there. And then I got towards like 18, 19, 20. I started leaning heavily into goth fashion. Like, I really wanted to start filling my wardrobe up with goth fashion. And a lot of gothic fashion leans on stuff like lace and corsetage and straps and leather and big tall boots that had heels and platforms. I never got that deep into it though. I got like 1 or 2 outfits that were a little bit more raver than goth. But generally speaking, gothic fashion tends to lean androgynous. So I was already sort of bending heavily in that direction. There were a few things where I was like, I really want to buy some of these kind of outfits because they look so good on that girl, but they probably wouldn't look that good on me with my man body. Now I realize what the problem was. Like, I'm looking back and I'm reflecting on all these things and I'm like, oh, I get it. Now, keep in mind, Abigail sort of came to me when I was in my mid-teens or early teens. Anywhere from like the age of 13 to about 16 is when I started to self-discover and started to have these intense What would be the phrase? Not like lucid dreams, but definitely dreams where you are so invested in it that you wake up and you feel intense disappointment. You wake up and you're like, oh, I'm back to this life. And there were so many dreams where I woke up just a regular teenage girl, goes up to breakfast there's mum making breakfast. She goes, how's my darling girl this morning? And I'd put on my school dress and I'd go off to school and I'd have fun with my girlfriends at school. I had this whole image in my head of like, I wanted to just live the life I was living, but as a girl. And then there was a webcomic I found where somebody woke up one day and like, I think the storyline was that like God misfiled their gender or something, or one of the angels or whatever. So they woke up and they were the wrong gender. So they went from a boy to a girl. And I got super invested in that comic. I was like, wow. And then I remember telling my cousin at the time, well, he's still my cousin, that hasn't changed. I remember telling him, I want to write a story that's kind of similar to this. Isn't that weird? Isn't that weird, the idea of writing a story where a boy becomes a girl? What's that about? I think that'd be an interesting story to tell, don't you? So many fucking hints. Only took me forever to figure it out. Good lord. This is fun. Egg IRL. I wish I had discovered that kind of stuff way earlier. Honestly, I wish, like, way back when I was a teenager, I wish I had discovered areas of the internet like that where it was like, they're just openly talking about transness. And the thing is, like, it wasn't an unfamiliar concept. I had heard of, for example, an auntie who used to be an uncle or something like that. I never tried to pull it off or anything like that. No. You were in love with your music teacher in school, thought you were bi, then you met your first trans girlfriend, thought you were just weird. After that, you started dating NB persons, figured you were pan, parents confused, friends vanished, cats accepting and loving. We like cats. Cats are good. I know what you mean, yes. Funnily enough, I don't use it anymore. The equipment doesn't work, so fuck it. Anyway, Hecklin, thank you so kindly for showing everybody my social media. If you would like to follow me on Twitter, join my Discord, subscribe to my YouTube channel, follow my Instagram, which we were just looking at before. Or there's also a Facebook page for the stream. If you want to jump on all them social medias, that'd be awesome. It's all up to you if you are on any of those. I have a TikTok as well, same thing, the Abigail Beck. But I don't use it much. I need to find more stuff to say on TikTok. I don't know what people want on TikTok. Like, I could look at my TikTok now and I don't have many views. And I've heard it's good for growth. I've heard it's good for, like people discovering your content and stuff. But I don't know what to put on there. And I've got 25 followers. So it's like, it's not... Most of them, I think, are people who already follow me elsewhere. But if you want to follow me on TikTok, the Abigail Beck is the name there. Anyway, I am about to run an ad, yes. Could always put up clips. I could. Then there's the effort of, like, finding what the best clip is. What do I find, what's the best clip that I can put on TikTok? I can't think of the right sort of things. The problem is, of course, I think my best format is discussing ideas, right? By the way, hello, Johnny. How you doing? Yes, you want to make one of those copies. All right, give me a second. And then we'll come back to this discussion because I'm loving this discussion. This is fantastic. Thank you so much, folks, for listening to me ramble about this kind of thing. But we'll run an ad break really quickly. If you have not already contributed to the Boob Fund, as Hecklin has pointed out over there, I'm trying to reach a goal of $8,000 to fund my top surgery so I can have big mummy milkers all the time. Because, yes, my chest is one of the most significant aspects of my dysphoria. It genuinely brings me distress sometimes. Anyways, Lizzo was what helped you realize you were trans. Oh, really? How so? That's interesting. Anyway, I will be back in just a moment. And then, yeah, I'm gonna go. I need a pee. I need a coffee. Oh, I don't need a coffee. I've had a coffee. No more coffee. I've had like 3 today. And an energy drink. Better stop with that. But I will be back very shortly. Don't go away, folks. Here is an ad break for you to enjoy. And we'll continue with our discussions. You're awesome. I love you. Be kind to yourselves and each other. Don't go away. Hello. Okay, I know there is a way to make your playlist actually either A, visible on screen, or B, oh shit. Fuck, I didn't mean to do that. How did that happen? What did I... Oh no, I didn't. Did I? Why did it play an ad? Did it play an ad? It didn't play an ad, did it? Okay, so I think there is actually a way you can go back in Spotify to what has previously played. No you can't. Okay, I don't know what was playing a minute ago, sorry. But if you are... It says if you... I must have accidentally bumped the button, but nothing's happened on my stream dashboard. I wanted to come back with an intro anyway, like, look at this. Let's do this again. Chris D'Elia was never a funny comedian, and I will die on this hill. Anyway, and it's not surprising at all that he turned out to be a sex pest. Anyway, there's my goal again. I don't know what happened. The ad break button got hit, and it posted the message. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. Chris D'Elia, the comedian, allegedly. Want to do the close-ups like... You mean like this? Hang on, let me just like move this, because there we go. That's a little bit better. Glad you like it. I need to take clips of you doing that for TikToks. I should do that, but like that's the thing, right? Is I need to find like the right moments on stream, and it would help tremendously if you folks would clip the funniest bits that you think are funny on the stream. Anyway, yeah, there is a thing that you can do on Twitch. I've seen other streamers do it, where you can identify what's currently playing on Spotify. I think there's a plugin you can have or something like that for OBS, where people can type in chat, oh, exclamation mark, song, and it'll tell you it's currently playing this. And there's also like song requests and stuff, but I'm amazed, actually. I'm astounded that there are still streamers who are playing playlists of DMCA-able songs, even knowing everything that's going on with DMCA on Twitch. I wouldn't risk it at all. I just simply wouldn't risk it. I know of a different comedian guy who turned out to be like an abusive sex pest. Who is it? Who is it? Meggie has it. Segs pest. Here we go. Let's have a look. Let's watch my clip of me. Was never a funny... Chris D'Elia was never a funny comedian, and I will die on this hill. Anyway, and it's not surprising at all that he turned out to be a sex pest. Anyway, that's what I wanted to do, but I fucked up because I tried to come back and change the music and everything else was going on. Anyway, Connor Golden, okay. Louis C.K., Chris D'Elia, Brian Callen is a name I'm not familiar with. Who is that hot chick in the clip? That was me. Hi. Jerry Seinfeld is definitely questionable. Dating a 17-year-old back in the 90s. He was dating a 17-year-old. Supposedly. It's not illegal, technically. I recall a story that he... I recall reading a story that he was legitimately driving her to school. If you're a 30-something-year-old man dating a girl, and you're taking her to school, break it off, bro. Real sus. Louis, you might know what I'm about to reference. Wasn't there something that Merrick posted on Twitter? And someone responded to her about other people's sexual proclivities? Including that kind of thing of an adult dating a teenage girl? I'm sure that happened. Let me have a look through Merrick's posts. You like the half plus 7 rule myself? Yeah, that's generally good. Generally reliable. Hang on, let me find it. She's been researching a bunch of MGTOW stuff lately, which is really freaky. Here we go, this thing, right? Underage girls dating above-age men. You're not mature for your age. He's a predator. Yes, the same applies with above-age women and underage boys. No, I'm not talking about 17-year-old girls and 19-year-olds and where both parties are still in high school or whatever. You'll know exactly what I'm talking about. Now, this happened. What the fuck is... You're coping and seething because no sane man would touch you with a 10-foot rod. Is he aware who he's talking to? Anyway, somebody quote tweeted this. And I'm pretty sure she screenshotted it. Also, I just realized it's probably pretty risky to look at a sex worker's Twitter page. But anyway, I don't think she posts any SW stuff on her Twitter page anymore. Where is it? Okay, I can't find it, but there was definitely a either she posted it or someone else posted it and she liked it or something. Where a guy... Was it in response to her? I can't recall. But like the response was something about how she was so in favor of like people's sexual autonomy and all that, you know, making their own decisions about their sex lives and all that, except when it comes to, you know, a 27-year-old man dating a 15-year-old or something. Really gross and ew. Like the guy was trying to justify pedophilia. No, please stop. Please stop. Fuck Doug Walker. I'm not sure who Doug Walker is, honestly. I think I've heard the name thrown around, but I am not sure who he is. Turning 30 this year and he couldn't imagine dating anybody still in their teens. We'd literally... Yeah, that's the thing, right? This is the thing. If you're an adult, if you're a grown adult, and you're trying to date someone in their teens, you're not trying to vibe with them because you both like Animal Crossing, right? Like, you just don't. Okay? Hello, Lemon. How you doing? Nostalgia Critic. I know of the Nostalgia Critic. Okay. I don't think I've ever watched any of his videos, but I'm aware of who he is. But yeah, like, that's the thing, right? To be in an actual committed relationship with somebody as a 30 or 35-year-old or however old you are, you don't have anything in common with a teenager to the point that you could form a proper relationship. You just... No. It's not possible. In any way other than predatory, it's not possible. Moist Camel Flaps, welcome to the program. How you doing? It is strictly a situation of one party using their power to control another. Hello, Broken. How you doing? Yeah, I barely know that. I know Doug Walker is like controversial, but other than that, I have no idea. Like, when I say controversial, I mean in the predatory way. So, I don't know enough about that whole situation. But yeah, it baffles and astounds me that there are still people today who will defend those kind of predatory relationships. Abusenships. You know the kind of people 18-year-olds are, and the kind of personalities they have, and there's only one reason to be dating someone that young or younger. Oh yeah, because they're predators. You know what really baffles me? Hang on. Sorry, sniffly. You know what really baffles me, and honestly it shouldn't surprise me this much, but the people who will say, oh, the age of consent over in this country over here is way, way, way younger than over in the United States, or whatever it is. And it's like, well, yeah, those countries don't have the same kinds of social change that we've had over in places like Australia, places like the UK, places like America, or other countries that actually have logical age of consent laws, you know, because we've studied and we've understood that, you know, even at age 18, people are not mature mentally. It comes more around like age 25, even as far as age 30. But generally speaking, people are physically mature by age 18. So, to that end, you know, you can have that broad justification of like, this is how mature a person is, mature enough to have an adult relationship, you know. $690, yes, indeed. We haven't actually gotten any tips directly towards the fund tonight, but we've gotten a bunch of subs and bits, so, you know, I'm still happy. We're still getting money for the boobies. Anyway. Oh yeah, porn has always been super creepy about it. Barely legal. It's fucking disturbing. And like the fact that people like Emma Watson and Billie Eilish and others who have been like famous as girls before they turn 18, there are groups of people on the internet, and just in general, there are groups of people who have countdowns to when a person turns 18. Maisie Williams. It's fucking disturbing, dude. It's disgusting that these people are waiting for a child to turn legal age so that then they can start wanking off over her without feeling the guilt of it. It's like, oh, I can't bat off to this 17-year-old singer or whatever until she's 18. Oh, she's 18 now, I can get off to her. It's fucking disturbing. And this comes back around to the trolling thing earlier, right? Like, these are people who are socially detached. No one has told them this shit is wrong, right? So they haven't been given the attention and education and proper upbringing they should have to realize, hey, that shit's fucking weird. Stop, please. Male teenage hormones are fucking disturbing. Anyway, Romeo and Juliet laws are pretty good, probably, right? The name sucks, but a 16-year-old dating a 17-year-old shouldn't be traded. Yeah, exactly. Like, the Romeo and Juliet laws, yeah, unfortunately named, but you get the point, right? Someone who is, like, let's just say there's a 17-year-old dating a 16-year-old, and the 17-year-old suddenly becomes 18, and his girlfriend turns 17, there's nothing wrong with that, right? There's no issue there, because they're actually in the same age bracket, Speaking of Billie Eilish, can people just drop this shit drama? Seriously, she's 19. Who all of a sudden you think she's mentally mature enough to realize what she said at 14 is dumb? Oh, I know, right? People who latch onto that stuff are just stupid. I probably said a bunch of shit, maybe not online, but I definitely informed my opinions when I was much younger that were very, very edgy and very, very, let's break the rules a little bit. I can't say this, So some people who think they know everything about the world, I definitely had, like, this came up recently that apparently Lil Nas X is allegedly Islamophobic based on some old tweets from an old account that he doesn't use, right? Whether it's his account or not, it's not confirmed. But some people are saying he's Islamophobic, like he tweeted stuff like saying, like, you can't deny the connection between violence and Islam or something to that effect. And I probably said similar things from the perspective of I was edgelord atheist like 10, 12 years ago. I had this perspective of like, oh, all the religions are just as disgusting as each other, whether it's Islam or whether it's Christianity, and like yada 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 yada. You get the point. I was trying to act all holier than thou, ironically, because I had informed my opinions by those same edgelord atheist, four horsemen of atheism, whatever the fuck. It's like you knew them when they were 12 and you're counting down to being legal. Yeah, exactly. It's fucking gross. Deepfake porn is another massive problem in that area. People deepfaking young, sometimes underage famous girls into porn. Oh, gross. Fucking gross. Oh my god. I wish people weren't pedophiles. Jesus Christ. Hello, Detroit. How you doing? If the only thing stopping you from actively trying to get with a minor is the law, you are the reason the law exists. Precisely. She kissed some girl in a music video and I guarantee that wasn't her choice. You think so? If you find bad things, I said it was actually my evil twin. Spent a lot of time on 4chan and a lot of time listening to Christopher Hitchens and Sam Harris. Yeah, so did I. And I think, like, Captain Hiccups, welcome to the Rogue Room. I don't recall much of what Christopher Hitchens used to say. All I know is that, like, she's signed to the music industry. Yeah. All I know is I still kind of, to an extent, follow his tenet of that can be, that which can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence, you know. But that one's still like a bit of an odd territory to traverse. People are fucked, life's a cunt, and then you die, yeah. You were also embarrassingly a gamergator, oh gosh. Oh no, they were harassing women under the guise of ethics in game journalism. That's worrisome. If you're waiting for someone to pass an arbitrary date, you were never concerned with the date to begin with. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's the thing. They know it's criminal, and they know it's one of the most heinous crimes you can commit to someone outside of murder, essentially. You know, Because anything that happens under the age of 18 from an adult, from like, say, a 25-year-old or whatever, to a 15-year-old is rape. That's rape, right? And on the tier list of things you can commit against a person, honestly, like, murder and rape are probably on the same thing to me, on the same level. If we were to do a tier list of crimes you can commit against another person, murder and rape are on the same level to me. Because on the one, like, and you can consider this however controversial you want. I've heard some people have got some pretty strong opinions about this thing, but I guess content warning rape. I'm pretty just heavy-handed with the topics, and I really need to work on issuing trigger warnings for things. I'm not going to discuss rape itself, but but like, for example, if you murder someone, they're dead. Trigger warning, that would be a good idea, but then I'd have to create a whole bunch of different trigger warnings for different topics. That is a good idea though, Hecklin. I might do that. Maybe I could do like trigger warning murder, trigger warning. Yeah, that's a topic. I could do a generic one, but there might be some topics like somebody might be completely fine discussing genocide, but they might be uncomfortable discussing sexual assault or a content warning. Yeah, that's an idea. That's honestly that's something I could probably do. I could probably create some kind of a graphic, and this is the thing I've mentioned on Twitter that I want to start learning like little visual animations, like little 2D animations and stuff. And I could probably do like at least a couple of these in Premiere Pro, but I want to do something like where I can fade in a graphic that, you know, blacks me out for a second and maybe like fades up, content warning this. And then after I'm done, I could flash up content warning over. That seems like a cool idea, right? That seems like I could probably type it on OBS. That's effort that I don't want. I want to do something that's elevating my production value though, specifically. Now we've gotten completely off topic. But just, I've heard that it's a controversial opinion to say that rape and murder is like either equivalent to each other in terms of how bad they are, or rape is worse than murder, right? Yeah, bougie. I want the stream to be a little bit nicer looking. Sue me. Yeah, like I've heard personally, talk to you after the stream. Radio, Izzy. Send me a DM on Twitch or on Discord if you've got me on Discord and we can chat. Although that said, though I have a budget for boobs, I don't really have a budget for graphics. However, I would like to learn some basic graphical effects that I can do. But yeah, like Draco said, in my personal opinion and the opinions of some others, obviously, rape is worse since you have to live with the mental scar of it. Like I haven't been raped, but people who have been have to live with the trauma. People who've been murdered are dead. So yes, you've taken that life away, which is horrendous, and all of that person's experiences are now just wiped out. You know, their story can no longer be told. And their family has to bury a body and all of that. But, you know, often there are people... Are we starting the discourse? I'm not going to go too deep on it. But yeah, just, I think the trauma of rape is probably worse because of the ways it affects people. The ways that women, especially women, but on the same token, especially men, like men who've been raped, experience the same kind of traumatic, keep it all in, don't tell anyone response. You know? That's the other part of it. It's like they've got the trauma to deal with of it happening. They've also got the trauma of, I feel like I can't come to anybody with this. Heard like sexual assault is much more likely when you're trans recently, and it really hurt considering what happened the first time you went out openly trans to a vanilla event, and that's not like entirely relevant. Gosh, like the only incident that even vaguely touches on this is the car park incident with me, which was just a moment of like, this could potentially lead to something bad happening to me, right? Nothing happened. Nothing did happen to me. But in that moment, I was like, this is fucking scary. I don't know who this guy is. I don't know what his intentions are. He's following me to my car. You know? So in that moment, like, that traumatically affected me for weeks after the fact. I was still breaking down to tears crying over the fact that this creepy old dude was following me around and saying things to me that I didn't want him saying to me, you know? You know a man who was that as a child? I don't want to say that word, honestly. And it messed him up pretty bad. It would. That's the thing. Hello, Delricat. How you going? Welcome in. You're a victim of CSA at 9 or 10. I only told somebody for the first time at 28. Exactly. Like, people live with these traumas for their entire lives in some cases. And... like, there's so many things that are just demonized. Especially mental health stuff. Show 'em your guns next time. I should have. I should have, like, brought the guns out. Should have just brought an actual gun out and blast the fucker away, but you can't do that in Australia. You also just want to leave and get clean and forget, and then you feel bad about not calling the police. This is the problem with the rape kit situation. Like, it can be a significant help in a case if you know your rapist and you can get to the hospital and get tested. But I've heard the story so many times of woman's been raped, just sticking with it generally. Like, someone's been raped. Sorry, we won't generalize. Someone's been raped, and in the moment, the most, like, in your head. Think about it this way. There are numerous scenarios in your head. You've had intrusive thoughts, I'm sure, or you've had moments to sit and contemplate what would happen in a hypothetical scenario. And in the hypothetical scenario of rape, to my mind, go to the hospital, get a rape kit done, go immediately to the police. And then, thank you, Hecklin. There we go. That's a good way to look at it. And then, the moment it happens, the story I have heard from so many, not directly, but there have been a few cases where women have told me their stories. Routinely, the situation is that in the moment you just want to get away. You just want to scrub yourself clean. You just want to forget it ever happened. You want to hide it away. You don't want to go to the police. You know, all of a sudden, all of that planning that you've done in your head leading up to it goes away. Which is why, generally speaking, when it comes to the case of death threats on the internet, I think these dudes have got a plan, you know, when they threaten trans people or whatever. And I think in the moment, if they were actually confronted with, say, a trans woman who said, come on, fight me then, you cunt, they'd run like a dog with its tail between its legs. They wouldn't know what to do when they were confronted with someone who's actually willing to throw down with them. A lot of tough-talking idiots on the internet, you know. There are a lot of people who build a plan for a certain traumatic event or a certain dramatic event or whatever it was. And then the moment it actually happens to them, the plan goes out the window. Hanaman Claim, he was a neighborhood block watcher, told this fool, don't ever follow me, I'm a PCL character. What's PCL carrier, not character. Which he found out shortly after the police information that there is not a block watcher. Really shocking. They'd shake like a shitting dog, they would. Everyone's got a plan till they get punched in the face, exactly. Yeah. Thank you, Hecklin. You are a tremendous moderator. Can I just say that Hecklin is one of the best moderators of all of you? Hecklin's amazing. Thank you. You are so good. You're so thoughtful. 20 survivors of SA or people who thought they would have been a victim had the timing been worse. You are valid and deserve to be safe. Sorry I had to deal with that. You need to go AFK. Radio broken. Radio. Said the R word and was instabanned. Was it, well, the mods, not the mods. It shouldn't be an instaban for that, but it should be a timer. Oh yeah, it's the chatbot that probably has it set to be, and it's probably set up as an, let me check. I've got a word list, which I can't show on stream. Yeah, most of the banned words are... Yeah, I think that's probably just like all the rest of it. Yeah, oh, that's a timeout. No, the R words are timeout for 10 minutes. Anyways. You're a pretty shit mod in comparison. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're all good at enforcing the rules, which is all we need. Yeah, but the bot doesn't consider like the context of whether a word is said, which is why I generally skew specifically towards like just avoid slurs in chat, generally speaking. Pistol is concealed license. Okay, yeah, it's just the bot, you know. If it were not the bot, you know, if I didn't have the bot moderating all that stuff, because like you get people in and they just spam N-words, and I've got as many variants on that as I can in my chatbot, and people still come in with new variants. I've got like, I think 600 different variants of the N-word or something in my chatbot, and people still find new ones to come in and spam chat with. It's ridiculous. And those are auto bans. So that's just a peace of mind thing. I don't want to have to bother my mods with like, if someone comes in spamming a slur, which they still sometimes manage to do, yeah, I would rather not have to worry about, you know, the mods going crazy trying to ban everyone who's spamming that particular word. Why am I dressed like what? It's a cardigan. It's a cardigan. Like, what are you talking about? It's a cardigan. Is this attire particularly gendered by any stretch of the imagination? This doesn't even look that particularly effeminate, honestly. I mean, it does, but I could also see a dude wearing this. And the headband, I mean, headband sparkly. Outfit model, let's do an outfit model. And you'll be able to see that it is actually a dress. Oh yeah, it's not technically, it's more of a sweater. Like that's the wrong button. Here we go, outfit model. Actually, we'll do it on this one. We might as well do it on this one, because like, look at this. Look at this thing. Is it not cute? I'm wearing my Uggs. I need to get a whole outfit to go with this. I love this thing. It's so cute. I saw it on the mannequin and I was like, I'm having that. It's very soft and snuggly. It's just above my knees actually. Just above them. Just above them. The whole goddamn look is cute. But yeah, once I go back to H&M, once they're open again, I'm going to try to get some of their, like, they've got some beige pants and some beige shoes that kind of complete the look. And I want to do the whole thing. Yeah. I look so gorgeous. Thank you so much. Cardigans do give off androgynous energy, don't they? Yeah, it's an H&M top. Anyways, where were we? 1,500 bots. I don't think they spammed chat. We got 1,500 follows, I think. Or are you talking about a different stream, Izzy? But yeah, like the other night here on stream, we did have like about 1,500 follow bots, and then also a bunch of people spamming bullshit in chat. Not bullshit, not the word bullshit, but like, you know, stuff that's not acceptable, which the bot just didn't catch. Next time that happens, I think I'm going to immediately jump over to my chat bot and add whatever word it is they're spamming as a banned word, so their account should ideally automatically get banned in the moment. Fingers crossed that the bot will be able to keep up with that. H&M, honestly, yeah, is hit and miss. There are no, don't try testing the bot. There are, what was I going to say? Fuck. I've gone in there and I've found really... Please flip off Insomnia. Okay. There you go, Insomnia. Fuck ya, you asshole. H&M is just a clothing store, but you're right. Like, they do... I have gone in there and I'm just like, there's nothing fun in here today. And then I go in the next week or two or whatever, and all of a sudden they've got a really cool collection on, and I'm like, ooh, I'm going to get a thing. I love and hate H&M. At the moment, though, one of my main things I want to get in terms of clothing is activewear. I want to look at activewear sets. Let's heckin' partner. We're trying to get partner, actually. Hello, Beckini, by the way. Welcome to the Rogram. I forgot to say that. Had the stream up for lurk for a while, but hubby was asleep, so he couldn't have the volume on. Oh, okay. And always when you have no money. And worse still, Afterpay is a thing now, but H&M doesn't have Afterpay. So I could go and buy something and not pay for it for like 2 weeks with Afterpay, but H&M doesn't do Afterpay, which sucks. But yes, welcome in, Beckini. How you doing? Yeah, I keep wasting money on Afterpay. I want to show you something though. One of my favorite fitness models on Instagram. She's gorgeous, Biker Biddy. This gal right here, I can't scroll down because there's a lingerie photo, but like she's just so stunningly fit. But I saw her wearing this outfit in particular, and I'm like, I need to have that particular kit. That's so cute. Which is from Till You Collapse, and Till You Collapse is a very expensive brand. Ugly pants, they're gorgeous. Oh my goodness. Lewd stream, no. Not doing a lewd stream. However, they've got like, here we go. Here's some models wearing that same fit that she was wearing. And there's like I like this color here. And I honestly just want all 4 of the colors. But they're so expensive. They're so stupidly expensive. Like, here's an idea of the pricing. $40 for a top, $70 for a pair of tights. Like, I can't afford them. So far, like the most setty look that I've got. I think I've got 2 activewear sets. And this is my favorite at the moment, this maroon. It's really cute. This was a total of like $22, this outfit, I think. Oh no, sorry. There's another outfit that was $22. This was a total of 30-ish. Because the other outfit I got, which I don't think I've posted a picture of it. Don't think so. No, I don't see it here. There's another outfit I got, which was like, yeah, cheap, but really cute. And then, there's that one. So I like that whole sports bra tights look. Your partner just woke up. Radio Darrow-Cat, have a good one. Thank you so kindly for hanging out. Let's see my post in the Facebook groups for glad you're getting to catch me live. That's pretty cool. I'm hoping that my my posts on Facebook aren't too annoying, but I'm also like trying to grow my brand a bit, and in some ways I'd like to help other people realize that to get the attention of other people, you have to make your posts interesting, and I try my best to make my posts interesting. You know, I try to ask questions, or I try to make entertaining little stories and segments and stuff like that. Have I looked at Lucy Lockett Loves? No, I have not. Let me have a look at that one. My posts on Facebook have been great. Thank you. There's some interesting looks there, but I think they're too brightly patterned for me, ironically. Just based off this first impression, looks a little bit too brightly colored for me. I mean, I don't mind color, but I don't like too oversaturated colors with regards to what I'm wearing. If a trans person wants to sexualize themselves, great. Yeah, exactly. That can be empowering. I think people just want to be free to make that choice for themselves. Exactly. You want DBZ activewear because seeing Kefla in Dragon Ball Super is what made you more comfortable with being strong lady. We like strong ladies. Had a bunch of people try to put me down for being like, hey, X is hot and are a femboy or trans. Oh my god, fake trans. What do you mean? I'm confused. Sometimes you feel like a fake trans because you're okay with femboys and trans people who sexual... Oh, is that where this conversation came from? Find the outfits cute and what they're doing works when they're posting sexual content and then even turning others on. Well, yeah, it's like it's entirely individual. And this comes back to... Strigger made you actively want to be strong. But oh yeah, Strigger's an inspiration. I love Strigger. But like this comes back to the whole discussion. Like we could bring this back to the discussion of the harassment that women face on Twitch, right? Like for example, I've been in so many women's streams, typically cis women, not often trans women, because trans women get different kinds of abuse. But cis women often get the abuse, like if they're wearing a low-cut top, they get called, you know, slutty, and they're just trying to farm for views with their cleavage. If they're not wearing a low-cut top, they get asked about, do they have an OnlyFans and all this kind of shit. If they're wearing makeup, if they're not wearing makeup, women on this platform face harassment, period, right? And some people like to make the argument that the reason that women on Twitch are facing harassment is because there are sexy women on Twitch, right? Because there are a bunch of women on Twitch who are showing their boobies and shaking their bottoms, and they're doing ASMR in hot tubs and bikinis, and it's for that reason that there's abuse happening to other women on Twitch. It's like, no, that's not how this works. The reason that women are getting harassed on Twitch is blatant misogyny. The reason that trans people are getting harassed on Twitch and everywhere else is blatant transphobia. It's not because some other tran did a bad thing. It's not because it's not because Jessica Yaniv is a sexual predator that other trans people are getting called sexual predators. It's because transphobia exists. And the people hating women because, like, the people abusing women is not because they're sexy women doing sexy things. It's because misogyny is the thing on Twitch. You know what I mean? The reason people get harassed is garbage people. Yes, the problem lies with the trolls themselves. It does not lie with people like Amaranth and Indie Fox and Pokemon, which is really weird because she's absolutely not a sexy streamer. Like, I've never seen anything to suggest Pokemon is even close to a sexy streamer. Actually, the most amusing thing I've seen that even vaguely relates is when I think she was actually doing a hot tub stream or something with like Mizkif and all that. And she was wearing a t-shirt that had a bikini on it, which was hilarious. But I've never actually watched Pokey streams, really. Pokey does have cute makeup. And also, she's a ruthless businesswoman. What is misogyny? Basically, hate towards women. Mistreatment towards women. That's what misogyny is. Misandry is the inverse. Bigotry towards... bigotry towards women. And then misandry is bigotry towards men, essentially. Like, abuse towards either one. Harassment. Anything like that. A lot of these so-called libertarians seem to have a problem with what these people are doing with their bodily autonomy. I know, right? Isn't that one of the core tenets of libertarianism? This is the issue with labeling yourself in any regard. The moment you give yourself a label, you have to define that label. And if your viewpoints do not align with whatever that label is, then, you're getting your super special, awesome new weapon in FF14 that you worked so hard for. Fuck yes. You're now just inspired. You keep... Like, the talk of MMOs is pushing me to want to resubscribe to WoW. Because I've been playing it with the free trial on a new account, right? So I haven't reached level 20, and I think level 20 is where the free trial ends. So I've just been, like, chilling out playing WoW, and it's so much fun and so relaxing. But I don't want to resub to it. And I know some people have said to me, oh, you should try playing FF14, you should try playing ESO. World of Warcraft has a distinct comfort for me. Other MMOs do not scratch that itch. I guarantee you. I tried Guild Wars. I've tried the ESO trial. It's World of Warcraft for me. It's not playing an MMO. It's World of Warcraft. If I were to play any, not RuneScape, although I have thought about RuneScape. It does look kind of fun. So if you say a girl is fine, is that misogynistic? As she said, it's okay to say she's fine. That's the important part, right? If you and like the thing is, it's important to consider the context, right? How do you frame this in a way that it doesn't come across as like? Take for example my post the other day where like I'm flexing and I'm kind of looking a little bit sexy, but I'm not like sexed up or whatever. Or the post that I posted yesterday on Twitter, which if you want to go look at my pinned tweet. You can do that on your own time. I probably can't show it on stream because I'm wearing a bra and like some bracelets and a choker. But there's no actual, like, I'm not really covering a whole lot. But like in that particular post, it's titled Sexy Goth Shit, right? And I was just fucking around and I wanted to do some cool goth makeup and do a goth look. You have to go, Radio Hecklin. Have a good one. But yeah, like, in that context, the way I framed that, I'm okay with... Or let's not go back to the other one. If I post a thing that is supposed to be sexy, I'm okay with people I know saying I'm sexy, and being a little bit overt with their flirtations and things like that. But I'm not particularly okay with people I'm unfamiliar with being as flirtatious as the people I'm familiar with. Does that make sense? So if I or another woman dolls herself up a certain way and excuse me, makes herself look sexy and all that kind of thing, and her friends or those who are close to her or those who are familiar with her enough are making those comments, it's okay. It also depends on like the person's particular boundaries is important to consider, right? See, my boundaries are like, I don't like people being overtly sexual to me, generally speaking. I like people being a little bit flirtatious. I like people being a little bit more of a hint sort of thing. Whereas some people are okay with having comments made towards them that are outright sexual remarks. let me clear my throat a bit. But why show those people you aren't familiar with that side of you then? Because some people are still in some way an exhibitionist, but my throat is still dry. Yeah, some people are a little bit exhibitionist, which I guess in some ways I am. And some people are comfortable showing off their body, but they're not necessarily comfortable with strangers making comments towards them that they have not already approved of. So it's important to note the lines of consent. Hello, Epilite. How you doing? Came in at the right time. So yeah, like it's important to realize that I could post the sexy goth shit thing that I did last night and say I give, like, effectively, you know, by posting that publicly, I'm giving you consent to look at it, and by all means you can comment on it. But the moment you start telling me the shit you want to do to me is crossing a line, because especially if I don't know you, right? So it's important to note that as soon as you start crossing that line and you start making remarks that make the person uncomfortable, then like, you need to consider the lines of consent there. So if a woman is on Twitch in a bikini, for example, doing a hot tub stream, the level of consent you're at is she's publicly broadcasting herself, which means you're allowed to watch. And maybe you're allowed to say, that's a cute bikini. Or maybe you're allowed to say, oh, you look nice. But generally speaking, I would avoid doing that anyway. I would avoid, like, there are some people who are okay with accepting just random compliments in their chat. There are some people who lean very heavily into that because they know it brings in money. That's fine. But there are some people who there are some who will like to show themselves off, but they don't necessarily want to hear how attractive you find them, what you want to do with them, all that kind of stuff. And you need to establish that line of, consent with that person before you can even cross that threshold. Hello, Fox. How you doing? It's important but that's the thing. It's important to know there are people who will comment on that, but that's the problem. Those people who are making those comments do not have the consent of it, and they are breaking consent by saying those things. Just because you put yourself out there a certain way doesn't mean you are entitled to be harassed by people. Again, I have seen people out, like, this is a bit personal, but Black Gomez ABQ, welcome to the Rogo. How you doing, mate? This is the thing, right? Is if I've been out in public with certain men, right? And there's been a girl wearing tight pants and a low-cut top. To a lot of people, and, you know, conventionally attractive kind of person, I've heard men outwardly make remarks on women because she happens to be dressed a certain way, because she happens to be conventionally attractive. Just because she is presenting that way does not mean she deserves your commentary. Does not mean that she should have to put up with that. Just because it can happen doesn't mean it should happen. And you are breaching those barriers of consent. You know. It's an inappropriate question or comment. Yes, exactly. You're well, I'm glad to hear it. Some people don't have filters. That's their problem, and they need to sort that out. You know. Someone is bound to break those rules, and that's the problem, and they should work on that. They should change that attitude. It is not the fault of the person broadcasting the content. The problem lies specifically with the person making the comments. Thank you, Louis. That sums up the whole thing. Clothing is not consent. Exactly. There is a difference between knowing you look good as someone glances at you or gives us a basic offhand compliment, but it's very different to staring and going too far and personal. Yeah, exactly. So, let's just say, for example, when this happens, over here, the top surgery thing, I'm probably going to go shopping for low-cut tops, because I'll want to show them off, and I'll know I look nice. But that doesn't mean I want to hear the kinds of things that men would want to do to those once they're done. Especially given that, you know, people generally speaking in these kinds of conversations, and even sex workers. Like, I've read from sex workers these commentaries of, or these stories, I should say, of they've had a number of customers in their, like, live streams on other websites where they've had very respectful customers who know the lines and realize it's like, yeah, you're interacting with someone who's doing very overt things on stream or on video or whatever kind of place it is. But that still doesn't mean you get the right or the privilege to be able to comment your particular sexual proclivities towards them. Just want to make you sweat by giving you a portion of my spicy curry. I just want to cook you a nice curry, put it on your dinner table and leave. I wouldn't mind a curry right now, actually. I haven't had one in ages. Haven't had anything like that in ages. Ugh. And it's going to be worse soon because I'm trying to cull the amount of takeaway I get. Saying it's the individual's responsibility to control their own speech. Yeah, no matter what a woman is wearing, particularly with regards to women, no matter what a woman is wearing, it does not entitle other people to comment on their appearance with whatever they feel like. No matter if they've got no filter or not, they need to learn to control that filter then. They need to get a filter, right? And like the guy in the car park, you know, I didn't ask for him to comment that I'm beautiful. I didn't ask for him to stalk me to my car, you know. It's not and I wasn't even being sexy is the weird thing. I was wearing a very baggy black t-shirt and like jeggings or shorts or something and a hat and maybe like a very faint bit of makeup. I wasn't exactly going out and out there to be as sexy as humanly possible. This dude just stalked me to my car for no good reason. Yeah. So it's all about consent. And if a person has not explicitly expressed to you their consent, then you have no right to comment on their appearance. Outright. Also, I'm going to... did I see the new... You dropped a new video. I'm going to look at that, actually. That's a good point. Maybe we should watch that. I'm just going to do something really quickly. Because I just realized our total subs count is 113 out of 100. I didn't realize, you know, I updated my daily sub goal. Let's update the total sub goal as well down here. We'll bump that up to 125. It'll update eventually. We can have a look at your video if you've got a link to it. Excuse me. More often than not, the issue isn't that they are incapable, it's that they are unwilling. Yeah, exactly. Like, they feel entitled to the ability to say whatever they feel. Because more often than not, it's privileged men doing these kinds of things. It's not someone, like, it's very infrequently somebody who has a mental illness that affects their ability to keep their thoughts to themselves. That kind of thing is uncommon as fuck. For the level of sexual harassment that women face, that kind of thing cannot be used as an excuse.
Enjoy your membership.
Oh my goodness, Jaeger. Paying forward the gift they got from Noobman. Thank you for gifting a sub to Amanda Panda. You legend. I don't think there is such a thing as an addiction to making sexually harassing remarks towards women. That is definitely something a person can learn to control, and if they are finding themselves regularly harassing women online, they need to seek out the help to fix that problem. It is never the woman's fault if she gets sexually harassed. It's not. Okay, I'm going to open this in a separate tab because I don't want to muck up my Twitch page. Do I like bagels? I actually don't know if I've ever had one. I'm not certain if I've ever had a bagel. I genuinely can't think right now if I've ever had one. How strange is that? This particular baked good, I'm like... maybe? I got no idea. ABC link. Alright, let's have a look at this one, and we'll have a look at Louis' video. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, hang on, stop for a sec. Alright, so let's watch Louis' video. Let's turn off my music for a second. And we'll have a look at this. Here we go.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the channel. Today we're going to be talking about the hottest, dirtiest, sexiest thing around. Consent.
Love it. In 60 seconds. Everyone go follow Louis. Louis great.
Unlike the Australian government, I'm not going to insult your intelligence with an ad that compares consent to milkshakes.
Oh god, I hate that thing.
No. I want to show you that the concept is so simple that it can be explained in 60 seconds. Starting now. Consent is all about making sure that everyone involved is comfortable and having a good time. Understand that while you may be comfortable with one thing, someone else may not. Don't think of consent as something to be achieved. Consent is negotiated. How do we talk consent? Well, the most important thing is to be receptive. How are they acting? Do they seem happy? Do they seem enthusiastic? Are they returning your touch in a good way? Are they making a noise in a bad way? If you're ever unsure, just ask. You okay? People are complicated, so socializing can be tricky. If you're not so good on picking up on social cues, then don't escalate further than they have. If they've touched your arm, touch their arm. If they've touched your leg, touch their leg. But if they've only touched your arm, do not touch their leg. And if all else fails, be honest. Would you like to come back to my place and play some video? And nothing else. It's better to come off as awkward than a creep. Clothing is not consent, flirting is not consent, no means no, no that changes to yes is still no, and a coerced yes is definitely a no. Because if it's not a hell yeah, it's a hell no.
That's fucking great. I love that. Also, I don't think I'm subscribed to you. I'm going to fix that right now. And give me a second here, because that was fucking awesome. That was fucking great. And yes, the legendary facial hair. Welcome to the Row Room. The fact was that. Also, you're welcome for the healthy debate. I'm glad you enjoyed the discussion. Let's go and retweet that really quickly. If it's going to let me know. Not Monica Lewinsky. Monica Lewinsky's okay, but like not really what I was going for. Let me do this. There we go. Done and done. And also, I haven't liked the tweet either. I'm sure I've seen the tweet that you posted about the video. Anyway, bagel is good. I'm going to welcome to the Row Room. Thank you so kindly. I'm going to get a bagel soon. Not right now. I'm focusing on a little bit less carbs in the present, in the moment. But give me like a couple of weeks of my lower carb intake diet, which isn't even that much, but it's mainly my calories I'm keeping down on. And like, yeah, give me a couple of weeks until I can get my weight down to where I want it to be, and I'll go pick up a bagel and I'll give you my thoughts on the bagel. I'll probably get some cream cheese to go on it or something as well, because I know bagels go good with cream cheese. Also, I want the ACAB pin. I need to get myself a thing that's excuse me. I need to get myself a piece of apparel, like an overwear thing that that I can stick pins on. Because I want to get like a Tyrannosaurus pin. I want to get an ACAB pin. I want to get like a bunch of pins and get a jacket that has pins on it. Let's talk about consent. It can be done in a literal minute. There you go. But then you can also drag the conversation out in terms of stream content. Nutella. No, I'll get a cream cheese. I'm going to try a cream cheese bagel. I'm going to try a cream cheese bagel. Get some Philadelphia spread, you know. Got your weapon, need a diet, and then find a nice spot for
appreciates your recommendation.
Eepa, thank you for the host. Now my daily sub goal is at 25 again. Let's bump it up again. Hell with it. Let's keep going. Let's just keep bumping that up until what's the next daily sub goal I can set it to? What do you think? Session sub count. Where is it? Where is it? No, that's not it. No, where is it? Where's the trying to find the thing where you can change the sub goal and I've lost it. What's ACAB? All cops are bastards. Because it's true. Hang on. You're not having that one. I'm not sneezing into the microphone. That's ew. Total subs, here we go. Oh, that still says 100. So I think my daily sub goal was still set to... Where is it? I'm trying to change it. Session sub count. Yeah, it should say 20. It says 20. Like it says, let me show you here. In Streamlabs, it still says 5 for some reason, even though this is correct. But I've updated it to 25, obviously. So we're gonna bump it up to 50. Fuck it. I'm gonna set a high goal for you. For the next 3 hours, the sub goal is now set to the daily sub goal is now set to 150. To 50! Not to 150. Fuck's sake. Can't believe we've hit that many subs in one stream. What the hell? What the heck? Anyways. All cats are beautiful. Yes, I still need that shirt. I still need this shirt. I don't have it yet. And like, there's a bunch of designs of it too. Look at this. This is the one that I've seen that you can get on Redbubble, right? If we go to the Redbubble page, I've seen this one before, and I wouldn't mind getting that one. But like, look at that. That's fucking gorgeous. Yes. Yes. There's a patch. There's an All Cats Are Beautiful patch. What about this one? All Cats Are Beautiful poster. There's this one. Look at this. There's so many of these. Defeat the fascist snake. I need that. Oh my god, do I need that? Oh, that's great. That's fantastic. ACAB, all cats are beautiful. Ah. All landlords are parasites. Yes. Oh, that's an artboard print. Okay. You can get this one on a t-shirt. I know that much. All cats are beautiful. Can you get this? I'm gonna like just quickly hang on a sec. I don't know if this is gonna reveal any of this person's private details. There's this one, which is on Defend Animals. You can get this on Defend Animals. All cats are beautiful. It's a t-shirt. There we go. On a website called Defend Animals. I imagine, most likely, that they're it doesn't show you different colors if you highlight them. Oh, well. Oh yeah, there we go. It does. What color would you get for an ACAB shirt? How are you, Tempest? Welcome in. Leave for a few minutes and you come back to a gift sub. Yes, you do indeed. We wheat pasted that defeat the fascist snake poster around Melbourne. Fuck yes. Oh, Bagel, you gotta go. Sorry, I missed you there. Have a good one, friend. I need to get an ACAB shirt. And this is... Oh, no. No. I can't show you. Hang on. This website... I can't see. What is PETA certification? No. No, now I don't want to shop from you, Defend Animals. I'm sorry, but no. PETA, the company that has been routinely found not defending animals. No. I won't. I will not. I'm sorry. I'm going to need to pee again because I've drank too much water. Aw, they were going so well. Yo-yo time. We'll do it from this camera. There we go. I don't know why that wasn't rolling in properly. Blah. What a disappointment. Just make your own, yeah. I mean, there is the one on Redbubble, but it's kind of not that interesting. I do like it. I might get it at some point, but... Yo-yo time! Oh, there you go. Look at that. Look at me go. Look at me go, mate. Oh, yes. Great. Cool. Awesome. That's what I wanted. Thank you. Let me let that unspin for a second. Pro yo-yo skills. Anything but PETA. Yeah, pretty much. Fuck PETA. PETA are animal abusers. Why you would buy or do anything with them, I don't know. Ah, fucking hell. Screenshot taken. Give us a sec while I get this off my fucking... There we go. La-dee-dee. How am I even doing that? I don't know. It must be a magic trick. There we go. That's a little better. We don't support anyone that supports PETA. PETA can go fuck themselves in the bin. Also, I just realized something with regards to this kind of thing. Yeah, PETA are pretty turfy too. That wouldn't shock me. That's not going all the way in properly. All right, give me a sec. I didn't tell you folks what I want to do for either. I want to put the money from Twitch subs right onto the boob fund, but I also am tempted to get a tattoo, right? Because it would technically be my birthday money, my Twitch payout. And I want to get a tattoo right here, and I want you to now guess in chat what you think I'm going to get behind my ear. That's going to be my first ever tattoo. I always wanted to get the Dishonored mark of the Outsider on the back of my hand, which is still something I want to do further down the line, but I want you to think, what tattoo is she going to get behind her ear? About that long, roughly? Just you just think amongst yourselves. I'm just going to keep looking for these shirts, because, yeah. Autism Speaks is a hate group. It really is. It absolutely is. Because, like, the reason that Autism Speaks is a hate group. Oh. I found some more cute all cats are beautiful shit. Anyway, let's see if I can find another ACAB. Oh, that one's cute. Oh my god. It's such a hilarious dog whistle. I love it. This one I like because it's quite simple. Abby. Oh, yes. Here we go. Have a look at this. Let's have a look at Draco's pick. Oh, my goodness. That's a cute... What is that, a staff? What is that? That's cute. I like it. Where were we? I like this one. This one's very cute. What do you think of that design? I think I'll get that one at some point. But yeah, what logo? A corn dog on a stick? No. You're the Ouroboros from FMB Only Thigh? Okay. What game was that? That was FF14. It's a black mage staff. There you go. Yeah, Autism Speaks as a hate group is... the reason they're a hate group is because for the longest time they ran on the platform that... And I think to some extent they still do run on this platform. That autism is this debilitating condition that your child who has autism is dealing with, and it's going to destroy your life taking care of an autistic child. So Autism Speaks is desperately trying to find a cure for autism. But you can't cure it. It's not something that can be cured. So effectively, they want to try everything they can to commit a form of genocide on autistic children. All cats are beautiful, especially this one down here. For the record. So we're clear. It's just eugenics aimed at autistic people. It really is. It's a eugenics organization. Like, if their medical ambition, like autism, here's the thing: cancer kills people slowly, right? It does. Autism is not killing anyone slowly. Autism is not a thing that is killing people. It's just not. So we want to cure cancer because it's killing people. We want to find a treatment for cancer that's going to prevent people from dying slow, painful deaths. Autism is not doing that to anyone. Autism is not causing anyone to have a slow and painful death. So to that end, if you're trying to cure it, it's simply about getting rid of that social group, that being neurodivergent people. That's what it's about. It's about keeping society nice and comfortable and neurotypical to the point where neurotypical wouldn't even be a term anymore. Because everybody would be nice and happy and normal and perfectly functioning. So groups like Autism Speaks, where they treat it as though it is some debilitating thing that is going to end up destroying the lives of the family members and friends and all that kind of thing of the autistic person. Because we've seen extreme cases of autism where someone is needs a lot of care. They do. And it's often very difficult for those people to take care of that autistic person. But that doesn't mean we need to take that person out back and shoot him in the back of the head. Hello. Come here. Hello. Normal is absolutely a bullshit term. It is. Why'd you climb up on me if you don't want to be up here, you loser? Charities like Autism Speaks are where people are still trying to put autistic kids through conversion therapy. Yeah, exactly. And I love the fact that I'm autistic. It's provided me with no shortage of social difficulties, but I now realize that it's not me that's the problem, it's the way that society is structured that makes it difficult for someone like me to function through it. There are a lot of systems in place that I just don't understand and I don't grasp. No matter how many times you tell me how it works, my mind still doesn't get it for a lot of reasons. There's a lot of social conventions that fly right over my head that you need to be considered successful in society, to be able to get into a good career and then follow that career trajectory to success. There are a lot of little key components, generally speaking social components, that simply do not align with me personally. I cannot pick them up. Like the operating system analogy. Hi, I'm a Mac and I'm a PC. I'm still not sure I get it. I don't like my autism so much as I accept it as part of me and what it makes me me. Yeah, I mean, I think I get that. I think I understand that perspective. Because there are a lot of times where I'm just like, I wish I was neurotypical so I could just get on with shit. You know? I don't trust that username news. For some reason. Can someone read that out to me so that I don't read it out and accidentally... something about it I don't trust. When I can read a username and I can tell you're trying to get me to say something. News. At any rate, welcome to the Rogue Room. And I'm a Unix box. Hello, Chloe. How you doing? Everybody go follow Chloe right now. Do it. Or I'll belt you up the back of the head. How's it going? How have you been? Hello, Eggberry. What's going on? How has streams been going, Chloe? What's been going on? Here's my baby. You know the feeling? I still don't trust your username. What are you trying to get me to say? New. I don't trust it. Nusubito. I don't know what it is. Okay. Yeah, we were guessing my tattoo. Okay. Guess my tattoo. Chloe, join in the fun here. Because we haven't... Okay, it's Japanese. Okay. I want to get about a 5cm tattoo right there behind my ear. I already know what it is, obviously. I want you to guess what it is. Now, like I mentioned earlier, the Dishonored tattoo on the back of my hand that I want to get at some point, which I am going to get, but you could consider that kind of a hint, but not really. Animal Crossing. I've never played Animal Crossing in my life. It's Japanese. Okay. Getting ready for another week, recovering and legally establishing our identity. I hope it goes smoothly. I hope it's a smooth week. Not a butterfly. Let me see. NTs run Windows and autistics run Linux. Society is built for and by NT, so it's all built for Windows. Us Linux users can run some of it natively. We can emulate some of it, but it's buggy and a pain to get working. And some of it we can't run at all. Windows and Linux systems also have problems communicating with one another, but can communicate with other people running the same OS as them just fine. I see. I get it. I am not getting a smudge portrait tattoo. I don't need a portrait of my cat. I have my cat. It means thief. Oh, okay.
I see you.
Ranting Trans or Jasmine. I should just say Jasmine.
Friends.
Hello, Jasmine. Hello, friends. Hello, streamers. Well, streamer and friends. How's it going? Welcome to the Rogue Room. Somebody, please, in chat, type !WR right now so we can welcome everybody in. And let me just quickly, I've lost my lighting effects thing. Welcome in, folks. How was your stream? What did you get up to tonight? Tell us all about it. Welcome to the Rogue Room. My name is Abigail Beck. This is a place of acceptance, education, and femininity. I don't know why I didn't read the thing that my bot says. Acceptance, learning, and growth. Please be kind to yourselves and each other while you're here. Yes, it's on cooldown because I only really need one of you to say it. Anyways, what were you getting up to? Doing a bit of just chatting. What were you just chatting about? Hello, Trans Cougar Girl. What's going on? Hello, Jazz. How'd your stream go? What were you chatting about tonight? Memes. We love memes. I've been meaning to do a meme stream. I haven't done that yet. I've never done a meme stream. And now I'm like, there's certainly a few memes I could look at. I reckon. Oh, pit crews. I've seen those around. I've never actually fiddled with them myself. Hello, Bluefin. How you going? Here's what I do when people raid, apparently. Googling each other's trans goals. Oh, that's cute. Hello, cat. What are you doing? You're in the way. Like, my drink bottle was sitting right there, and he's just, like, right in the way of it. Oh, gosh. Now I think I've just drank a bit of highlighter. Oops. Yes, go follow Ranting Trans. Lots of fun. Also super cool on Twitter. But I spend entirely too much time on Twitter, so maybe that's just the fact that I'm addicted to Twitter and I see the same people all the time. I do have a drinking problem. In that I'm telling myself not to drink for a while. I'm not drinking alcohol for a while. Because needlessly unnecessary calorie intake mostly. Not the alcohol problem. I have an issue with the calories. Oh gosh. Are you okay? Are you right? You need the attention right now, don't you? Thank you for the posture check, Festa. I have a very important question. What's my cat's name? He's Smudge. We were just having, if you folks want to join in, we were just doing a little bit of a guessing game. I'm getting a tattoo behind this ear at some point, not right away, but as soon as everything's opened up again. I'm getting about a 5cm tattoo right behind my ear, and I want you to guess what it is. If you're familiar with my streams, you might have a clue. You might have a bit of a clue. Not a naked anime schoolgirl, no. Which is entirely antithetical to anything I've streamed. I've never done anything anime related. Not even like, what's that visual novel that everyone loves? It's got some really dark and heavy themes in it. I forgot what it's called. A Witcher sign? You're close. You're very, very close. I have thought about getting the Witcher symbols on like my forearm or something. Doki Doki is what I was thinking of, yeah. I might give that a look at some point. Alf Gordon shaved it in a mankini. No. Sayonara? Is that your guess or are you taking off? A Gwent card? No. You're in the ballpark of... It's a symbol. It's a small, fairly simple symbol from a video game. From a video game. Put it to you this way. Geralt's a guy. He's a pretty grim and gruff guy who gets around with a big sword on his back. Right? And the game I'm thinking of has a pretty... the game I'm thinking of is heavily inspired by the franchise that kind of spurred on that whole genre of gruff, angry man with big sword on his back. You're getting there. I'm giving you all the hints in the world. Not Dragonborn tattoo, no. Not wolf. And when you say wolf, do you mean like from Sekiro? I mean like... I'm not going to get a highly detailed thing. We're thinking a logo. Think a logo, not a Triforce, no. I've never been into Zelda. Lunk. You already said I told you about how I was thinking of getting the cat dog desexed logo if your fertility test comes back infertile. No, I'm not doing that. Not a sword lesbian logo, although I do need one. Dishonored, that's going here. I'm getting the mark of the outsider here at some point. Lunk the twink. You're all over the place. Geralt's medallion is a wolf. I've got the wolf medallion hanging off the chain there. You can't see it. Cat, you're in the way of my stream deck. I can't do anything with you like that. Look, I've got Geralt's medallion hanging there just. You can just see it on the very edge of that thing underneath the face hugger. If you look down, I can zoom in actually. Where is it? There's Vess. There you go. That's my Witcher medallion, which I wore one time while wearing a white top. And funny thing, the chain left a stain on that white top where the chain had been sitting for a few hours. So, not gonna wear it anymore. Ew. No, I'm not getting the wolf medallion. Remember, you were close with the Witcher signs. And there's another game. Again, someone mentioned Dark Souls. So, Izzy mentioned Dark Souls. It's not Dark Souls. But there is a game by From Software that has a whole bunch of little, pretty simple symbols that you use as a gameplay mechanic. You embed those symbols on your flesh or something like that. Game made by From Software. Came out a few years after Dark Souls did. You know, I adore its Victorian Gothic aesthetic. One of my favorite little Dark Souls collectibles is from it sitting up there on... It's one of the runes from Bloodborne! Now guess which one. This should make it easy now. It's one of the runes from Bloodborne. Should make it easy now. Because I didn't go terribly creative with it. I didn't pick one of the wildly unusual ones. Let me see here. The Hunter rune. I'm getting the Hunter rune on the side of my neck. Under my heel. At some point. I've emailed a tattoo place. And they've got back to me with a predetermined email. Whatever it is. A botted email. Just like, we'll get back to you once lockdown's over. Which I understand. But once I have the money for that, I'm going to look into getting that done. We should do a Guess the Tattoo Tuesdays, but it's Monday. I'm not going to get that many tattoos, I don't think. Although, now that I've gotten the idea in my head of getting that tattoo done, I've kind of thought to myself, I should pick a bunch of little spots all over my body and get fucking all of them. Like, I don't need all of them on my body, but I mean, how cool would that be? To get all of the Bloodborne runes all over my body somewhere. In all different places. Leg tat dono goal. I gotta get my boobs done first. I gotta focus on getting my boobs done first before I make any other big financial goals. You want Escanor's back tattoo from Seven Deadly Sins? The one in the top right? Lockdown, don't you mean extended stay at home, pretty much. The Hunter rune, yeah, the Hunter rune and the, hang on. Not Dark Souls. Bloodborne, the cat's now looking at my screen for some reason. You like the tattoo idea? I'm glad you like it. I'm very fond of it. Yeah, like, if we look at this comparison here, or like this is the mark that Guts has got on his neck, right? And this is the mark that I want to get on my neck, which is obvious. Oh, there we go. There's a direct comparison. Obviously directly inspired by Berserk, because like you look at literally every From Software game and it's laden with Berserk references, just absolutely laden with them. At some point I need to actually read Berserk because I've heard it's incredibly good. But that's what I want to get. Reminds you of Norse runes? Yeah, there's a lot of that in there too. They, like the whole idea of runic symbolism. But anyway, yeah, there's all of these. Anti-clockwise metamorphosis, Beast's Embrace, Blood Rapture, Claw Mark, Clockwise metamorphosis, Communion, Corruption, Deep Sea, Eye, Radiance, Moon, Milkweed, Air, Odin, Writhe, Lake, Impurity, Guidance, and Formless Odin. So the top right one, the eye symbol. The eye symbol. But yeah, I want to get the Hunter rune at least. The Karil runes. To get all of these done would cost quite a bit. The Elder Sign from Lovecraft's work. Well, yeah, like Bloodborne and like all of the From Software games to some extent have got a ton of Berserk symbolism, but Bloodborne in particular is heavily influenced by H.P. Lovecraft's work. Like if you've ever played it, it has a ton of Lovecraftian referencing in there. So, and it's weird because like as much as I like the symbolism of Lovecraftian mythos, like I love all of the imagery and all of that kind of stuff, I've never actually read Lovecraft either, but I've seen it referenced in so many different fictional materials that I'm keen to check it out at some point. Ah, yeah, that's pretty blatant. That's pretty obvious, yeah. Cat, you're in the way again. Alright, I need to pee. And then we're going to take a look at this. So we'll be back in just a moment, folks. I'm going to run an ad break really quickly. BRB, be kind to yourselves and each other. Subscribe because I want to have more money. And I'll be back in just a moment. Abigail, pronouns she, her, is the host of The Rogue Room. She's a streamer, fitness fanatic, I can't see the rest of it, out and proud trans woman, not absolutely at all an expert on all things Dark Souls, don't believe that bullshit. She welcomes you to The Rogue Room. That you can believe, however. How's it going, folks? Welcome back. Sorry, I just desperately needed to pee. And I didn't want to get it all over my seat because that's happened far too many times already. Anyway, let's just joke about incontinence. I'm not incontinent. Where were we? It's good, but his racist views put a damper on his work for you. Lovecraft Country did some things to the law to rectify it. Oh, okay. I've heard Lovecraft Country is quite good. Is that like based on a... Is that based on a... Or county? Lovecraft County. Is it county or country? Is that based on a separate book series? Or like, was it a Netflix thing? Is that an original thing? Incontinence just means like you can't control any of your toilet functions. Well, you can, but not as well as you, not as well as most people can. Well, yeah, Lovecraft's cat's name. Go look that up if you want. It's a pretty atrocious. But yeah, Lovecraft wasn't out and out racist. One good thing though, like all of the good that has come from his work, like all the stuff that has been created as using his work as a foundation, right, is all pretty cool. Hello, kitty girl. How you doing? The important takeaway is that Lovecraft, while being a flagrant racist, was also an absolute destitute loser who had nothing going on for him, and his work took off well after he died. If that helps. I mean, making fun of someone who lived in abject poverty is not great, but if it helps you feel any better, he had all those extremely racist views and wasn't successful as a result of it. So, you know, there's that whole thing. He came here for the cat. He just, like, took off. I don't know where he is. He's gone away. My cat's gone away. But yeah, perhaps he wouldn't have been in poverty if he wasn't so racist. I've heard, like, originally I thought to myself, and I think a lot of other people thought this as well, that he was just a product of his socioeconomic circumstances and a product of the time in which he lived, which most certainly would have informed some things. But I've also heard that he was particularly racist even for his time. To make matters worse. Like, even in a racist period, like an extremely racist period in history, he stuck out as a notable racist. Fucking hell. Speaking of dumb, old-timey racist weirdos, Ayn Rand is trending on Twitter in the UK. Why? Oh, you know what? I think I recall. I think it's TERFs. It's always TERFs. I think it was actually something to do... No, maybe not. Maybe it wasn't TERFs. Maybe it was something else. But I think there was something relating to Rand and TERFs recently. But that's neither here nor there at the end of the day. New health secretary is Randy and... Ew. Gender critical Twitter is having a normal one. Please tell me you've got something fun for me to look at while we... yeah, like, send me some links to some shit that gender criticals are going on about at the moment. While we have a look at, we should thank the unemployed for their service. They've been used to control inflation. I forget who linked this. Yeah, fun. I want to laugh at gender crits. We can go look at, like, we can go laugh at, say, Over It again if you want. That actually sounds like a pretty fun activity. Let's do that. But first, I want to show you something. It has to do with our economy, and it's probably been invisible to you. The majority of journalists have no idea about it, and few politicians would either. But it affects everyone, and it shouldn't be something only economists know about. Who controls the levers? In this era of coronavirus lockdowns, we've learned a lot about our economic policy settings. For example, we've learned widespread poverty is a policy choice in Australia. Governments have the power to lift hundreds of thousands of households out of poverty if they want to. The federal government did it last year when it increased unemployment payments during the initial lockdowns. That situation lasted a few months. But then it let those families fall back into poverty by taking those special payments away again, as the graph below shows. Excuse me. The unemployment benefit has fallen further and further below the poverty line. Poverty lines and unemployment benefits per week in inflation adjusted $20. Coronavirus supplement in place. I see. Hello, small disaster. How are you doing? The Grattan Institute says searching for jobs takes time and costs money. Set the rate too low and unemployed people will struggle to afford to search for work. The job seeker rise isn't enough. Yeah. We've also learned our policymakers have been miscalculating something significant. Give me 30 seconds to explain this one. In recent decades, it's been a policy choice in this country to have a national unemployment rate of somewhere between 4 and 5%, no lower. That's because since the 1980s, econocrats have asserted that there's a level of unemployment that's natural for prevailing conditions, whatever that means. They've called that level of natural. They've called that natural level of unemployment the NIRU, the non-accelerating inflation rate of unemployment. According to their theory, stay on my lap, cat. If the unemployment rate is allowed to fall too far below that natural level, wages and inflation will start growing too quickly. So they've been using interest rates as a policy lever to try to keep the unemployment rate on that natural level or slightly above it. How have they done that? Well, if the unemployment rate starts declining and their model's telling them it's very close to or has fallen below the presumed natural level, they'll lift interest rates to take some of the heat out of the economy. That's a euphemism for pushing the unemployment rate higher or slowing the economy down. It's often the same thing, but there's been a real-world cost to that policy. By preventing the unemployment rate from falling below its presumed natural level, they've been using hundreds of thousands. I keep thinking hundreds and thousands like the fucking candy sprinkles. Of unemployed Australians as shock absorbers. Those unemployed people have been assigned to team inflation control without their knowledge, and for their patriotism they've been ridiculed for being unemployed. Hang on. Sorry. First it was the coughing, now it's the sniffling. The coughing has gone away, and now I've got a different symptom. Never ends. I don't have COVID, so we're clear. Shut up. At the same time, successive governments have tightened the screws on unemployment benefits to incentivize those unemployed people to look for jobs in an economy where there haven't been enough jobs to go around by design. Yeah. I always love this. There haven't been enough jobs to go around by design ever. That's the thing. People will mock and make fun of those who can't find work. Oh, you just gotta pull yourself up by the bootstraps and work harder. A lot of people can't find jobs because there are no fucking jobs, you cunt. To top it off, in the last 2 decades, they've also been importing hundreds of thousands of workers from overseas, which has helped to suppress wages and weaken workers' bargaining power, as the Reserve Bank governor explained recently. Net overseas migration versus natural increase in population of the thousands, I guess. The Howard government dramatically increased net overseas migration in the mid-2000s. It peaked at 315,700 people in 2008 and remained at elevated levels until 2020. So how correct have they... Oh, hang on, I can actually look at these. I can actually hover over these particular points. That's cool. A little bit of graph integration there. So how correct have they been about that natural, I know, Louis, it's ridiculous, level of unemployment? Unfortunately, in the last 6 months, Treasurer and RBA officials have publicly admitted they've been miscalculating that level of natural rate for years. So yeah, the ideal unemployment rate is 100%. No one should have to work. Well, I mean, yes, actually. No one should have to work. We should live in a society where nothing feels like work. Honestly. That's not how it works. You're too dysphoric to keep a minimum wage job, so your job is to transition now. Exactly. My job is to survive and take care of my kids. You know, and I am very, very fortunate to have what benefits I do get from the government, what income I do get from Twitch, and what little I get from doing delivery driving, that I can provide a roof over my head for my children and food and clothes and take care of them, right? Even though I don't have them 100% of the time. But, like, I have that distinct privilege of, like, I'm technically probably classed as unemployed or underemployed because I don't make a full-time income. You know, and I shouldn't be given some level of disdain or harassment for the fact that I simply cannot find full-time employment. It's not a thing that is available to me as an option. I'm underemployed, yeah. I don't make enough, generally speaking. I barely scrape by week to week, and then most weeks I end up in the red. I've had to dip into my bills this past week. So my rent is, I'm actually under on my rent. But I've managed to make that up by doing delivery driving, which is completely arbitrary. I could have a week of sitting there waiting for my phone to send me a notification. Oh, go to Hungry Jack's and pick up this person's food and then deliver it to their place, right? I could have a week of no deliveries, which means no money. I get nothing, you know? And I've had that happen a few times where I'm like, I need money because I'm behind on stuff and I can't get the money. The main job that I've got is, again, entirely arbitrary. It's whenever people decide to order food, right? So the business model is entirely flawed and based on people sitting there on their phones waiting for something to come to them. And other jobs, I could work 4 hours and make $100 because I've simply been there doing the job. Because the job is there, the money is there, so they can afford to pay me. But just finding those kinds of jobs in the first place is next to impossible. Anyway. And friendly reminder right now, if you think I'm a great streamer, here's some things you can do to help. You can retweet my live posts on Twitter, share and like my social media posts, tell your friends to tune in. If you haven't already, please recommend me to your friends, your family, anyone you think might be interested in this kind of content. Engage in conversation with others in chat, because honestly, I love seeing the conversations you folks have. I love when I'm just chilling out and then I catch something and I'm like, holy crap, like you guys have had a whole conversation. I go back and scroll through it. There's a whole thing going on. And please remember to clip funny, amusing, or enlightening moments on stream and share them around. Yeah. I love, like, any sort of support helps. It doesn't just have to be this shit. You know, the money shit. Because anything that helps the brand grow is just going to ideally, inevitably lead to my goal as a streamer at the moment. My next milestone is to hit Twitch Partner, right? So I would really love to hit Twitch Partner. And the reason I want to hit Twitch Partner is that, again, is that milestone that says what I'm doing is working and I'm reaching the eyes and the hearts and the minds of the people that I want to talk to. And that's, at the end of the day, that's the job. Hearts and minds. Change hearts and minds. I want people in here who are not familiar with the ideas that we spread. And I want to teach those people about the way that society should be, the way that the world should be, which is a much more positive, progressive, and empathic society, above all else. That's what I want to do. That's what I want my job to be, is helping people be better. Be kind to yourselves and each other, that kind of thing. Similar spell to the big gig you're into. If you don't get clients, you don't get paid, and sometimes you hit a dry spell. Exactly. And there are many, many people in that situation. So many people out there. Like, the ideal situation for everyone in society is get yourself into a good full-time job and then you'll be set and you'll be able to live a happy, comfortable life. But not everyone gets that fucking chance. Not everyone gets that opportunity. It doesn't happen. How do we spread without posting cringe? What do you mean? Used to work for Centrelink, so if you ever need advice on some tricks with their system, that's an idea. That's a thought. Back in a bit, Radio Mookow. Minimum wage is rough in the colonies. In the colonies? You mean like in British Texas where I am, or do you mean somewhere else? Anyway. There's more about this. Okay, so it means the economy could have handled a lower unemployment rate without inflation or wages picking up, so the economy was further away from its potential than they suspected according to their own model. Oh, the United States, okay. And that means policymakers could have been working harder to drive the unemployment rate down. Sorry about that. But here's the thing, let's go a step further because it gets worse. This policy framework has never been accepted by economists across the board. There are plenty who criticize the reigning model. They say it makes little difference if Treasury and RBA officials now admit their model has been slightly wrong because they're just tinkering around the edges of a model that should be thoroughly overhauled or abandoned altogether. And here's one reason why. Australia's policymakers have been spending a lot of brainpower since the 1980s trying to calculate the difference between the actual unemployment rate and the supposed natural unemployment rate. They call the difference between the two the unemployment gap. So here's the unemployment rate, here's the natural unemployment rate, and there's the gap. If the unemployment rate is sitting above the theorized natural rate of unemployment, you'd cut interest rates and bring the unemployment rate down, but if the unemployment rate was sitting below its natural level, you'd want to lift it higher. The unemployment gap is the difference between them. However, they also admit because they don't actually know what the natural rate of unemployment is because it's unobservable. Whoever's handwriting, I know. What is that handwriting? That's amazing. That's inhuman. Look at that. That's so good. I cannot write that neat to save my life. It's a skill, right? To write that neat is a skill. I bet you they didn't even use a ruler for those lines. I bet you they just drew them. I've seen some people who could just draw a circle without any effort. It's like, what the fuck are you? You're not a human being. You are some kind of god. Funny how a system is designed with natural unemployment. I know, right? Like, employment is not a natural system. How does it have a natural level? It's entirely made up. You'd think they'd be able to adjust for that, but no. However, they also admit they don't actually know what the natural rate of unemployment is because it's unobservable, and that means they can't say with certainty how big the unemployment gap is either. But no matter, the unemployment gap has been a very important input in their forecasts for wage growth and inflation. See any problem here? If you rely on an unobservable unemployment gap to forecast wage growth, it might lead you to publish wage and inflation forecasts that are repeatedly wrong, as the RBA has been doing for years, see below. Unfortunately, those forecasts are used as part of setting interest rates, and Treasury's similarly incorrect forecasts feed into the federal government's budget numbers. So, wage price index forecast year ended. There we go. It's the same thing with the economy. Now let's go one final step. Here's the one thing I really wanted to talk to you about. The supposed natural rate of unemployment and the unemployment gap, remember, both unobservable, are elements of a larger analytical framework that has similar problems. Let me explain. Since the birth of economics as a social science hundreds of years ago, economists have been obsessed with trying to figure out where economic growth comes from. In its earliest texts, you can see them talking about how growth seems to come from three things: land, labor, and capital, when you use them a particular way. But as economics has evolved as a discipline, you can see them getting more sophisticated. They start to wonder what an economy's potential output could be. What does natural unemployment even mean? I know, right? Can't you just set the natural unemployment to be whatever you want? Exactly. That's the thing. This is all arbitrary. This is all made up. This is all just a bunch of people with more power and more money than sense deciding a bunch of shit and saying, oh, this is natural. We've mathed this. They could figure out a way to get rid of unemployment altogether, but they refuse to do so because it's not profitable enough for them. Also, my cat is now sitting in the laundry basket next to my weights. Smudge. Psst, psst, psst. No, you're not gonna... No. 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 You done? You right? Oh god, I need a cat cam. He likes to sit in the laundry basket, so I need a camera that points down there to look at him, and I can just turn on cat cam up in the corner every now and then. One of these days, I'll get another camera. I'll get a really good camera one day that's like $1,000, and that'll be my main camera for right here, and then I'll keep the other two cameras for other things. Keep this camera over here for like an alternate angle, or whatever, you know what I mean. Anyway, neither here nor there, it's irrelevant. My portal gun, you can tell, is dying. Look at that light, that's pathetic. And my fairy lights. Like, I'm so broke this week. This is why I feel bad about like asking money for top surgery, or like saying, hey, gift a sub to my mod, or whatever. I'm like, I'm begging for money for what could be considered a frivolous expense. We'll do this angle. Yeah, I'm asking money for something that most people would argue I don't need, but for dysphoric reasons I feel I need it. But at the same time, I'm going through a period right now recently where I'm just like, I'm flat broke, and I'm struggling to think, am I gonna... And fortunately, I get paid tomorrow, which is going to leave me with probably enough to get through to the rest of the week. But like, all of this stuff is making me think about my income, my underemployment situation, like, you know, and all of that. So anyway... I don't like how big my forehead looks. Hello, Sad. How you doing? The natural rate of unemployment is the lowest level that a healthy economy can sustain without creating inflation. So basically two made up things and you put it together. Oh, God. Exactly. Let's continue. Introducing the output gap. And here's what they mean with the potential output. Excuse me. And here's what they mean. Let's say you know what your economy is currently producing. What's the highest level of output your economy could potentially produce without creating destabilizing inflation? If you think your economy's level of output could be higher because inflation's too low, or should be lower because inflation's too high, that means there's a difference between its actual output and its potential output. We call that difference the output gap. But if there's an output gap, it leaves us with this question. How do you get the actual level of output back to its potential level? Thankfully, you now know how to visualize that problem. It's similar to the way you visualize the relationship between unemployment rate and the presumed natural unemployment rate. If you believe the economy is performing below its potential, you cut interest rates or boost spending to stimulate economic activity. If you think it's performing above potential, you lift interest rates or cut spending to dampen activity. Actual output, potential output, potential output, actual output. There you go. Yeah, I know the handwriting. It's so pretty. Dysphoria has kind of caused me to repeatedly disappoint everyone close to me. It's not really just a personal one. Yeah, I feel that on a fucking hard level. Yes. Like, I've always felt as though the role that I was given by society, with the role that I was given by the doctors in the hospital, like, you know, that position felt thrust upon me, and I felt like I had, again, like this applies to pretty much, excuse me, I feel like this applies to pretty much, anytime I've tried to learn anything even vaguely more advanced than what I'm used to. I feel like the majority of the learning I've done, either A, there are certain subjects that just click with me, or B, the stuff that I've learned is honestly just simple, dumb shit anybody could learn, is the problem. So when I've tried to learn something that could potentially get me into a good field that would be providing a solid income for me and allow me to get out of this rut or whatever, that information does not stick. I'm simply unable to process certain information. You know, if that makes sense. And I don't think it's necessarily related to dysphoria, but I feel like it may well be, because there are just certain things that I've tried to learn that feel like they're intrinsically tied to everything I was trying to do when I was him. You know, when I was that person. And that person was entirely a role, so all of the mental energy was already being expended performing as him. And then I couldn't retain any information, I couldn't retain anything. And now I'm still stuck in that particular rut, because it's hard to bring in new information, keep it in there, and actually try to focus on anything other than this, honestly. It feels weird to refer to myself as someone who wants to be a professional streamer, but it's not just the streaming thing. This, at the moment, is its own little method of activism, in a way. Again, change hearts and minds. That's the goal now. That's the ambition. I want to make people more aware of things. So that requires me to educate myself and then pass that knowledge on. So effectively, I want to become a teacher, but I don't want to deal with a bunch of fucking annoying kids in a classroom. This is easier. I can punish you by making you sit in the timeout corner. Anyway. Started being unable to focus on anything in kindergarten. It was no good, and everyone described you as kind of spacey. Yeah, and then people will look at somebody who has that kind of... everyone will look at somebody who has that kind of spacey vibe about them as though they're disconnected from reality, and they're not focusing on anything, and they can't, they're probably hopeless and useless and not going to go anywhere. And the way that we treat people who don't align with what our normal is absolutely abhorrent. Like, there are so many attitudes in society that are geared towards, let's make you normal. I distinctly remember the case of going to my doctor because I was dealing with some anxiety attacks at work, and he described to me the fact that, you know, he described to me he wanted to put me on a sort of medication that would make me better so I could get back to work. Like, those were his words. It wasn't about trying to find some way to get rid of my anxiety in a reasonable manner, or giving me any methods to properly deal with it, or maybe even changing the circumstances of my work or anything like that. It was about, let's just give you the drugs you need to get you normal again so you can go back to being productive, you fucking loser. Like, that's the way those attitudes are so embedded in all these kinds of things. Anyway, I'm feeling a little bit woozy for some reason. Like, not sick. I just feel like I've had my coffee like 4 hours ago, and the energy's worn off a long time ago. Anyway, neither here nor there. So let's keep going. But here's the problem. How do you know what determines your economy's potential growth rate over time? Well, according to the theory that's been dominant since the 1980s, the potential growth rate is determined exclusively by supply sources, and Australia's econocrats put it this way. They say the potential growth rate is determined by three things: population, participation, and productivity. They snazz it up by calling it the 3 Ps. According to the framework, the potential growth rate will increase if the population grows faster, or if more people start participating in the labour force, or if the productivity rate increases. But the 3 Ps theory is just that, a theory. Okay, I hate this shit. Theories are tested. Now, I don't know if the 3 Ps theory is tested, but generally speaking, the term theory refers to something that has actually been peer-reviewed, rigorously tested, and is effectively the reality of the situation. That's how science works. A hypothesis is where you're like, I've got an idea, maybe loosely based on this, that, and the other, but I haven't tested it. It's just an idea I had. That's a hypothesis. Pills can give you boobies, though. They have done a little bit. Drugs make the economy go round. They do. How are you, wizard? But yeah, pills can give you a little bit of the boobies, but I'm still facing a fair bit of dysphoria over the fact that I can't get cleavage, you know. I know that's a weird thing to say, but like, I look at myself in the mirror some days and I'm like, yeah, I belch at myself. But you know, I look at myself in the mirror, and a lot of the time I'm like, I'm pretty happy with the way my body looks these days. But there is still that thing of like, you're still missing that thing, aren't you? That like all the other women in your family have got. And you know, it's just a pretty stereotypically feminine trait. And as a result, I feel lesser as a result of the fact that I don't really have what they have. Which I know is just society telling me I'm not good enough because of these stupid reasons. But I still want to get the surgery done because it would mean a lot to me to have that sort of thing. But you know, I don't know why we've gotten onto this. I'm talking about the economy and I'm talking about boobs. Maybe I should get an economist sugar daddy and just be like, buy me boobs and I'll understand your fucking. I'll listen to your ramble about your 3 Ps bullshit for 4 hours. Just buy my boobs, whatever. You can stick it in my no. Well, that was how you work out the area of triangle. Hello, Vanna. How you going? What's the news? What's happening? Let's have a look here. So, for instance, where were we? There are plenty of economists who criticize it, who say it neglects the role demand plays in an economy's potential growth. For instance, if you have an economy with a deliberately high level of unemployment, hello, Super Sorceress. With workers with little bargaining power, where wage growth is anemic, millions of households have little disposable income, and wealth inequality is increasing, wouldn't you think that demand might be weaker than it otherwise would if millions of workers were in a better financial situation? They say structural weaknesses in demand can become self-perpetuating, permanently reducing the rate of potential growth over time. Anyway, I'll leave you with an excerpt of this year's federal budget. Hopefully you'll see how econocrats have been talking over your head all these years. Notice how they're explaining how the numbers in the budget were conjured and how they simply assumed that the output gap and the unemployment gap will both shrink to nothing over the horizon as the economy grows. It's an assumption they've been making for years. It's their theory about unobservables disappearing or something. A macroeconometric model, of the Australian economy is used to help inform the path that the economy takes to close the output gap, accounting for factors such as nature and level of spare capacity in the economy, the drivers of potential output growth, and the expected path of international trade prices. The model allows for a considered assessment of the path of output beyond the detailed forecast period, including incorporating major policy into the economic forecasts over the budget forward estimates period. Potential GDP is estimated based on an analysis of trends for population, productivity, and participation. There's that 3 Ps again. As additional capacity in the economy is absorbed over time, that is, the output gap closes, real GDP converges towards its potential level and the unemployment rate converges towards the estimate of the NAIRU. I forgot what the NAIRU is. Always remember, folks, by the way, be kind to yourselves and each other. On the nominal side, key non-rural commodity export prices are projected based on cost curve analysis. Domestic prices return over time to the midpoint of the RBA's inflation target band. I know some of those words. It's cool. Like that's gibberish. Domestic prices return over time to the midpoint of the RBA's inflation target band. Okay, yeah. Yeah. I get it. Did they release the model anyway? I don't know. Where was it? A macroeconomic? Yeah, it just says a macroeconometric model. I don't know where that is. Like, doesn't. I mean, this is just an article. If you can find a link to it somewhere in here, but I only saw like 1 or 2 linked things, and none of those seemed like it was. Yeah, I'm gonna hazard a guess as to where you're going with this. Too. It's not a very good faith place, is it, Swooners? Just curious. Why are you wasting my time? Yes, I'm getting a boob job. I don't need FFS. And my next goal is to get orchiectomy. So, but I don't know why. Don't know why you care what I decide to do with the money that people are offering me. People are gleefully donating to me. You know. You realize how hard voice training is, right? Oh, hang on. We got another DM here. Hang on. Thank you for the timeout there, Phage. What a loser. Anyway. Oh, here we go. A normal one. Here we go. I forgot about this. This was back like 20-ish minutes ago. But yes, this is worth talking about. Actually, well, I don't need to pee again. I usually take my pee break on the 2-hour mark of stream, but I haven't needed to. Like, I went like 10 minutes ago, and now I'm just like, well, is there a reason for me to take a break? I've only had 2 out of my 3 Ps. And like, yeah, like vocal training. This voice is not the voice I used to use. My voice has shifted quite dramatically over the past 9 or 10 months, honestly. Like, I've changed my voice quite significantly, but you have to realize that no matter how much vocal training you do, you only have a certain vocal range based on this biology thing anyway. My larynx is built a certain way. It's affected by the fact that I did go through a testosterone-fueled puberty first. Now I'm doing an estrogen one. It's fun. You should try it. Do both of them. Fuck it. Do the whole gender fluid thing. Do both at once. Take some testosterone. Take some estrogen. Anyways, yeah, it's none of anyone's business what's in my pants. None of anyone's business if I decide to get a boob job. None of anyone's business if I decide I like the fact that my face is fucking gorgeous. Thank you very much. You know, I'm hot, but I want bigger boobs. Get over it. None of your business. Take some testosterone. Fuck around and find out. I know, right? It's like, why does it matter if that's the thing I decide to go for first? And again, it's that and orchi and I'm done. Those are the only transitions-based surgeries I want to get. You know? And also, they started out with, do you know what AGP is? Really? What a fucking loser. Okay, now I have a reason to go take my break. Alright, we'll do it now. Then we'll have a look at Katie Montgomery's thread. Louis, I don't know if he's still hanging out there in the background, but we're going to go look through this in a minute. I've already liked this, so I've already had a glance at this whole thing here, and that comes back to the thing I mentioned before about how gender criticals root their ideology in straw men. Anyway, Sarah the Green Ranger. I went to say Sarah the Green Gamer, but Sarah the Green Ranger, welcome back to the Rogue Room. Welcome to the Rogue Room. We'll talk about AGP in a minute. Anyway, it's stupid. I'll be back in just a moment, folks. Here's an ad break. Be kind to yourselves and each other, and I'll be back in a moment. That is exactly it. I don't need to hit the ad break button. I think that's what I must have done before. I think I must have come back from my be right back and just, for some reason, habitually hit the ad break button, and I don't know why I did that. But yes, it is the idea that trans women are only transitioning to get off, right? Which is stupid, especially when you consider the fact that since I've been on hormones, I've had no fucking sex drive. It's a turf talking point, exactly, yeah. It's this silly, absurd idea. I've got nuts, by the way. I'm chewing on nuts, which is, I'm chewing on nuts, which is more sexual action than that guy will ever get. Which I don't think I'm allowed to say, technically speaking, but as long as you guys don't call him an incel, a simp, or a virgin, we're good. Anyways, neither here nor there. But yeah, I'm on hormones that killed my sex drive. Like, and honestly, like, the thing is, I think, let me just think for a second. I think the reason that I had, I think the reason that my sex drive is dead is because of the fact that I take testosterone blockers now. And I think like maybe not specifically, but it started happening once I started taking T blockers, right? And I think what's happened is excuse me. I think what's happened is I've told you the story about how, like, before I came out, I was a guy who was chasing a body count, right? I've said that before. It's like I was a dude who was chasing a body count. And I think a lot of my, like, once the testosterone came away and I started, like, losing, like, my T level started dropping, there was also the psychological association of, like, I no longer have to pretend to be as hyper-masculine as I possibly can to be seen as acceptable in society, right? I no longer need to chase that masculine image, right? And I think as a result, subconsciously, my sex drive just switched off because no longer was I looking for a talking point when discussing things with men. Oh yeah, I've slept with this many chicks, man. That went away, and I realized it was stupid the whole time. And as a result, now it's like if I end up in a situation where I might be getting into bed with somebody, it'd be much more rooted in, like, a personal, intimate connection with that person rather than just, I need to fuck something. Anyway, neither here nor there. But yeah, I definitely couldn't have AGP because I have no horny left. Dead because antidepressants, that's a thing too, right? A lot of antidepressants just kill sex drive. Anyway. Last night you explained to your brother that one of the most toxic things about being a cis person is if you're as cute as your default avatar, you might be turned on by yourself. That's what happens if you don't transition. You just can't drive, well, there's that. How you doing, Matt? What's going on? I got the sweater from H&M. H&M, the clothing store. It's fucking comfy. It's comfy as fuck. Also, follow me on all my socials, folks. If you're not already in my Discord, subscribe to my YouTube channel, following my Twitter, my Instagram, or my Facebook page. Go do all of those right now. You're doing alright? I'm doing alright too. How's things? Hard to explain the weird self-attraction, but it feels awful. I mean, I wonder, there must be like a definition for that, right? Is there a definition, like, the autogynephilia thing is ridiculous, right? Ridiculous concept trying to delegitimize transgender people and all that sort of nonsense. But yeah, like the finding most toxic things about being a cis person is if you're as cute as your default avatar. I think I get what you mean, yeah. I mean, it definitely would be dysphoric, I think. But like, I look in the mirror now and I like the girl staring back at me because I'm finally confident enough to look in the mirror and see her and acknowledge that she's there and actually embrace her now. This is who I've always been. The person that you saw earlier was never me, right? Trying to set up a date. Well, I hope it goes well, folks. Yeah, and that's the thing, Phage. Cis women can also find themselves hot. That's like, it's a silly argument. If a trans woman looks in the mirror and sees she's hot, and you know what? I will say this. The few times the sex drive has worked, and I've never had any motivation to act on it, is when I've been wearing something that is particularly gender euphoric. Like, I'll put on a new, and like this hasn't happened in a while, but like when I was first sort of coming to terms with myself, and I was trying on new clothes and looks and makeup and hair and all that, and I would put together a look that really, like, you know, I look in the mirror and there she is. I'll admit there was a bit of an arousal sensation from that, including a physical reaction. And the reason that people have that reaction, again, I never felt any need to act on it or anything like that. And here's the thing, like, masturbating to yourself, if that's what gets you off, what's the fucking problem? Who cares? Who cares what people get off to? It's no one else's business. As long as it's not like predatory shit, but if someone gets off to themselves, who gives a fuck? But anyway, like, yeah, when I've had those moments of like gender euphoria, it has given me a slight horny reaction. And it's not that I'm in the mood to get off all of a sudden. It's that I was experiencing such an overwhelming positive sensation, both like physically and emotionally and all of that, that my body just responded in the only way it knew how to. You know? Masturbating is giving yourself a fuck. It's not the same arousal as the act of sex. Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. It's like you can be aroused, but not because you want to have sex. Your body can have that sort of visceral, but positively visceral reaction. I don't know what the phrase would be, but like euphoric reaction, generally speaking. Overwhelming gender euphoria. When you look in the mirror as a girl, it's not like there's a different person looking back. Might be just a sexual thing really hurt me. It's more of a sexual power thing, yeah. Also trans beings, I was like, seeing you look like that makes you euphoric and pretty lady awooga. True. Yeah, being incredibly happy can trigger sensations of arousal, and like, what's a good example? I can't think of it. There's got to be like other examples of experiencing arousal in ways that are not sexual. Like you are getting aroused by something that is nothing to do with the bedroom or whatever it is, and it can lead to, you know, awkward situations. It's like, oh my god, all of a sudden I'm horny? Wait, what? Yeah. I can't think of a specific example there. My mind immediately went to like, I don't know why, but my mind immediately went to going on a roller coaster, and I'm like, I've never had a positive experience on a roller coaster. Maybe somebody has. Just makes you unbelievably happy when you do girl things or you're around girls for a while. Don't know why. You're gonna follow it because you feel human sometimes now. It's good, isn't it? Follow that human feeling. Yeah, I hate roller coasters, but I'm trying to think, like, there's got to be something that gives a person overwhelming happiness, and to that end produces that arousal sensation. But there's nothing that I can think of particularly that does that to me. Anyways, let's talk TERFs. Shall we do TERFs? Let's do TERFs. Actually, literally don't do TERFs. We don't want them procreating. You like being around women? Women are great. Can we get some fuck yeah women in chat? Anyway. So. Here's this Katie Montgomery thread. Again, the trans woman who I didn't realize was a trans woman until she actually said in a video she's trans. How the fuck can you tell she's trans? Like, people will say, we can always tell. Excuse me? I couldn't tell, and I'm a trans woman. I thought she was a very powerful cis ally. Heck yes, women. I thought she was just like super into trans rights. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Got stuck on a fairground ride while it was upside down as a kid and was slipping out of your seat the entire time. Yeah, fuck that. Hello, Jam. How you doing? Fuck carousel rides. Anyway. Alison Bailey saw some rubbish in her garden, instantly blamed trans people and the entire concept of trans rights, then found out it was some local kids. Pretty cool for a normal type. How you going? The actual state of GC paranoia is insane. Alright, let's have a look. Someone threw a Whisper chocolate bar into my garden along with a lemon. Oh no, a lemon. I found my dog eating the chocolate, I think in time to have stopped it from killing him. Chocolate is highly poisonous to dogs. Right side of history, my ass. What? You can't read that last bit, but it says right side of history, my ass at the bottom there. What the fuck? Right side of history, my... What the fuck? I actually make the conclusion that it was trans right people. The culprit who lobbed a Whisper bar and lemon into my back garden has just knocked on my door to apologise. Nothing nefarious, just neighbouring children being a bit silly. Lesson learned for the both of us. Those TRAs making fun, one word, ribbons. I don't know what the ribbons thing is about, but I think Katie's going to elaborate. As if targeted harassment is the same as jumping to ridiculous conclusions. For the people wondering about the ribbons comment, GC's organised to, overnight, attach various ribbons in suffragette colours, don't get me started, and scrawled messages on MP and MSP offices so staff would find them in the morning. When the relevant politicians said their staff felt intimidated when they went to open the offices, especially as most are working alone because of COVID and there have been a lot of abusive messages to these offices for being inclusive, they were mocked by various gender criticals. Including ones who like to insist they're the only people who ever get threats and everyone else is just complaining about being criticised and need to toughen up. Also worth pointing out how over 600 people just instantly believed her, already seen some proper mad conspiracy theories about it too. I want to scream. Good night, gender critical Twitter. Thanks for sticking by me on what has been a difficult Some neighborhood kids threw a chocolate bar and a lemon into her backyard and she thought it was trans rights activists. These people are totally normal. Not unhinged, deranged people at all. Totally fine. They're not making up crazy straw men and then latching onto them like some cult. The fuck is wrong with these people, genuinely? This makes no sense. This is like, what the fuck? I genuinely don't have I don't have a response to this. Like, oh no, I fucked up my dashboard. Hang on. How do people? Why are people? I don't get it. I genuinely don't. Like, I don't have an answer to that. And then again, like I commented this earlier. Radio Wassa. Like I mentioned earlier, I commented this separately. I'm bringing this back up again. You need a dip, Radio Madam Scoville. Thank you so kindly for hanging out. Yeah, I posted this earlier, which was kind of in a response to it, because I saw it earlier. Gender critical ideology is purely built on straw men. They catch even a whiff of something that could even marginally support their nonsense and construct entire fictions, to the point where they're now lashing out at perceived aggressions against them and blaming the transes, because they can. Just like they have no basis for any of this bullshit, and they just blame the transes. Right side of history, my ass. Like, you have no reason to blame us. We didn't do anything. You just, I don't know. I can't with these people anymore. I just legitimately cannot. Anyways. What are folks doing at the moment? What's happening? I was considering, like, we got some more news here if you want to talk about. I got some queer news here. Particularly discussing Pride Month. There's an article on Queer News, on Pink News, sorry, which looks at big brand backlash, protest, and the pandemic. Has the Pride bubble burst forever? Have a look at that in a moment. They create a boogeyman and use it as an excuse to hate real, uninvolved people. Yeah. So they're just angry at something. They're creating something to be angry at. Whereas when we lash out back at them, and we're not like actually, attacking We're not going out of our way to attack them. We're defending ourselves from their ideology. Right? Wonder why everyone instantly assumes you're a chaser or something. Go back and look at the questions you were posing. Perhaps. I can look at your old messages. You called me hot stuff, which is not on. Also, this is not working now. Great. I can't scroll back through the messages. But then you were asking about, like, am I going to voice train one day? You asked me what AGP is. You asked me about surgeries. It was fucking weird. It was fucking weird. Convenient scapegoat for all their problems. Pick on a minority group you dislike. Yeah, pretty much. It's a bunch of privileged... I hate to put it to you this way. Because this does come across misogynistic, but... what's the option? So I'm just going to throw this out there now. It's a bunch of privileged middle-class white women. Right? That's all gender, like, mostly. And we've mentioned before that, like, a lot of transgender, what's it called? A lot of transgender... what was I going to say? Fuck. I've lost my train of thought now. Was it about transphobes? Oh, yeah. We did the survey recently that a lot of transphobia stems from men, according to certain surveys. Right? So it's not necessarily specifically women, but there is a significant portion of gender-critical, transphobic women. And you'll look at their social standing. They're middle or upper middle class people who are... well, that woman there is black, so that's not really a good example. But upper or middle class people, upper middle class, middle, upper, or upper middle class people who have got nothing going on in their lives. That's always the case. It's like they're bored people and they're looking for something to make their lives a little bit more interesting. So they conjure up a threat to themselves. Immigrants, another good example. Yes, exactly. If you look back into the past and they used to blame black people and the gay people and the integrats, now the trans people, and just keeps going because people aren't taught at a young age to be better. Yeah, exactly. Taylora, welcome to the Rogue Room. We decided to address the AGP thing because a lot of people have this idea that all trans people experience AGP as though transitioning is just a purely sexual kink, which is why the kink at Pride discussion is so stupid, because some people have this assumption that being trans is a sexual fetish and thus trans people shouldn't be represented at Pride, as one example. And you came in here with very invasive and personal questions that I didn't say I was going to answer, and then you kept pushing. And that's why you got a timeout. Also, might I ask just specifically how getting genital surgery is going to help me pass? Admittedly, my mods should have warned you. I'm going to keep hammering in the thing of, like, please warn people before you time them out. Immigrants, not integrats. I was like, what the hell's an integrat? And, like, we're free to have open discussions about our sexual experiences here. Like, this is an open book kind of place. But you need to realize that certain things are invasive questions, and I don't have any reason to respond to you if I find them disrespectful. And the fact that you came out immediately with the vocal training thing is hugely insulting and degrading. So, consider what you're saying before you say it. Is this going to be a rude question? We're looking for divisive questions that could whip up a shitstorm, then holy hell do you have one. Hit us with it, Tolmat. Is that guitar in standard or drop? I have no fucking idea because I don't play guitar. Also, yes, you have no right to call me hun. Yeah. I play a couple of riffs, but I'm no good at guitar. They're not even aware that they think their questions are normal. Yeah. Please consider engaging in an actual conversation with people outside the internet. Is it in tune? Oh, I'm bringing the guitar stand with me. Also, there's a little sticker on my floor. Here's the thing about being on the internet. I have no idea if anything you say is true, so I don't believe you. Anyway, Pixel, hello, how you doing, lovely? What's going on? Oh, I probably won't be able to play because I've got nails. How am I going to do this? Hang on. No, I can't. This was a bad idea. I didn't think about this. Does that sound like good tuning? It's got a built-in tuner, because this is like very much a beginner guitar. Like, look. It's got a little... I think the batteries might be dead in the tuner. There you go. You can see it's got a little light on it. Well, hang on. I understand you want to be the center of attention, like you're being extremely helpful, like someone said to me. I responded. I want to play piano. I want to play synthesizer, actually. I'd like to get a piano that can be a synthesizer at some point. Ow. Okay, so here's the thing. I've had dysphoria around my chest since I was a kid. Right? And when I was a teenager, it really blew up. That's why I'm getting top surgery. Because I want to be able to wear any outfit and make it obvious that I have breasts. Right? That's the reason I'm getting top surgery. Because it is, quite frankly, my primary source of dysphoria. That's why I'm going for that. Does that answer your question? It's not about sexual arousal. It's about the fact that I look at other women and they've got tits and I don't. So the inference that I only want to get boobs because you think I want to whack off to myself in the mirror is incredibly disturbing, that you would make that assertion of a person in the first place. Because you went straight on to assert, do I know what AGP is? Am I going to take vocal training? My pitch and intonation is dramatically different from when I was presenting male. I had a much deeper, much gruffer voice. I have changed my voice quite significantly. Maybe it's not perfect to where I want it to be, but I have made a lot of changes. I actually watched a clip of myself recently, and that dude sounds nothing like me. I can't even replicate his voice now. What else? SRS, getting an orchiectomy. Have no issue with the dick. Do have an issue with the balls because they produce testosterone, so I would like to get off T-blockers if I can. Makes it easier on my kidneys. And what else is there? My face is perfect. I have no need to change this. It's fantastic. My cheekbones are high. We should really stop demonizing women with big noses, for the record. I know that's a thing a lot of trans women have a problem with. They want like a nice, like, curved, cuter nose. I'm like, no, fuck nose. It's a good profile. And I've met plenty of cis women who've got, like, heavier brow ridges, heavier jawlines, heavier noses. Still women. We shouldn't have these preconceived notions around what a person looks like. Spicy take. Big noses are hot. I actually do like, depends on the nose, but I've seen quite a few women who've got bigger noses, and I'm like, God damn, that's a nice nose. I need to, like, I don't know why this lipstick does this. It clumps. Like, the lipstick, like, clumps up. And I have to end up taking it off because I can feel it. Oh, it's still got that darkness to it, that dark tinge to it. I need to get higher quality lipstick or something, I don't know. Spent years trying to sing higher so your voice is pretty flexible these days, like you've been preparing for this your whole life. Well, that's good. Hang on, I just read that bit. You grew up in Melbourne's northern suburbs. You love a woman with a big nose. Yes, we stand. Preconceived notions. Sound like a black queer Harvey Firestein. I'll have to look him up. Mum is Croatian, has a massive nose. Think you got a pretty big one too, and you don't care. Well, there you go. Hope to transition to trans femme. I've been transitioning medically for about... let me think. I started my testosterone back in September of last year. And then estrogen in November of last year. So there you go. That gives you a rough idea. So I've been technically on T blockers. No, testosterone blockers, not testosterone. T blockers in September. And then I got on estrogen in November. So roughly 9 months total. I swear I keep extending the length. But it was 9 months. Yeah, it was 9 months. I distinctly remember getting my HRT. And, you know, I posted a little crying selfie of me holding my pillbox on Twitter at some point. So I use that as a reference point when I forget what the date was. It was like November 20th when I started estrogen. It's like, here's the next step. And I'm weepy because I was literally in tears. Like, yay, I'm girl now. I wonder, like, I still wonder a lot about how my friends feel about it. You know, like, I mean, yeah, I was always a girl. And honestly, this is one of the most affirming things that when I saw my friend who bought the shark, I went and I saw her, and got my nails too, by the way, the friend who bought the nails. When we were hanging out and we were drinking together, I kept going, oh, you know, before I was Abby, and she's like, you were always Abby. And it was like, oh my god, my little gay heart. Couldn't handle it. Played the makeup artist in Mrs. Doubtfire. Oh, okay. Your idea of how you currently sound until your voice is fully healed. Okay. I've heard that boobs can grow on HRT for quite a while. Like, I got given an estimate of about 2 years will be the maximum length of any kind of, like, full effects. But I have heard of trans women saying, oh, I've been on HRT for this long, and it's kept going beyond that point. There's been different effects that have come and gone with it. You say, 3 to 4 years max. Well, we'll see how it goes. Probably end up DIYing the amount of hoops you have to jump through to get HRT in the UK. Oh, yeah. I mean, definitely, if you can. Do it safely, of course. But, if your trans girls have got implants after being on E for a year or two, and then had them removed later on, oh my goodness. There's a thing. Here's the thing. I mean, if it gets to that point where I've got big enough breasts, and I don't think it's going to happen, honestly, that I don't need this money for the surgery, I'll put it towards the orchiectomy instead. Because that still needs to be done. And that's actually cheaper than the top surgery, I think. So, for some reason, it's like, I think I looked it up last time. My price checked an orchiectomy was about $4,000. It's a lot of progress. So, I mean, yeah. Cheaper to cut than to add. It is. And I don't want to get the full thing done. I know some trans women who do want to get the full thing done, but I'm just like, first of all, I don't have the cost of a Jeep Wrangler to cover the whole situation. And secondly, again, I don't have dysphoria specifically around the member. I'm not hugely fussed by it. I don't need to take a fist or a cock. I mean, if I end up with a trans girl, there's still another hole she can use if she wants to. Neither here nor there. Just saying. Not asking them to sew up my butthole. Like, you're as girly as you could get away with. What a time to enter the stream. I know, right, Grimpy? How's it going? This discussion has been all over the place. Straight up body swap if it were possible. And yeah, again, like, I remember hung out with only girls because you could not understand boys. Actually, that reminds me of someone that I went to school with as a kid. There was this one boy in particular, and all of his friends were girls. And a lot of us kids when we were younger just assumed he was a gay kid. Like, oh, he hangs out with the girls because he's girly, because he's gay. And now I'm thinking to myself, what if that kid was an egg? What if I end up accidentally bumping into that kid one day? It's like, wait a minute, I recognize you. Didn't you go to that school? And it's like, yes, I recognize you too. And all of a sudden, we're both girls now. That'd be fun. I have to concede. Here's the thing. Actually, no, this is an outright lie because I've met Jordan Raskopoulos. But I was going to say, outside of Jordan, I'm pretty sure I've never met another trans woman. And like I've mentioned before, trans men just pass flawlessly to me, so I couldn't tell if I'd met a trans man or not. But there are certainly trans women who, early in transition, like I could look back at myself and like I wasn't passing early on, definitely. But yeah, I don't think I've ever actually met, aside from Jordan that one time, which was like, I said hi very briefly in passing to Jordan before she went on to perform her comedy show, which me and my friend Jacinta went and saw. But yeah, other than her, I don't think I've ever actually met another trans woman in the flesh. Which may change, you know, because most of my closest friends, like I've got a few close friends in the immediate vicinity that I can see within reason, like, you know, let's hang out sort of thing. But most of, like, I've got significantly more really good friends online, you know, and some of those happen to be trans women that I've just never had the opportunity to meet because they're in fucking Melbourne or wherever they are, I don't know. Or in like somewhere deep in Sydney, I don't know. Right, so had a look at Gender GP. The prices, while a bit steep, seem about affordable. Well, that's good. That's good news. Everybody thought you were gay till you dated a girl. She was like a sister to me. Jesus fucking Christ, I'm definitely a girl. Oh yeah, that's the thing, right? That's what I want. If I were to date someone, I'd want her to be like, not a sister. That'd be awkward. I don't want to date a girl who's a sister to me, but I definitely want to date a girl who's, well, I mean, I want to date a girl who's a good girlfriend. You know, at the end of the day, that's what I want. That's what anybody should want from any kind of relationship. They want to date someone who's a good partner, you know. And at the moment, I'm very, very iffy on relationships. Bear in mind there are other fees, like when you have Skype sessions and meds are separate. Yeah, my endocrinologist, who I go to, has different pricing for going to different pricing for going into the clinic. Like it's closer to $400 to go and see them in person, versus on the phone it's like less than $200. Like it's $130 or something like that to have a phone consultation. But my endocrinologist has requested I go in for an actual in-person what's it called, in-person session appointment later on this year to sort of catch up. I think she'd actually want to gauge my progress along with the hormones and all that sort of stuff, like physically, because she hasn't seen me since last year, actually. Holy mother of fuck, you don't know who this Chloe person is, but someone gifted you a sub there. They have a ton of emotes. Yeah, Chloe's cool. She was here before. She's a Twitch partner. I think she's got well over 1,500 subs at the moment, so she's... to that end, she's got a ton of emotes. And there's also follower emotes now, which I think... Let me check, actually, really quickly. Also, this is kind of why I want to get Twitch partner, so I can get a ton of emotes. Duh. Help me get to Twitch partner. Make sure all your friends tune into the Rogue Room Mondays to Fridays from 6 or 8 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. I think there are follower alerts. Oh, hang on, no, I don't have follower alerts yet. But if we take a look at my thing, standard emotes, I got 5 standard emotes. I don't have a tier 3 emote. I need to get a... I do get blood tests. I will say that. So how often do I get... It's not like a regular thing. Like my endo will book me an appointment and she'll be like, get a blood test done at the beginning of the month, and say the appointment's at like the end of the month. But yeah, I had an idea for an emote for the tier 3. I haven't done it yet. I've probably got something I can put there, but I've also got like a bunch of emotes for the bits tier. Like, so, but the thing is, you know, I should do these. I should do these ones. But I think, yeah, I think follower emotes are currently... I don't know if they're a thing for affiliates or if they're only a thing for partners. I don't think I remember seeing anything specifically that says either way. I will agree. Like, the line of questioning has been invasive, but if you chill out a little bit, you know. But I think we're at a base level of understanding now. I think I grasp where things are, because I do get a bit aggressive around certain questions, because I get asked the same questions all the time by people who have not got the best interest of the conversation at heart. As you can clearly imagine. Especially when people ask me, like, about voice training. Like, that one's honestly, that's a huge point of dysphoria for me, because I don't know how to train it. But I have been doing what little I can based on what little I've seen. So, you know, I'm working on little bits and pieces. Ow. Why is that itchy? I'm itchy all of a sudden. Stop. Also, I want to point out, can you see it? I have a beauty mark. And as someone who's had laser, like, I've done laser, right? And I've done it over most of my face. This area still has, like, a pretty significant level of facial hair. This is a nightmare. Okay? This is a fucking nightmare. I mean, this is not irrelevant. I just wanted to ramble about the fact that I've got this little mole on the side of my face that if I just don't do it correctly with the razor, if I'm not careful, that doesn't stop bleeding. You have one in the same spot, but it's huge. It's a nightmare. I've considered getting rid of it. Like, I've also got, like, oh, you can't really tell because of the lighting. Oh, there. It's on this side. There's one there as well. That's pretty ugly. And then I've got, like, some other mark on this side of my nose. There's this one here I don't mind, actually. I quite like this. I quite like this one here. I'm gonna nitpick at my moles. You know what's weird? I haven't done anything overtly girly with my mum. I mean, kind of with my sister. I think I've gone shopping with her. But I haven't really done any, like, sort of gal time stuff with my mum yet, honestly. But it's been strange. And I'm still, like, very uncomfortable with, like, addressing that whole thing with her, even though she's been very supportive. But she's also misgendered me a few times accidentally, because she's still not used to the she/her pronouns. How long do I have to put up with her saying, "Oh, I'm just used to it"? Have a mole. I had it removed whenever you started shaving regularly. Yeah, and the thing is, like, generally speaking, as far as I know, at least here in Australia, you can just go to the GP and they'll just cut it off your face, or, like, you go to the skin specialist and they cut it off your face. I'm still, like, not sure if I like this though. Like, it's got its own level of it has merits. It has its own merits, you know. But I don't know. Mum's kind of supportive. She kind of wanted a daughter, but she got 4 boys. Oh, okay, I see. Well, I mean, yeah, that's kind of good in its own way, right? Don't know if you'll ever be out of the closet. I hope one day you can come out of the closet. Where were we? Yeah, I did kind of make Draco a mod of the channel, so yeah, but, like, it is worth to, and yeah, go at your own pace, of course. It is worth it to consider, like, what the mods are saying. I got my first witch mole. I've had the mole for ages. Hello, Solace. Her mum predicted she'd have 3 boys. Jesus, how do they do that? I've noticed there are some women who can just predict what kind of kids a person will have, and they usually end up right. Where were we? There was some. Oh yeah. So yeah, go at your own pace, NMJ, and yeah, you are always welcome here. How are you, Solace? And that's the thing. I want a lot of people, like I've mentioned before, that if I can, I'd like to help people along in their own transition if I can with my own experiences. But it's important to realize that my transition experience is not going to be everyone's experience, because I repressed heavily from the age I sort of first figured it out, when I was a mid-teenager, again, 13, 14, 15-ish. I realized how difficult a process transition would be. I realized the social pressures I'd be under, and I deeply, deeply repressed it until I was 31 years of age. And I had this groundbreaking, earth-shattering moment of, I need to transition now. right? So I started, and it was within the span of a few weeks of me figuring it out again that I was out of the closet. And everybody knew, right? And I just immediately started taking the steps as fast as I possibly could to get, I went to the GP, I went to a psychologist, went to an endocrinologist, I got on HRT, I started making all these huge changes. I bought a whole new wardrobe, I dramatically shifted my streaming content, quite obviously. And, so I feel like my attempted speed run of transition feels like it leaves me in this place where I'm like, I don't have that experience of... Because while I was repressing my gender identity for so long, it also didn't feel like it. I didn't actively think about it. For a long time there, I pushed it down deep, so deep, that I didn't even think about it until I just, as the phrase goes, cracked. Egg just cracked. And I don't know what it was. And I think, honestly, like I mentioned before, there were a bunch of little hints throughout the years. From my childhood, through my teens, even through my adult years. There were a few things that I can think of now where I'm just like, oh, that's definitely a clue. That's definitely a clue. There's a few little bits and pieces throughout my adulthood. Again, going back to that webcomic I mentioned earlier, where there was the character who was born a boy but then woke up one day a girl, and it really resonated with me in a lot of ways. And they had to, they had to figure their life out because everybody else around them was used to them being a girl. They'd lived a completely alternate reality, and I found other media like that as I grew up as well. I found other little things, and honestly, the video games thing, at a certain point, I just started always playing girls in video games, and I felt just so much more comfortable playing a girl in a video game. And there were a few instances of playing WoW where I was on roleplay servers and I would be playing a girl character and role-playing a girl character. And just, not obviously nothing sexual or anything of that nature, because I still felt that was a bit weird in WoW when people would go into Goldshire and... Don't go into Goldshire on RP servers. Save yourself the trauma. Anyway, GTA character, yes. My GTA character was always a girl. Always loved the hottest fashions. There were a lot of hints, come to think of it, throughout my entire life that I just never picked up on. And then, by the time I figured it out, I was just like, okay, let's get it done. Sub 2 hour speedrun, let's fucking go. Any % MTF transition. Stardew Valley. Oh, actually, I played a guy in Stardew Valley, strangely enough. But at the same time, it was just a little pixel art character, so it didn't matter. But I did play a girl in Terraria. Knew you wanted to be a girl, but you didn't think it was why you feel disconnected from reality constantly. Where were we? Going to see a therapist about it in September, so maybe not forever. I hope you can get to see that therapist. And yeah, 35 is not that old. You're only a couple of years older than me. It's not old. You'll get there. I promise you'll get there. Your beloved host is trying to reach a goal of $8,000 to fund her top surgery. It would be greatly appreciated if you contribute, as her chest is one of her most significant areas of dysphoria. Please consider chipping in. Here I go, I'm chipping in. I'm not playing Cyberpunk till 2077. And yeah, it can take years and years and years for your egg to crack. Quite frankly, I'm envious of the teenage trans kids who get the opportunity to go on stuff like puberty blockers, which, I mean, I know that's a hotly contested discussion right now. But, because, some people have got these absurd ideas about puberty blockers. But I do kind of feel envious of transgender teenagers who get the opportunity to transition when they're young before they have the wrong puberty. I had to go through a testosterone-fueled puberty, which has made certain changes to my body which are irreversible. Everyone should go to the Goldshire Inn on an RP server once just to experience the pure, unadulterated degeneracy. Do they still do it? Do they still do that sort of stuff? I'm not going to find out. I'm not willing to go find out. Made your Bitmoji for your girlfriend because for a while because she wouldn't make one. Now I realize it's kind of weird. I was cool with that. Oh, okay. Characters were always GNC lesbians, and still I denied it. Chippin' In isn't one of their better songs. I haven't heard any of their other songs. That's the only one I've listened to. So, girl, tell me, what are your kinks and fetishes? Well, I must admit, I have a commodity fetish. Blocked. Wait. Don't have much research on the growth of children on puberty blockers, and gender dysphoria in children can go away. It doesn't in adults. Maybe persistent dysphoria from children in their mid-teens is a reasonable trade-off. In Star Wars The Old Republic, my characters have a pretty funny, distinctive change. When I decided I'm just a gay guy, the characters I made then were stereotypical sexualized names, etc. Now they're all sweet women with cute names. Oh, that's cute. Look at the character list sometimes and smile. Newton Gaisler, welcome to the program. How you doing? Why you get the envy of early transitioners, you couldn't imagine having to navigate. Oh yeah, like trans kids are incredibly bold and brave. And the thing is, like, there's a lot of evidence about there's a lot of research on puberty blockers, because puberty blockers were not originally conceived for trans kids. Puberty blockers were conceived for children who are experiencing an early onset puberty. So it's to stem the tide of puberty until they're able to go through it normally. So, like, if a kid starts puberty at like 8, they put them on puberty blockers, right? And that's true of all HRT. All hormone replacement therapy is based in all HRT is existing medicines for other purposes that have then been, I guess, appropriated by trans people for the purposes of transition, because it's the closest we've got to any kind of treatment for ourselves. Played WoW on non-RP servers and told my guild and others I was a girl, yet totally told myself I wasn't trans for de-repression. In some ways, I just really wish that I had leaned more heavily into that. I'm going to escape into a video game world and pretend to be a girl. Like, I did do it a lot when presenting Mask, but I never thought to stop and unpack why I did that. Never thought to stop and unpack why I wanted to play a girl in Skyrim and marry the girls in Skyrim. Also, but like, the more I think about what I've done in video games, the more I think, oh shit, how many people do I want to stab in the throat under the cover of darkness? That's probably a little bit more terrifying than transition, to be honest. Because the list is pretty long. 17 and wish you had started puberty blocker so much. Now you have a very masculine chest and torso. Exactly, right? Like, that's the thing. This is the thing, like, there's a lot of evidence to suggest that kids and teens do experience varying levels of gender dysphoria, because going through puberty is a very tumultuous time. There's a lot of change, there's a lot of self-doubt, there's a lot of self-discovery, but some kids are absolutely certain in their dysphoria. And this is the thing, puberty blockers are largely reversible, and if someone who goes on puberty blockers has some kind of delay to their to their existing puberty after the fact, if they do go on puberty blockers and decide to come off them later on, they can go back on the hormones that are typically assigned to their birth gender, I suppose you could say. Like if there's someone who thinks they are MTF and they go on puberty blockers and their hormones don't develop their body in a certain way, and they decide, well, I want the hormones to develop my body in a certain way, back to that default that I was going to get in the first place. They can choose to do that. Or they can choose to let their body level itself out. Nothing to do with intelligence. Talking about financial independence and a stable social life. Wait, what? Like, being an independent adult with good relationships is a much stronger position than being a child figuring shit out during a culture war. The answer, of course, is to support kids and end the culture war, not stop them even trying. Agreed. 100% agreed. Because it's provable that dysphoria leads to deeply rooted not oppression. I mean, yes, oppression, depression, where people, like we discussed before, become non-functional. Like, they can't function in a typical social environment because the dysphoria is so strong that it just affects all their other mental capacities, their faculties. They can't get out of that rut, and as a result, they can't go on to have what you would hope would be a happy and productive life. And yeah, you don't keep them on blockers forever, only until they're old enough to have a better idea of who they are then, and they go off blockers, or they go off blockers or HRT. Yeah, it's either 16 or 18, like between 16 and 18. I think trans kids can start HRT at 16. I'm not certain, But like they can be on puberty blockers from I think the age of 12. And then, yeah, it just stops puberty. And like we've seen with HRT, I can go through a second one. And yeah, all kids should be allowed to say puberty, no thanks. Exactly. Precisely, yeah. It's not something this is the thing, right? It's not a medical procedure that's going to harm the child, right? It's not something that's going to hugely negatively impact them. Not like the kind of genital mutilation that intersex children face. You know, when they're born with some unusual configuration of genitalia and doctors just go out of their way to make medical changes so that kid ends up being normal, right? Stop using reversible with puberty blockers. You go off blockers and everything starts or continues. Yeah, not reversible. Like everything goes back to normal, so to speak. It's not. Yeah, it's not reversible in a sense, but that is the wrong term for it. Thank you for correcting me there, Paige. Non-consensual cosmetic surgery is abhorrent. That was Pisswick. Oh my god, that was like a 2. That was pathetic. Sorry. Oh goodness. Oh goodness me. Should we look at what else have I got in terms of news tonight? We already talked about the LA thing. Burping ASMR. You're lucky I don't do it at the other end. Oh yeah, I wanted to talk about this. I wanted to discuss this because I'm just so fucking confused. RGR alt in the chat. So what is it? What's RGR stance on puberty blockers? Yeah, it's just preventing puberty until the individual is old enough to make the decision to come off blockers or proceed to HRT. It's not harming them. There's no evidence it does. Oh, I know who RGR is. No, I mean, what's RGR's stance on puberty blockers? Oh, by the way, Ginger Line, I saw you say me out before. How you doing? Welcome in. What's going on? Notice lately you choose emotional safety over physical safety a lot? Meaning what? Exactly. In terms of, yeah, please extrapolate upon that point if you would kindly. Probably as terrible as a kink at Pride takes. Oh my god, the kink at Pride thing. I wish they would let it go. I know they're not going to, and I know it's going to cycle back into the discourse come June next year, but fucking Christ, just fucking let it go. Again, we have the discussion at hand where, there are some people who genuinely believe being trans is a kink. And this is the thing, when you broadly say there should be no kink at Pride and they dance around defining that, what they're essentially saying is that certain people should not be allowed to exist at Pride. And Pride is a protest. Pride is not just a happy fun times parade for all the families to attend. Pride is a protest against society's norms. You know? They've still yet to outline exactly how kink at Pride harms kids. They just say that it does. Exactly. They're going out of their way to assert that kink at Pride is somehow going to influence children into what? Like, there's no actual sex acts being performed at Pride. I've seen no evidence of this, so that there's no point there to support. And again, like, people like Vorsh and Shoe on Head have made this point that there should be, like, adults-only areas of Pride. Completely ignoring the fact that Shoe on Head in particular used to get around in a leather collar, which is a kink thing. Oh no, a leather vest, my poor child mind is shattered, I know, right? And yeah, we don't need 2 prides. There's no need for 2 prides. 1 pride is fine. The lack of Marsha P. Johnson recognition drives you mad. Oh, I know, right? Like, whenever I hear discussion around Pride, she rarely comes up. She does come up, don't get me wrong, like, Marsha P. Johnson does come up, but it feels like there are other people brought into the discussion before her. I don't know what it is about the Pride thing. About the I went to say Wonderwall. around the Stonewall discussion. There's a lot of discussion around Stonewall, around Pride parades, around all the protests and the riots. And Marsha P. Johnson comes up like once in a blue moon around that discussion. black people can't be in front, it scares the whites. You're absolutely right. It's bizarre and disturbing. And the thing is, like, the term transgender didn't specifically exist back then. But you can clearly see that she was transgender because she specifically talked about how she wanted to go and get surgery to get the correct genitalia, so to speak, and do other things to her body and her face to make her align with blah 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 with the gender at... Oh, for fuck's sake. Sorry, I'm itchy, so I'm distracted. Let me just scratch my leg and then I'll... Okay, I'm going to end up... Marsha P. Johnson has been turned into a myth rather than being humanized and learned from. How do you mean? Foxcat, have a good night. Why would you not want to be inclusive of all groups while making people as comfortable and safe as possible? There's nothing uninclusive about a modern pride parade. It's completely harmless and milquetoast. Yeah, exactly. Whether she was a particular label or not, we could see her plight is the same as ours. Exactly. It's a queer plight, and that's what it is at the end of the day. And kink is a part of the queer community, so to exclude it is to exclude certain members of that community to make them feel unwelcome, right? So maybe you're gonna be you're gonna be the one that gays me, 'cause after all... I should learn to play Wonderwall. I'm pretty sure Jacinta can. But yeah, honestly, that's the thing, right? Is being inclusive by being exclusionary. Yeah, so like if you... This is the thing about excluding kink at Pride, is it leans heavily into the ideas of the socially acceptable sexual behaviors generally considered by society. And those sexualized behaviors have been dictated by old white cis het men, right? So holding hands and a kiss on the cheek and all that at queer pride parades and all that sort of thing. But you're not allowed to express any of the things that are particularly queer about the kink community. Now I need to more inform I've learned a bit about the kink community, and honestly, like Lily Simpson's video on the kink at Pride thing is fantastic and does a much better job of explaining it than I could. We could just watch her video again. Anyway, yeah, you don't walk into a kink club and start clamoring about how it's excluding children. Yeah, like I don't know why we're on this topic. I don't like this topic. It's exhausting. But the kink at Pride thing, is again, like, kink is a part of the LGBTQIA+ community in its own way, and to exclude it is to exclude an element of Pride, which is rebuking the sexual trends, the sexual norms. Yeah, Pride is over. Why are we still on kink discourse? I know. And it's important to note that sexuality is an important part of being queer. Whether that be... yeah, shout out to our kinky asexuals. And on that subject, whether that be someone who is hypersexual or whether that is someone who is asexual, whether that is someone who is homosexual, whether that is someone who's deviant is a good word for it, actually. And it's one of those slippery slope things. So the moment you take kink away from Pride, again, there are some people who think being trans is a kink. There are some people who believed way back when that being gay was this sick fetish that only certain men got into. And that attitude goes back and back and back and back. You keep finding more and more. And the moment you start regressing at Pride parades, the moment you start taking this away, all of a sudden, you take kink away, and then they'll say, well, trans people are pretty... a lot of us over here in the LGB, we kind of think that trans people are like Buffalo Bill, so get rid of them too. Bisexuals, pick a side. Get out of our Pride parade. Then it's the L's and the G's bickering between each other. Because that'll happen. And then all of a sudden you're back to that square one of dividing up the queer community when we've been trying for ever to create a community that is built around, amusingly, inclusivity, and that includes that kink community. Whether or not I'm into kink, I'm not a kinky person, but then again, I haven't really done anything sexy in a long time. So I don't think about it much. Anyway, deviant aspects of sexuality, except kink doesn't mean just that. Yeah, kink is its own Kink is its own thing. It's not explicitly sex related. It is tied to it's like this way. It's like this way. That's a phrase. It's kind of like how what am I looking for? What am I thinking of? It's like how gender is tied to biological sex, right? There are characteristics of our biology that have been defined by a gender role that society decided. You know, the science around the biology exists. We can prove that there are biological aspects to a person based on this or that, and we broadly define them as male, female, or intersex. You know, but we have genders assigned at birth, generally male, female, that are related to the sex, but they are not, and I'm talking the biological sex thing, but they're not the same thing. They are separate entities. It's that kind of thing. Like, kink is tied to sexuality, but it's still its own genre over here of activity. It's not explicitly sexual, but because there is an attachment to sex and sexuality, people think it is inherently sexual. You know, let's take, for example, maple syrup. Somebody might enjoy having maple syrup poured over their breasts and licked off by their partner in a sexual manner. That doesn't mean maple syrup is inherently a sexual thing. That's essentially the argument being made, is that because kink has a sexual tie to it, it should not be represented at Pride. People are acting as though there are floats going down the Pride parade where people are performing kinky sexual acts on each other in front of children. Clip it. Ship it. So there is kink-oriented clothing that's completely acceptable around kids, yeah. Abby talks about maple syrup this way. Canadians everywhere. Hey, maple syrup might make people uncomfortable. I don't know. There might be someone who completely avoids, like, that whole aisle of condiments. Condiments. Anyway, because they might be turned on by the maple syrup, but they don't want to go down that aisle. Don't know if the kids really give a shit. That's the thing, right? Is if you go out up on a float wearing the leather vests and the leather biker shorts and all that kind of thing, or you're going up there wearing the dog mask or the collars and the someone like if you're wearing the collar and someone else is holding a lead, you know, kids aren't gonna know what any of that means unless you go out of your way to tell them. You know? Kids aren't going to understand that unless you go out of your way to tell them. And you know what? If you are a parent, and I'm going to bring in the parental responsibility argument. If you're a parent taking your kids to Pride, not to kink. If you're the parent taking your kids to Pride, it is your responsibility as the parent to inform your child about that, whatever it is. If they ask questions, just say, that's just how they're dressed, sweetie. That's just a fun activity they like to do, sweetie. Okay? You don't need to give them the full essay on the subject. Kids don't need to know all the finer details. Some people... Oh, yeah, this is perfect. Doe's good at this. Some people like feet. If you go shoeless to a public event because your partner likes feet and you're not... hang on. If you go shoeless to a public event because your partner likes feet, you're not involving children in a sexual act. Again, I've got a... and what's this Jane OST tweet? How many kids were traumatized by kink at Pride this year? It was a significant discourse, so I assume the answer is thousands of kids. Who's this person? I'm going to follow them. They seem cool. If the answer is 0, and if it happened at all, we definitely would have heard about it. Can everyone that was clutching pearls admit they fell for a bunch of right-wing propaganda about the icky gays and shut the fuck up forever? That's the thing, we... Do you really think there's fisting and piss play on the Pride floats? What's this one? Is this tweet deleted? Aww. I have a rock that keeps tigers away. What's the tweet? I hate this. Pride was created for everyone. No one should be excluded simply for not wanting to see kink play. Where are people getting this shit? Yeah. Anyways, The icky gays. The icky, sticky gays. What was I saying? We'll keep that up. I want that image. Anyway. Don't take children to Pride. It's like, why do kids need to be at Pride? I mean, aside from the fact that, yeah, like, don't take a kid to an all-nude spa, for example, which was an 18-plus spa. But, like, Pride is a protest. Pride is a riot. Pride is not supposed to be, like, this family-friendly corporate event, which it has become in a lot of ways. But the moment you start leaning more heavily into those Puritan attitudes around sexuality and saying, yeah, won't someone think of the children? When someone says, won't someone think of the children, they're always trying to get rid of someone. Because they're trying to lean into society's expected and culturally defined norms that Pride is not about, shockingly. Not even about the kids for most people. It's about adults wanting to be involved in Pride and feeling uncomfortable in a parental way for their children regardless of how they feel. But that's the thing. The argument against kink at Pride is that kink is inherently sexual, and it's not. That's the argument against it. And if your kids are for some reason uncomfortable at Pride, you're the parent, take them away from the Pride parade. That is the parental responsibility. That's not the responsibility of anyone else performing at the parade. I think older white cis gays are part of the problem of respectability politics. Oh, yes. Absolutely. Love kids in other queer spaces, but Pride is a certain kind of celebration, yeah. Yeah, why are they wearing that? It's a costume for the parade. That's all you need to say. You just need to say, oh, it's just a part of the parade. It's just a part of the... It's just their costume. Is it even a protest anymore? Well, no. I mean, it's supposed to be, but again, it's been heavily turned into this very skeptical, cynical, capitalistic-driven thing. So it's all about... Like the Pride Month thing. With the... all the like, go and look at any of the companies that change their logos to rainbows during Pride Month and how quickly they change those. Like, what was the there was a crosswalk that was painted rainbow for Pride Month, and literally midnight of June 30th, they tarred over it. Like, it was really... It was just such a wasteful thing. It was just such a wasteful thing. They went and they painted... I don't know what I would even look for to find it, but they painted a crosswalk rainbow for Pride Month, and then they just... They couldn't just let it wear down over time. Loved seeing all the rainbow flags disappear this weekend. I shared a meme with a friend of mine. And it's the same kind of thing, like... Pride Month, Pride parades and all that have become very heavily normalized in such a way that the rebellious aspect of them is lost. And that's not a good thing. Because the moment you start... Hang on, let me open this in a new tab. Yeah, this is funny. Rainbow Road returns to regular road after Pride Month. Yeah, there's no counter argument to be made because it makes me uncomfortable. It's not an argument, yeah. It's not an argument. I loved that one. That was great. I must admit, as someone who has been gaslit, I don't like the sort of appropriation of the term gaslighting by the online community. Because can the rebellious aspect of Pride ever be brought back? Actually, that's a good point. Let me get back to my news articles, because there's two things I want to touch on before we end stream. And you've mentioned something that's particularly relevant. Hang on. Same way woke was ruined? Absolutely, yes. If queer stopped doing X because it made society uncomfortable, we would just cease to exist. Exactly. Like, the more you start to integrate into society in a comfortable way, in an acceptable way, the easier it is for them to start to remove the queerness of us. And you start going backwards. Anyway. This is a very important point, the rebellious aspect of Pride. Big brand backlash, protest, and the pandemic has the Pride bubble burst forever. Could Pride be about to return to its radical roots? Pink News investigates what the pandemic and a new era of protest means for the future. Now, I haven't read this. However, in the past 18 months or so, have changed the world in unprecedented ways, with lockdown and increased attention on systemic racism and other injustices, awakening many young people to the power of activism and protest and the importance of accountability. Why is it giving me a read more tag? Suddenly, the problems plaguing Pride, the sense that it's becoming too sanitized and commercialized, that's what we're getting at here, more parade than protest, are getting harder and harder to ignore. The bubble that presumed that Pride events were this amazing opportunity for the queer community, I think that has burst, Dr. Francesca Amaturo, a senior lecturer in sociology and human rights, tells Pink News. Last year really was the tipping point because of the convergence between COVID and Black Lives Matter, she says. Once you lift the veil, once you open Pandora's box, there's no turning back. A second summer of COVID-19 leads to more cancellations. It's hard to imagine what Pride will look like when it finally returns to the post-pandemic era. Amaturo predicts we'll see an increasing questioning of the inherent goodness of Pride as LGBT plus people and allies demand more from the events and their organizers, particularly in terms of intersectionality. The past assumption that Pride is purely positive has meant there is not enough attention on the less positive or more problematic aspects of a model which largely caters to cisgender, white, able-bodied people and the corporations chasing their cash. Yeah, normative doesn't equal correct. That's a very good way to put it. Now there's quite clearly a hook and a reason to be asking these difficult questions. The reckoning has already reached Pride in London, whose 5 senior-most members were forced to resign earlier this year amid damning allegations of racism and bullying. The culture of racism at the top levels was exposed by Ramal Affleck, who quit his role as Director of Communications, citing a reluctance to accept that liberation of LGBT plus people must be coupled with the fight against sexism, ableism, racism, and other forms of unacceptable discrimination. Speaking to Pink News, Affleck is keen to point out that none of these issues are new. He himself had been speaking of it for years, while other queer black activists have been fighting far longer, but after the 2020 Black Lives Matter protests, it suddenly went mainstream. I think one of the reasons we're having this recognition more publicly, because I wouldn't say it's a new recognition, but publicly, is that there's now a space for it to happen. Hang on, what are we doing? It's not straights. What's not straights? What is new is perhaps the popularization of certain words and certain elements of the conversation are available in mainstream media. There's also a lot more queer black people with platforms whose voices are now emerging on the mainstream, and that, I think, has been shaking the table. What it meant for Pride in London was an opportunity for people to hold organisers to account on an issue they didn't know about before, or didn't know well enough to speak out on. Now there's quite clearly a hook and a reason to be asking difficult questions, particularly with Pride in London's 20th anniversary coming up, he says. Another factor which Affleck says has been missed completely is that the upcoming generation is far more politically engaged than many have previously realized. They've been misinterpreted as disengaged because they're not taking part in a formal process like local consultations on a road layout or things like that, he said. But actually, young people are still politically astute and they know that's happening. What's happening? I can't read now because I'm distracted by chat. They know what's happening and will genuinely turn up and support something, and I think that is an important context of this conversation. Where are we? Did they just lie about being a trans woman? They mentioned being on about 5 years on HRT before. So I don't know. I can't verify. But they were being very, very, very leaning. Can be a married 25 years trans woman and still not like your opinions, yeah. They use projecting twice. As soon as the queers like RGI who have a problem with it have a problem because their entire outlook is based around appeasement and assimilation, which is antithetical to the message of Pride anyway. Yes, exactly. Exactly. If you're queer and you're not comfy and cozy at Pride, tough titties, go home. Freaking hobbits showing up and ruining a mortar orgy. Home means comfort you halfling half with. An organization like Pride in London will not be able to dictate a certain line on the theme of Pride anymore as much as they used to, and that will be the same for other countries, she said. Affleck, however, is more cynical. He finds it harder to see a trend, pointing out that positive change in Pride in London only came about as a result of a significant public pressure. I think it will be harder to avoid is probably the easiest way of saying it, he said. It's not that I think we'll see action necessarily, but it will be certainly something that organizers can't avoid. Nevertheless, some events are paying attention, like New York City Pride, which recently made the decision to ban all police until 2025, fucking based, by the way, to acknowledge their harm to the community. Hang on, wait, what? Hang on, what? Give me a second here, what? Let me see something. Let me just take a look at something. Don't play that. No, stop. What was I doing? Okay, I think I see what you were talking about. I think I see what you're talking about. Anyway, only the cut from the village people is allowed. 1.5 billion donation on the Twitch page, which I doubt. Anyway, but whatever. Someone donate to my boob fund. Anyway, the invasive questions and the constant reactionary behavior is kind of unbecoming. It's just arguing for the sake of arguing, and their points were just rooted in, like you mentioned before, that assimilation attitude, that appeasement attitude, right? Anyway, oh hello, Smudge, you're moving around. Let me see here. It'll be, where are we? Ban police till 2025. Yeah, here we go. There's been talk about the US Pride events following suit, but Armaturo doesn't think we'll see a sweeping movement of Pride parades turning against the police, at least not outside the English-speaking world. Other countries haven't really arrived at the point where the police march openly at Pride, she explained. While institutionalized racism certainly exists outside the US, the death of George Floyd hasn't been the same catalyst elsewhere, so we're unlikely to see the level of animosity felt by NYC Pride. You do need a bottle of whiskey. Nice. Pride and the big brand backlash. Amaturo predicts the strongest backlash will be against corporate sponsors, warning that the question of commercialization casts a very long shadow on the future of Pride. I think a good way of thinking about the position organizers now find themselves in is that Pride is so successful it's become a victim of its own success, she said. There's a huge amount of resources required to bring all these amazing crowds together, crowds of hundreds of thousands, millions of people. It becomes so big, obviously the efforts of grassroots activists would not suffice. Pride goers no longer want to see floats of huge multinational corporations like Barclays, PwC, and British Airways dominating the event at a time when grassroots activism is more powerful than ever, but the sponsors, unwelcome though they may be, are needed to foot the bill. Armaturo highlighted the approaching conflict between the growing sense of alienation caused by big brands and their financial necessity at large-scale events which may no longer be feasible as we enter what experts predict will be an age of pandemics. Oh, great, awesome, fun. Both she and Affleck pointed to a potential future fragmentation of Pride, becoming smaller, safer celebrations that better represented marginalized communities. But in any case, Affleck says we shouldn't be so quick to dismiss the corporate sponsors. Often the demands people make of Pride organizations are simplistic. It's get rid of the corporate stalls, get rid of the floats. Excuse me. And I can understand why people take issue with them being at the heart of something which is about basic human rights, he said. But actually it doesn't acknowledge how these organizations are constituted, and also the real breadth of people that we serve. One of the things that frustrates me is when people say it should be a march alone and forget everything else, he continued. Pride has a multitude of objectives in terms of amplifying voices. There is, of course, a protest, but there's elements around queer music and culture as well, and I think there's something great about that. Once they've been activated, I don't think they're going to go back. As well as being a vital funding source, the presence of corporate sponsors at Pride grants a level of visibility and safety that many people wouldn't feel at a protest. A parade or staged event is also easier for those who struggle with mobility, and issues of accessibility will only become more prominent after the virtual prides of the COVID era. For people with accessibility issues, 2020 was probably the first time many were able to get a glimpse of what these events would be like, because probably they had never participated or there were barriers to their participation, Armaturo said. In the context of going back to normal life, I think this will be one of the main questions that Pride events will have to answer. The future must be different. One thing for certain, though, is that the dynamic has changed. The interruption forced by COVID-19 has unexpectedly given people the breathing room to ask what they want and need of Pride going forward. And a year of Black Lives Matter marches has empowered them to demand it. A lot of young people, especially people of color who participated in BLM protests, once they've been activated, I don't think they're going to go back, Armaturo says. They will bring their ferment? There's a word I don't see often. They will bring their ferment, they will bring their activism wherever they go, be it Pride or any other political event. So I think there is a lot to be expected, and if those who organize Pride events go forward with the mentality of governing it as a single, coherent event, they will not succeed. There's some stuff to think about. You just found out Contra and Philosophy Tube aren't friends anymore. What? When did that happen? Why not? Why? Why? Ferment. Why are they not friends? Now I'm sad. Why do I have so many Twitter notifications? What the fuck's going on over there? Can people chill out on Twitter? Fuck. Where were we? Would literally rather pay an entry fee than have corporations at Pride. I mean, who mentioned the GoFundMe? Like, that's an idea. If a large number of the queer community wants assimilation, isn't that something you have to contend with, and how do you contend with it? That's the thing, I think. I think there are probably a fair few queer people who do just want to be queer and go back to living a normal life and not have to worry about the idea of, like, they want to integrate into society and just be a queer person who exists. Local pride orgs, a POG. Thought they didn't know each other. I mean, I've definitely seen ContraPoints in some of Philosophy Tube's older videos as like a throwaway gag or something like that. But anyway, they could do a giant GoFundMe, but the problem is, if they try that and they don't hit their funding goals, and I mean, there's the possibility that they don't hit their funding goals anywhere near it, then that is the same issue that's always been there, is that there's just not going to be enough to put the event on in the first place. So, and you would think that people would be actively supporting of these things, actively wanting to contribute. But there may just not be the money in it. Going to bed radio, Louie. Thanks again for hanging out tonight. I appreciate you so much. Have a good one. I empathize with the desire about being queer in a society where that is completely inconsequential, but those people are lying to themselves. I agree. Like it's kind of sad to say in a lot of ways, but we still do need that protesting aspect. We still do need that aspect of, we got to rile people up and make them uncomfortable with our existence, because otherwise, again, like, the more and more you integrate into this society, the less visible we'll become, is the thing. Like, you need that visibility. Like I've mentioned numerous times in the past, it was the visibility of trans people that allowed me to become trans myself. Like, I was always trans. I was always Abby. We've mentioned this before. But it was the sheer visibility of, honestly, people like ContraPoints. And other similar creators. I came out before Philosophy Tube, by the way, so that wasn't a factor, much as I love Philosophy Tube. But sure, if they mention ditching corporate sponsors for this GoFundMe, I mean, maybe, hopefully, but we'll see what happens. I don't think Pride is going to change by next June, you know. We'll see though. But yeah, like, I think the issue is, like, the more and more that you integrate and assimilate and yeah, the more you integrate and assimilate, and what was the other word? Like, the more you just appease the white cishet male, the patriarchy. The more you appease the cis heteronormative society we live in, the less queer that you become, the less outwardly and proudly queer that you become, culturally speaking, then the less visible queer people become. And then before long, if you start to have everyone just integrate perfectly and there's no queerness left and everyone's just cruising along, living their life normally, then you'll start to notice queer people drop off. Queer people start to disappear. And before long, we're back to that situation where people are just hating the idea of gay men as the core concept, because all the other queers have gone away. We aren't anywhere close to that true, but it's not a bad thing for it to eventually happen. We just got to get to the point where that's viable. Issue of marriage was the primary issue for many gay people in the US from a political standpoint. It also probably doesn't help the idea of activism that it was instituted by the courts and not the legislature. What's the difference there? If it is banned to be gay, do crimes apply easy again? Result will be less of assimilation and more a result of changing societal ideas around gender. Ideally, yeah, like... you're thankful that you're here and able to relate to your because of your girl brain. Well, good. I'm glad you're able to relate. Caffadel. Empathize with the desire about being queer in a society where that is completely inconsequential, but those people are lying to themselves. Oh, yeah, I was going to say, didn't I read that? Yeah, like, I think you're right, Puritan, about assimilation is attractive to a lot of people on an individual level. And ideal society... everyone's going to be treated with respect and dignity, and they're going to have a place, is the ultimate thing. Everyone should have a place, and what I mean by that is everyone should have something that allows them to feel like they are a puzzle piece in society just like everybody else is. right? And they fit into the puzzle just as well as everybody else is, whether they are queer, whether they are a person of color, whether they are disabled, whether they are elderly. We often don't consider ageism in this whole discussion around like the acceptability of certain peoples. Hello, how are you doing? That's a bowl. It's got nothing in it. Hello. You've already got food. You don't need more food. And like it would be ideal to have a society where everyone's a puzzle piece, which is a terrible analogy. I don't think I brought up neurodivergence in that either, but you get the point that I was making there. Like everyone should feel like they fit. But yeah, I now realize, thinking back on the Autism Speaks thing, maybe I shouldn't have used puzzle pieces as an analogy. Because that particular thing implies there are pieces missing, and that's why people are autistic. But anyway, everyone wants a place in the world, yeah. And I think we should be able to move towards a society where, I purr at my cat. I do. I love him. Yeah, like I think we should be able to move towards a version of society that resembles what we have now, where there's just simply no one feels out of place, everyone has a place and a purpose, and everyone retains their individuality. And they're like, there was a phrase someone uttered recently on Twitter where it was like, as someone who grew up in the 80s, we vastly downplay in media how brown everything was. And I think that's an important point to make, is, and that comes across as racist, but that's not the point I'm trying. Like, the idea is like muddy, murky, like everything is just this, all individuality and all free expression disappears in favor of this bleak grayscale, like, yeah, everyone fits in, but there's no individuality left kind of society. You know, I don't think anybody wants that. Nobody wants to live in an artist's representation of depression, right? Like, people want to retain their ability to be themselves, and I fear that some people have attitudes that work against that notion. You should want to integrate. You should want to assimilate. What if I don't want to? I'm proudly and openly transgender, and I tell anyone who asks, and I want other people who might be questioning to see me as a person who's proud of the fact that I am transgender. And yeah, like, you want to transition without hiding in your bedroom for a year. Exactly. You shouldn't have to put yourself through that. The goal needs to be to challenge and change social norms and expectations, societal norms and expectations, rather than aim to assimilate into a heteronormative society. Precisely. Yeah. They want to make us Stepford wives. And again, that brings us back around to that attitude we've discussed before about women, specifically. Like the idea of, we mentioned earlier that certain women who are cisgender women have been attacked and harassed in like public spaces, like private women's spaces in public is what I mean, like bathrooms and change rooms and stuff like that, due to the perception that they might be transitioning women, or like the perception is that they're AMAB, when these are cisgender women who are gender non-conforming. So like a butch lesbian or something of that, to that effect. So, you know, the more we head down that road, and yet assimilation doesn't guarantee safety. Assimilation, all that says to us is like, the more normative everything gets, then it's going to come to this point where certain people are going to be marked as undesirables, as always is the case, and they're going to be removed from society if they happen to break that assimilation. Like, how far down that road do you want to go? You know? But yeah, like specifically with regards to the Stepford wives thing, I want to bring it back to this notion of like gender non-conforming women are generally treated with disdain because they don't look like a stereotypical woman that fits a certain visual aesthetic model that people have conjured in their heads. And as a result, GNC women get harassed, and that's the kind of thing you're going to look at. You lose your sense of identity, and then people are going to be more and more harassed for being divergent from the rest of society. I hate using the word divergent these days, by the way, because I still have that association with that god-awful book and movie series. Rolling Face only took until a global pandemic, but you finally started transitioning. Fucking poggers. Well done. I'm the same. I came out just under a year ago. Same kind of situation. during lockdown, had a lot of time to process my brain for a while, and all of a sudden I'm a girl. Crazy. Congratulations. Only thing we should normalize is not caring if it's not hurting anybody. Absolutely. Bingo, yes. Excusez-moi. Took a pandemic to accept your gender identity yourself? Yeah. I think a lot of us did. Hello, Quince. How you doing? You're all for people standing out, but the way our society currently is, people feel pressured to hide their queerness, either due to cultural norms or bigoted laws. You want that to go away. I do too. Want someone to be free to be gay and out, and for nobody to have issue with it, so people can be loudly and proudly queer, but they don't have to rebel against anything since there's nothing to rebel against. And yeah, you're right, it's not going to happen for a long while, but I think we are working towards it. I think at the moment society is definitely going through some growing pains, especially with regards to the transgender thing at the moment. But like, how often, when was the last time you thought about gay men? Honestly, like, I'm not saying that as a derogatory thing. Like, I almost never even, like, gay men, though they still face a lot of oppression and indignity these days. It's not so much thinking about gay men, but it's like, gay men had their moment back with the gay marriage debacle, and like there were growing pains specifically around gay men in like the 90s and early 2000s. When was the last time? A few hours ago. But like, we don't really hear any of that kind of stuff against, we don't really hear any of the stop talking about your masturbation urges, people. Like, in terms of social discourse, right? Gay men sort of had their moment of extreme social discourse and really rough shit to go through in terms of social opinion, and now they've been vastly normalized. Now, obviously, and yeah, there was the AIDS crisis, and yeah, gay men really got the short end of the stick there, absolutely. Gay men went through hell. They really did. But they were the forefront of the social discussion around queerness for a long time. And then society began to accept them, broadly speaking. Obviously, there's still a ton of homophobes out there, but broadly speaking, society has accepted them and integrated them in such a way that I don't see any news about gay men these days, generally speaking. Very rarely. And now, like, the main queer topic is trans people. So my hope and my thought and my genuine belief is that society is currently going through growing pains with regards to transness, and eventually all of this transphobia is going to level out, and we're going to reach a point where people are accepting in a much broader way of trans people. But you enjoy social discourse, that's why you're recognized as a master debater. Stop. Regularly think about this picture you saw of a gay community group that scheduled a meeting together in Washington, D.C., a city that's like, what, 45% black? And there were 40 plus white 25 to 35-year-old carbon copies of each other. Seems you have to work hard to get that kind of homogenic makeup of your group in a city like that. That is sad. Oh my god. That's depressing. The LGBTQ community has survived infighting for hundreds of years. We'll survive these too. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot to work through, but we'll figure it out. You know, I think eventually society will hopefully figure it out before a burst oil pipeline in the ocean wipes out the planet. Fingers crossed. Can't guarantee the safety of the world long enough that we move on to a point where being trans is socially acceptable. Unfortunately, where you're from, gay sex is criminalized and could lead to 3 years in jail, let alone trans people which aren't even included or recognized in the law. That's disgusting. I'm so sorry, sad. Because of the brainwashing of Christianity, there's a lot of homophobia in the black community that never existed in ancient Africa. Add to that, you were already being treated as a problem in this country, and being black and queer is rough. You're looking to pass well is straight, but you hate it, but you wear your flag at work because you won't hide. Good on you for not hiding. You shouldn't have to. And you're absolutely right. Like, yeah, quite frankly, the roots of all these issues, and we could get into the fucking religion discussion. But yeah, there are many, many cultures in the world that have been either scarcely touched by Christianity or not at all. And their viewpoints on gender, their viewpoints on sexuality, and all of, like, their viewpoints on queerness are nothing like Western society's viewpoints on them. There's none of that bigotry. There's none of that hatred. There's none of that fighting over them. There are, of course, other countries where it is very heavily ingrained, but, you know, There's a lot of places and there's a lot of cultures now and throughout history that have never experienced the level of outright bigotry towards queer people as there are among Christian nations. You know, Western Abrahamic society, generally speaking. Yeah, Abrahamic religions ruined everything. And like that's the point though. At the same time, it's like that's the reason that they did that, is because we look at the social discourse now and it's always this group of people are causing problems. Hello, sweetheart. And sit. You're trying to walk on my desk and I don't want you to. What was I going to say? Like the very core concept of Abrahamic religions is control. And in order to control, they need to have a target to rally their religious, I want to say cultists, to rally their followers behind. They need a cause, they need a group to point at and say, listen, they are not as holy and just and verified by God as we are. So they are therefore evil and sinful and vile, and they must be destroyed. Careful about looking too back on our past in ancient Africa. The pre-Christian, pre-Islamic Africa is long gone. Oh yeah, exactly, yeah. It absolutely is. But there are still little parts of the world, there are still little pockets of the world, here and there. And I mean, I think generally speaking, like, this is the problem with the British Empire, right? Is it has largely conquered the modern world. It won. The British Empire won, sadly speaking. And as a result, like, there are people who are still holding on to the vestiges of their culture. And a lot of those vestiges do seem to imply that there's always been multiple gender identities or some equivalent concept thereof. There's been multiple, like, varying sexualities or attitudes towards sexuality that are not strictly about breeding. It's always been about breeding with the Christians. And like, you go into some of the more fringe groups around Christianity, and all of a sudden sex is not a, what's it called? Yeah, like you go into, I think it's Mormonism. Like in certain Christian subsects. Is it subsects? I don't know what the term is. I can't think. My brain is fried at the moment. Imperialism, obviously. But there are certain groups within Christianity, for example, where sex is strictly reproductive, right? And other cultures have not expressed those kinds of attitudes because they specifically wanted more and more soldiers of God. That's why they want more babies. That's why there's this attitude. I used to rule the world, you know. Okay, Dad. Trad Caths are big on that, and yeah, it's like whenever you see someone expressing that viewpoint of, like we see it a lot, that queer people are supposedly going to destroy populations because the more queer people there are, the less people there are reproducing, as if queer people just can't reproduce for some reason, and as if the world does not already have, like, as if Western society does not already have enough kids without homes and families, right? You know, if you're worried about there being more children, why don't you make sure to take care of the ones that don't have parents? No country is untouched by the Abrahamic faiths. The Muslims of China, India, and Thailand, the Presbyterians of Korea, the Catholics in Vietnam. Spread of these ideas has already occurred and can't be put back in the box. Exactly. There's nothing we can really do to reverse that, sadly. Short of, you know, just wipe out the planet. I'm keeping my fingers crossed. Straight people are the ones making all the queer people, so maybe they should sit down, drink a Capri Sun, and think about what they've done. Trans people had the best time during classical era? Did they really? What's the story there? Oh, goodness me. This is a discussion that's gone on for a while, and I'm tired. I'm enjoying it. I'm not done yet. It's just like, wow, this has got my brain running a mile a minute. Oracles of ancient Greece were trans. Makes me think of the Like, there's particular genders among, I think, islander tribes where somebody was born and assigned, like, a sort of, like, they were born either typically male or female. And they were given a gendered role that lied somewhere in between, or potentially trans, or something, like, based on the words that we have now. Hello, Paul. How you doing? We are created in his image after all, so that means God is queer. Yeah, I know, right? Like, the moment anyone says, you know, humans were created in God's image, and, like, again, if God created everything, if the Christian God or the Abrahamic God created everything, then queer people are his creation. Queer people are his design. If God's grand design, if God's plan was all of this, then God's plan, by definition, includes queer people. Just done. Then God is a selfish, petty bitch. Which is probably very true. Also very reluctant to idealize. And, like, here's the thing, is, like, just because, like, your God, like, let's just say in your particular idea, like, if you particularly believe that God has some kind of disdain for queer people, why does that mean now, like, if it's however many years after he created the heavens and the earth and then abandoned you? Notice he hasn't done anything for us lately, right? You know, if your God has a problem with us, why should we care? Is another thing. It's like, even if we just, whether God made a mistake in creating us or whether God intended to create us just to be hated, why should we care? It's not. Why should we give a shit about what your religion says we should believe? You know? Just playing Xbox. Oh, nice. Should be said that this was not an ancient practice. The incel dent of the Ugandan martyrs was in the 19th century. Native Americans called intersex people two-spirit and were celebrated. Yeah. God is gender fluid confirmed. If you want to learn more about the indigenous queerness of the Americas, may you recommend Twin Rabbit on YouTube. Goes by Tale of Two Rabbit on Twitch. I'll give that a look. Thank you for the recommendation. So, like, the Native Americans' idea of people with two souls, yeah. Figure that when God created humanity, he got rushed to everything that we would do, and said, "Oops, I made a huge mistake." GOP. Were you referring to, like, the GOP, as in, like, the Republican Party? Incident. I was gonna say, like, incel dent. Like, what? Oh, incident. Yeah, that makes sense. I was gonna say, was there something about Ugandan incel martyrs or something? I'm confused. Four-field anthropologist and is fully queer affirming. That's awesome. Creation story makes more sense if God used a majority of his power to create everything. I mean, I suppose so. My mum created me, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, exactly. Like, no, God created me. My parents did. My parents made me, and then my mother raised me to be such an obnoxious feminist. Humans and our various gender expressions are the closest we can get to how God looks. Remembering Christianity, the two genders are man and rib, and, like, it's important to remember that misogyny is deeply rooted in religion. On that note, the Christian origin myth of women was, and then there was the Jewish interpretation of women, and then the Greek myth of Pandora. I think it was the Greek myth of Pandora opening the box and unleashing all the evil upon the world. Lilith unleashed all the evil upon the world. Eve biting from the fruit of the tree of knowledge, unleashing all the evil on the world. Like, it's always women that are causing the problems that unleash vile evils upon the world, and that's why women should be subjugated according to the Abrahamic faiths and other faiths, right? So, in the name of more gender egalitarian society, fuck your religion, throw it in the bin. I don't give a fuck what your God says. You know? I'm also very reluctant to idealize ancient societies. The story of the Ugandan martyrs was essentially a gay haram that refused to have sex... Oh, a gay harem. Not haram. They refused to have sex with the king after converting to Christianity. In response, these men and boys were burned to death. Acceptance of a certain practice doesn't imply a just society. We really are in a game of The Sims, we are. If God is agender, then I'm really taking on his form. We learned recently how sexist Buddhism is canonically, and all religions are probably rooted in deep, deep, deep sexism. Because, think about it logically, you know, they're texts written by old men about the way society should be, and women were never considered in the writings of these texts other than as a thing to be subjugated, other than as a thing to be controlled. Like, don't give them thought. Don't give religious texts consideration. If someone says this thing goes against my religion, flip them off and walk away. If they say abortion goes against their religion, then I say stupidity goes against mine. Someone says being trans or being gay is a sin, say, then I'm going to continue sinning all I fucking want. Yeah, power structures justifying themselves, exactly. Don't know about you, but the idea of eating fruit from a tree of knowledge basically sounds like Eve discovered psychedelics. Thought it was just that the world... It's that the world was a cruel and unjust place. It is. They say that shit while wearing mixed fabrics. I know, right? Some of them have got tattoos and they still wear a cross around their neck. You think if Jesus ever comes back, he's going to want to see a fucking cross? If God... Hang on, if God is male... Wait, Ismail like call me Ishmael? I'm confused. Need to go to hell for bad fashion choices. If God is male, for what the hell I don't give birth out of my urethra. Need a religious text written by a trans woman, that'd be poggers. I got an idea. I could start a religion, you could. What was that quote by the guy who created Scientology? If you want to get rich, found a religion. But of course that leaves out a lot of finer details. Psychedelics in Christianity. May I present the evidence that in ancient Judaism they may have burned cannabis in their rituals? Fucking based. I gotta try weed someday. Never tried weed, had numerous opportunities to do so, and every single time that I've tried to do so, the person offering the weed has flaked on me, so I'm a little bit annoyed. Abby, that's my name, don't wear it out. I haven't done it yet. I think one of my best friends recently said that she'll try to find a way to score some. Don't ask me how she's gonna manage that, but she's gonna try to find a way to score some, and then we're gonna hang out and smoke it up. So that'll be fun. But yeah, like legitimately, I've had numerous opportunities to do not just weed, but like cocaine. Trying to think of I think there's been a couple of other ones in there. I think like party pills, like ecstasy and stuff. Every single time, and it's not an uncommon occurrence. They'll say, we'll do drugs at some point, and then they'll flake on me completely and never return to that idea. Now, quite frankly, I trust my best friend to be able to score some weed for me, but she's my whiskey friend anyway, so I don't mind if we don't get high, we can always get drunk. We've got whiskey glasses that are ours specifically. And as a result, like whenever we hang out, there's these 2 whiskey glasses. Like, first time we hung out ages and ages ago, we went and we bought a bottle of whiskey that came with these glasses, so it was like a special limited edition Jack Daniels or something. And we got through that entire bottle of Jack. And she's kept the glasses ever since, and they're our whiskey glasses, so we drink from those. It's a little sentiment. I like it. Cocaine is peak. I'll do it, but I'll never buy it drug, especially in Australia. Yeah, I've heard how expensive it is. My sister has told me her coke experience, and she said she felt sick, so... I mean, depends on who you're going through, I guess. Have that one friend who knows where to get all the drugs, but we never do drugs, as that is illegal. Putting on my resume, I've had numerous opportunities to try drugs. But I never have. Many, many people have come to me with the opportunity to try drugs, and I have said no. Or rather, I've had no choice but to say no, because they flake on me. Isn't Australia one of the biggest consumers of cocaine? It may well be. I don't know. Very lucky to have access to medical cannabis. That's pretty poggers. I don't know if we're bringing medical cannabis to Australia. I can't recall. Seems like it may be a thing, but like that, if we get into the medical cannabis discussion, then well, not just medical cannabis, but like the idea of recreational cannabis at dispensaries. The moment that the moment the first recreational cannabis dispensary opened is the moment every single person in jail for possession should have been released. The moment that happened is the moment every single person in prison for possessing cannabis should have been released the moment they opened a legal dispensary. And the fact that they didn't, and the fact that that hasn't happened, free them all. There's no reason for them to be in prison if you've made the thing that previously put them in jail because it was illegal. The moment you made that a legal thing to do, possession and distribution, honestly. People should not be in jail, okay, at all, but especially for drugs. Yeah, it's stupid. Selling, no, why not? Killed you not to smoke while living in Melbourne. People getting out of jail is the best part of legalizing drugs. But who would they use for their slave labor then? I know, that's exactly the thing. And who do you think the majority of the people in prison for drug distribution and drug possession are? Like, what color of the skin do you think they are? Do you think that's a coincidence? Starting up a short, light topic about private prisons and prison abolition in hour 6. I'm still very much in favor of prison abolition and what's the term? Rehabilitative facilities. Slavery is illegal. Yeah, they outlawed slavery, and then they created an entire corporate entity around it. It's great. It's fantastic. Fucking assholes. I want to show you this comic. We won't do the prison abolition thing. Not according to the 13th Amendment. Wait, what? Wake up, Bumble. Welcome to the Rogue Room. What's the 13th Amendment? I'm too lazy to Google it. Thanks to Reaganomics, prison turned to profits, because free labor is the cornerstone of U.S. economics, because slavery was abolished unless you were in prison. You think I am, then read the 13th Amendment. Involuntary servitude and slavery it prohibits. That's why they're giving offenders time in double digits. Killer Mike for Reagan. Oh, okay. Oh, see, that's a rap. Okay. There's a hundreds of years old loophole. Let me look it up. But yeah, the prison system is just justifying slavery, and one shall not be a friggin' dick. Reformative justice versus literal exception to the 13th Amendment. Interpretations of the 13th Amendment. Abolition of slavery. Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction. So, Congress shall have power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation. There you go. So they made slavery illegal, technically, because those people had not committed crimes. So the moment they commit crimes, you can just put them right back into slavery. So, and that's the thing, right? That is the issue, is that this society decides what is a crime. As a result, you get someone who happens to be possessing a blunt in a black neighborhood, and a cop running that beat comes across that, and like, this is the thing, obviously there are numerous cases of people planting drugs on people to send them to prison. I'm honestly terrified of that happening. I'm terrified of interacting with a cop in such a way that they plant drugs on me and I get sent to prison, because what do you think is going to happen to someone like me? I don't trust the prison system as far as I can throw it, and I can't throw it. Because it's an ethereal concept that is entirely arbitrated and dictated by old white men. Again. And people think the prison system is good. People think that certain people should go to jail because of this, that, and the other. And they have quotas. They need to get the arrests, exactly. In America, there are only two gender, greybacks and blue bellies. What are those? Black Americans are 16% of the US population, but 34% of the incarcerated population. I honestly thought the 34% was much higher percentage than that. Much higher. I'm actually surprised it's that low. It'd have to do a lot of lifting. I mean, at least I'll be swole as fuck at the end of it, you know. I'll be fucking jacked. Let any one of those transphobes who keeps threatening me on Twitter come at me when I've got guns the size of warehouses, you know. And there was this fun thing where they basically made everything black people commonly did illegal so they could keep their slaves. Funny how that works. My voice is sounding much more feminine. Thank you, Feisty Fox. I'm trying. I'm actually actively trying with my voice right now, and I'm trying to, like, build a habit out of speaking in a certain way. One of the issues I've found, though, is, like, if I want my voice to sound particularly feminine, I end up basically whispering. So if there's any, and I'm going to try, like, I notice I get a bit boisterous, and that's where I start to sound a little bit more mask, and I get really uncomfortable and dysphoric about that. So, like, the other night with the Outer Wilds, there were several moments where I was like, and I had a big, explosive, like, exciting moment. Honestly, we're playing that game again. That was so much fun. I need to clean out my PC and, like, figure out how to make it not nearly explode every time we play the Outer Wilds, but I want to play it again. But anyway, no, not Outer Worlds, Outer Wilds. It's a game where you play, like, Outer Worlds is good. I need to finish that at some point. But Outer Wilds, it's really confusing because they both came out around the same time. But Outer Wilds is more like a little bit of a... They're both in space. They're both space games. But Outer Wilds is a little bit more similar to No Man's Sky in that you fly around and you land on different planets. But it's this interesting Groundhog Day kind of game, right? So, like, you're going around you're exploring space, and there's a couple of mysteries to solve, and you're unpacking the history of the race that came before you. And as you're doing so, you fucking die, and then you wake up, and it's a time loop, and you do it all again, but you do different things this time. And I fucking love it. It's such a trip. And it's got so many great visual effects. And it's fun. I'm so happy that... Was it Phage? I think Phage gifted that to me. And awesome game. But yeah, Outer Worlds is good too. And I know they released a trailer recently for a sequel. But yeah, I'm definitely going to go back to that. I can hear my PC now. It's humming. So I am going to take it apart and clean it really soon. I just need to get a can of air duster. And then, yeah, there you are, Phage. Thank you so kindly. You're a legend. Thank you for giving me a new favorite game, because I'm loving it. I haven't touched it since the Friday, but maybe we'll go back to that until we finish it, and then we can go back and continue Tell Me Why, and then eventually come back to Fallout New Vegas. I want a break from Fallout New Vegas. I wanted, like, a solid break from Fallout New Vegas, because I'm just kind of like... on it. I'm kind of like iffy on it because it's such a much older game and it feels a lot clunkier. Anyway, a lot of the incarcerated population, a minimum of 50% have mental health issues or developmental disorders. That's entirely unsurprising, honestly, because those issues are informed not just by genetic factors but also social factors. Remember to unplug, then press the power button again. Does that do something? What does that do? Like, yeah, I can really hear that PC. Wow. I need to clean it out. I played the first 4 or so hours of Tell Me Why when we did Peer to Pride recently, during Pride Month. Also, I think discharges the PSU. Okay, cool. I'll do that. Yeah, we did Peer to Pride, which was like a long form, like, raid train basically. So somebody raided me, and then I raided Glitchcraft, and then they raided somebody else. And excuse me. And it was just like a fundraiser thing. And so for Peer to Pride, I thought, well, Tell Me Why was free during Pride Month, which unfortunately is no longer Pride Month, so you can't get it. It is currently the 35th of June, so go get it for free while you can. No, sadly, it's not the case. But yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, it was free for Pride Month, and I found out like on the day I was supposed to stream, so I was like, fuck it, let's play the queer game. Let's play the game about the trans man, and I love Tyler. Oh my god, he's so cute. He's such a cool character. Him and his sister, they're awesome characters. So yeah, I want to get back to that. So unplug, then press the power button again. Okay, so I'll do that. I'll remember that, and then we'll clean this PC out, and we'll hopefully get it running nice and smooth and not screaming at the top of its lungs at me. Because yeah, and on a side note, I'm not from Melbourne. I'm from the Sydney area. Not that one. You see my RAM sticks in there? I swear up and down that I ordered RGB RAM sticks, and I got these boring motherfuckers. I am pissed off. But one of these days, when I've got some extra cash, I'd like to do some more lights up in this thing, and maybe even put in, I mean, what's the likelihood that I'll be able to buy a better graphics card, honestly? But I want to get some strip lights to put in there. I want to replace the RAM with better RAM that has RGBs on it, obviously. And yeah, I want to make it all nice and glowy and pretty in there. And pink. We'll make it pink. It's actually, you might have noticed, yeah, I want the RGB vomit. You might have noticed I've got like the red, the purple, and the blue in there at the moment as my main colors. Although watch my keyboard. See if you can see what it's doing. So we got blue, then a bit of pink, then it goes to white, and then... Do you see what I've done with my keyboard color scheme? I think the color has changed to... It's gone blue, pink, white, blue, which it's not supposed to do. I think I've mucked it up at some point. There's my trans flag. What's going on? Trans rights. And trans lefts. You wanna fucking try me, mate? Your keyboard was pan colors, but then the LEDs are like burnt in, so now none of the colors are right. Oh, that sucks. I wanted to have it so that it was... like the old keyboard I had allowed you to set colors by each key. And I wanted to have a thing where it was like, it would scroll across the keyboard of the trans pride colors, right? So, but this keyboard doesn't have that function. Despite being a Corsair, you'd think it would have that functionality. But at the moment, this has just got like a gradient, you know. Trans lefts. Well, actually, that's this one. Come at me. Trans rights also means trans wrongs. Anyways. Amazon have RGB strips cheap. Yeah. I've seen a few places where they've got them pretty reasonably priced. So, and I want to get something to put, like, look at behind my computer, right? All this cool shit here. Fucking nothing on this wall. I need to have something nice to look at that's not my PC. Behind there. And you can see, like, if I show you this. Don't tell the real estate. I tried to put a light strip there originally. I've got to fix the wall at some point. You have a bookshelf. That'd be a good idea, actually. That'd be pretty cool. Because, like, I've been reading more. And I'm going to start Damned Whores and God's Police soon. Maybe tonight. I don't know. When I go to bed. And technically, I think there's maybe enough room here that I could put some kind of a bookshelf on the desk behind this. But... I think instead what I might do is I might get like, I want to get a disc plate. And it'd be cool to have some disc plates up there. Or some kind of RGB lights behind it. Honestly, what I would love if I could manage it, which I can't make any installations because I'm in a rental, but if I could find like light stands that could connect to my desk, I'd love to have some light stands that are bayonet bulb fittings. And get 2 more of my bisexual light bulbs. These ones. My color changing lights like this, right? And get them put just there so I can have that colored light hitting my face as brightly as I can. A disc plate for the discourse, yes, for the discourse. But that's an idea I had recently. It's like I would really love to have blue on one side hitting my face and red on the other side hitting my face, like all the time. How poggers would that look? But anyway, this setup does work. I won't lie. I do like the way this whole thing looks. Anyway, enough meandering about. I just want to leave you with this comic really quickly because while I'll leave you with this comic and then this article to read. Here's your homework. Fighter Girl, welcome to the Rogue Room. Here's your homework. Michael Lunig's artist sister returns fire. Then this is an older article, right? But it's talking about Michael Lunig, the comic artist, Australian political comic artist. And here's this comic that he's just recently posted. He was a white AstraZeneca bisexual Buddhist from Melbourne who voted Labour and followed the Tigers. She was a Chinese Pfizer heterosexual Christian from Sydney who voted Liberal and followed the Swans. They hooked up with a partly vaccinated gender-fluid Nigerian atheist from Brisbane who hated football and voted for the Nationals. The threesome fell in love and they all lived happily ever after for about 3 months. End of story. If one of you would like to take the opportunity to decode whatever the fuck this bullshit is, that's your homework for tomorrow night. I have no idea what the fuck Lunig's on about, and I don't think anybody else does either. This political cartoonist, I think in this article that I've linked to you just there, I'm pretty sure... Here we go, yeah, the first paragraph. Yeah, it's like, it's supposed to be a joke. What's the joke? The artist Mary Lunig has declared her brother Michael Lunig should speak to people and listen to people more, and said he unfairly picks on women and mothers after the cartoonist was roundly criticized for his latest work. Again, this is from back in 2019. But yeah, like, apparently he doesn't talk to people. The dude just draws his own conclusions and then runs away with it. I don't know. Anyway, thank you all for hanging out tonight. You've been lovely. You've been tremendous. We are going to raid somebody right now. I'm just going to have a quick gander through... There's a few people I could raid, honestly. I'm thinking... Toonie. Here we go. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. You've all been tremendous people. We're going to go raid Teeny Tiny Tuna. And... excuse me. I don't want to watch anyone else playing Tell Me Why, because I don't want to get any spoilers, is the thing. Because it's a story-driven game. And Watermote, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Rogue Room. We're going to go raid Teeny Tiny Tuna, if you would like to. There is actually a raid message. Copy and paste this in the target's chat. It is going to paste it. There we go. Rogue raid. Because I didn't do one with my emotes in it, like, because I feel like that's tacky. Here's my socials if you haven't already followed me on the Twitter, the YouTube, the Instagram, the Facebook, and join the Discord. Well, wait, Abby, what is it? Draco, what's going on? And also, I need to change this scene here, because I miss using this scene, but it says Rogue BX on the towers over there. Maybe I'll just try to mix up some new graphics soon. No, someone live streaming Dark Souls. Here's the thing. I'll give you something. Unless they like it. Let's hope they're streaming another time, because I will stream Dark Souls soon, and then we can go from Dark Souls to Dark Souls. How about that? But I want to raid Toonie, because Toonie's great. We should go say hi to Toonie, because we like Toonie. Okay, and I want to show her some appreciation, because she's awesome and a friend. Anyway, yeah, I was considering it tonight. I was considering doing like 3 hours of Discourse and then 3 hours of Dark Souls. May do that tomorrow. And then also Wednesday's stream will be a bit shorter. I'll start later because I got the kids that night. Anyway, be kind to yourselves and each other. I will see you when I'm looking at you. Have a good one, folks. Mwah.
Holy crap.